A young boy named Karna faces a legendary earth dragon, having been tasked with collecting its eyes. The winged beast taunts him for his weakness, and declares he will face the true might of the great Dragon King as it strikes with its claws, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the ground. It laughs at Karna's vulnerability, declaring that it is almost time for his kind to reclaim the ground, but then turns in shock as the dust settles and he sees the boy remaining unscathed while surrounded by spirits which block his arm. He then looks on in horror as its arm begins to rot and disintegrate before falling altogether. Screaming in pain and confusion, Karna looks in wonder at his own power, surprised that he can do that much damage with just an arm, and wonders if he can control his power. He then extends his arm towards the dragon, unleashing the wind of the rotten hall at full strength. The creature screams as the magic envelops him and begins to decompose its entire body, causing it to shatter and collapse into a pile on the ground. The attack proves too powerful, rotting the beast's eyes to nothing, and thus causing him to fail in his quest and lose his reward. Karna then gazes at the mark in the back of his hand that was given to him by heaven, and shows his occupation as a wise man with the skill of necromancy. Though initially happy about having a strong occupation, he laments that the magic output is so strong that it melts quest materials, noting that it is too easy when the power is suppressed, but he has a hard time adjusting it in order to face a monster with a high reward without overdoing it. He wonders if he should take an easy, low-reward quest such as goblins or slime extermination, but he soon realizes that with such low-paying quests, he can't send any money to his grandparents. He then searches the dragon's remains for something useful, while recalling how he was supposed to have been hired by a hero's party, and wondering how he came to his current situation. In a flashback a month prior to the battle, Karna turns 13 years old, and his grandfather praises him for receiving the title of sage, while his grandmother happily notes that such a powerful kid won't fit in their small village. Happy, the boy hopes to become a sage, and earn a lot of money to make his grandparents rich. They tell him not to worry about that, since they are already old and that they are happy as long as he is, but his resolve remains adamant. He recalls how they took him in when he lost his parents years prior, and raised him, stating his hope to one day repay the kindness they gave to him, and causing them to tear up. His grandparents embrace him in tears until he hears a knock on the door and steps outside, and as Karna opens the door, he meets a hero party looking for him. In that world, one is recognized as an adult at the age of 13, and receives an engraving through a ceremony of enlightenment that reveals their profession and skill, with those of similar traits forming groups to fully utilize their power. Those who received a mark such as Holy Knights, Battlemaster, Sage, or such were called Golden Holders, being registered into the guild system. Being an adventurer allows one to partake in quests for money, or be recruited by a group of legendary heroes with the mission of defeating the Demon Kings. The leader of the party reads his registration information aloud, believing his skills will come in handy facing high-ranking demons. He tries to refuse, stating he doesn't believe it will work, and fears fighting against the Demon King, but immediately changes his mind as the hero reassures him and promises he will earn huge sums of money. Bidding farewell to his grandparents, he got the chance to travel with the hero's party as a member. They soon faced a formidable ogre, asking Karna to demonstrate his power. The boy uses Death Bullet, pummeling the creature to death with spirits, and shocking the party. Later, as they are outnumbered and surrounded by monsters, Karna suggests summoning their own allies, and bids several zombies to rise and fight the monsters. And as a creature strikes at the hero, Karna launches sludge bullets at it, which causes its flesh to melt. Karna manipulated his grandfather, earthbound, and wildlife spirits to achieve victory, and thought everything was going smoothly, but the shocked hero asks him politely to leave their party. The surprised boy asks if he wasn't helpful, and though the hero tries to smooth things over, the group's battlemaster bluntly tells him that he is disturbing the party's teamwork and his skills are disgusting, though in reality she resented being useless in battle. She accuses him of barring her from attacking and trying to steal her spotlight, and though he points out that she can attack just fine, she notes that she wouldn't fight that mud-covered monster with her bare hands. She turns to the other girl for support, and the latter calls his magic psychologically impossible to withstand. The hero then tries to give him some reassuring words, but explains that since he was with them just a month and the trial period wasn't over, the kingdom wouldn't pay him. Desperate to keep his job and send money to his grandparents, he offers to stop using his necromancy, but the hero notes that they only hired him for his resurrection magic, and didn't expect he would be able to use such unpleasant magic, and the other two girls back him up. Karna quickly gauges the situation and realizes that the Battlemaster wants to kick him out because she fears becoming useless. The Holy Knight supports her because his magic is unpleasant and she might be worried about his resuscitation magic, while the hero just wants to keep the beautiful girls around. Finding there is nothing else he can do, he bows and thanks them for everything and turns to leave. The hero reaches him and apologizes for everything, handing him a small purse with 500 gold. He then bids his farewell, stating that they will remain friends, before leaving with the party. The boy is then left alone and unemployed, and as he walks down the road he starts comparing his plight to a story of party's exile, thus believing that good things will happen to him from then on. Cheerful, he heads to the royal capital to change jobs. At the capital, Karna tried to get a party to join him, but the adventurers there refused to hire him due to his bad reputation for quitting the hero's party within a month. Thus shunned, the disheartened boy left the capital, and was forced to become a solo adventurer. Back in the present, Karna kneels before the dragon's remains and wonders what he should do from then on. His spirits worry about his well-being and offer to find him something to eat since he was hungry, but he doubts if they can find food there. He then deduces that there may be more treasure chests and other dragons in the cave, so he orders them to find some food and uses Ghost Search to send them away. Grandpa doesn't join them, saying he is too old to run around like that, causing him to comment that he is just a normal old man. After some search, one of these spirits finds an empty treasure chest, while another stumbles upon the corpse of an adventurer. Though due to the time he's been there, Karna judges that the water he carries must be spoiled. The third spirit, however, stops before a massive pair of gates that mark the entrance to a huge and foreboding castle, declaring that it is impossible to go any further. Karna believes that this means that the castle is protected by a strong barrier, and heads there, excited at the possibility of finding valuable treasure inside. He confirms the presence of a strong barrier and uses his necromancy powers to dispel it. As he uses Dispel Barrier, the barrier buckles and cracks before shattering altogether, while the iron gates are blasted apart. Karna notes that the barrier has weakened after 200 years, and thus it was easier to extinguish it by force. But before he can get inside the castle proper, he is stopped by a trio of flying demons barring his path. They land before him, and as their leader asks why he's there, Karna notes that his engraving is from the outer god, and that his human-like appearance indicates that he is strong. The demon is surprised that he managed to destroy the barrier, explaining that the castle is owned by Cecilia Isla Firis, one of the 7 demon lords. The surprised boy asks why there's a demon castle in the place where one can normally quest, and the demon wonders how he was unaware of it, before brushing it off and summoning lightning powers as he prepares to fight the intruder as Cecilia's faithful servant. His companions note that Karna is really unlucky to have been found by their leader, who goes by the name of Belphegor, noting that he has the power of Lightning of Despair that was granted by the old god Nodens and can boil one's blood instantly. The demon launches a lightning strike at Karna, causing an explosion. Belphegor comments on how trifling the matter was, until the dust clears to reveal Grandpa in a human form holding a lightning trident in his hand, declaring that he will not be harmed by such a weak spell, and will not permit any actions that harm his lord. The demon looks in disbelief, wondering why the old god Nodens is obeying a human. The boy asks the spirit if that's his name, and he notes that he has yet to introduce himself. Turning to Belphegor, Nodens prepares to show him the Lightning of Despair, asking Karna to lend him some of his magic. The boy agrees and touches him, causing the god to glow with power as the demon looks on in horror. Nodens then goes full Zeus on him, unleashing a thunderstorm that fries him and leaves his 2 henchmen badly wounded and terrified. Seeing how the god defeated one of their strongest demons, they turn to flee until their mistress, Cecilia, arrives. Smiling, the demon lord of lust congratulates Karna for showing her something interesting, and asks for his name, later offering him to serve under her. She praises his fighting style and states that there is something in him that she wants. But the boy lowers his gaze and tells her to stop, noting that necromancy is an unpleasant magic that got him kicked out of the hero's party. She merely smiles, telling him that there's nothing wrong with his skill, and declaring necromancy to be the most wonderful magic in the world, asking him to show her more. Karna is hesitant about betraying humanity, but Cecilia caresses his cheek, and more importantly, offers a 20 million gold a year salary, and he gladly accepts. The La Rural Underground Palace is the land ruled by Cecilia Isla Firis, one of the 7 demon lords who obtained their power from God and descended from the great demon king. Inside it, Karna is led on by Cecilia, while wearing a new demon mask to conceal the fact that he is a human. The other demons whisper about him, talking about his recent victory, and how he is followed around by Nodens, causing the spirit to note his popularity, explaining that he passed away thousands of years ago and was thus unaware they started worshipping him. A pig demon notes that the boy smells human and wonders if he isn't one, but one of his fellow comrades quickly shuts him up, noting that their mistress declared him to be her follower, and that no one looking like that could be human. Despite Cecilia having announced him before, he fears discovery, so he decides to act like a demon to avoid getting caught, and thus support his grandparents. They finally arrive at the Demon Lord's room, telling him that it's okay to take off his mask as she leads him inside and declares that chamber to be his workplace. Karna notices the clutter in shock and looks at her, and as she turns her face away, he realizes she doesn't know how to clean. The embarrassed Demon Lord asks him not to tell anyone, and explains that the more she cleans, the messier it gets, and that she has hired him to serve as servant. He agrees, noting the high salary, but wonders why she wouldn't choose a servant from one of the many demons that already follow her. Cecilia bluntly rejects this, stating only he can do the job, and telling him that after he is done cleaning that night, he can use the castle's facilities, leaving the confused boy to his task. Despite not understanding what she meant, Karna is eager to begin and determined to handle any work she gives him. He then heads to the castle's vast library, explaining to Noddins that he isn't familiar with the demon's aesthetic, and asking for his help doing research. He then sends the other 3 spirits to scour the books with ghost detection, receiving the knowledge that they gather through the spiritual circuit and gathering information on creating the ideal bedroom for his mistress, while also learning about the demonic culture. The old god looks at the boy, wondering how long it will take for him to browse through everything, but he instantly declares that it is done and he remembers everything, thanking the spirits for their help as the old spirit looks in awe. He notes that even though the spirits helped him read, there was no point if he couldn't process it all, praising his talent. Now armed with knowledge, he commands the spirits to go clean to their heart's content. 2 hours later, Cecilia is delighted at the immaculate state of her room, praising their effort and thanking them. Pointing to a pair of growling chests, he explains that they store the cursed armor pieces and demonic books, while the spirits shiver, recalling how tough it was to deal with them. Smiling, the Demon Lord states that his work exceeded her expectations, and that she's glad that he came there. The boy blushes, stating how glad he is for finally being helpful to someone, despite her being a demon. He then tells her about a book he was interested in, sending the spirits to pull several volumes from the bookshelf, and noting that they were all written by humans, pointing out the number of human books, and as Cecilia doesn't answer why she has so many, Karna asks her if she likes humans, causing her to blush. Cecilia relaxes in the shower. Karna stands outside with his back towards her, holding a towel, and Grandpa looks on with delight. The embarrassed boy chides the spirit for this, and as Cecilia closes the tap, she answers his question from earlier, admitting her interest in humans and stating it is for a reason, finding matters of their life and culture such as love and marriage very interesting. He glows up, realizing that was the reason for the many romance novels in her library, causing her to turn in surprise and embarrassment. She slams the glass door of the shower open as she steps outside, startling the boy, while coldly asking if he read her books, even though they were so well disguised. Flustered, he apologizes, explaining that he didn't know that the content would differ from the covers, and that the spirits read them while he was cleaning. She grabs the towel and wraps it around her chest, blushing as she calls him a bad boy, and lustfully approaches him from behind, asking him to tell her his secret. The petrified boy agrees to tell her everything, and she whispers to him to tell her about the god who looks over him, and where and how they signed a contract. Happily, Karna tells her that Grandpa Noddins and the other spirits were his grandparents' neighbors. He explains to the surprised Demon Lord that when he first became a necromancer, he wanted to purify the cursed land next to his grandparents' farm, telling her that a bad company sold his grandfather that dangerous land. Though necromancy can't do purification without holy power, it enables the user to talk with these spirits and calm them down. So he went to the barren land and used his power, causing him to fall down a sinkhole as the ground shattered beneath him. He softened his fall with a slime cushion, finding himself deep down the cave and facing a huge dungeon shaped as a pyramid. As he looked at it from above, Noddins appeared behind him, staring at him. He tells Cecilia that he was surprised to find a dungeon next to his grandparents' house, and Noddins expresses his surprise that a boy managed to break the seal. This was before he met the other spirits, and as he got to know Grandpa, they signed a contract. The old god notes how he sometimes popped out of nowhere to learn magic, describing him as the son of the man who's heard of magic but never looked into it. Donning a bathrobe, Cecilia marvels at the fact that the tomb of the old god that had been erased from history was in a place like that. He was one of the old gods that gave power to the 7 demon lords but lost his body after humans betrayed him. According to legend, his soul was sealed in a tomb somewhere, but the location was erased from all lore and written records, so no one knew where to find it, with the land finally being sold to Karna's family as a cursed land. She notes that in order to release Noddins, he would have to break a dangerous and powerful seal, meaning the child is a lot more than she expected. The boy looks at her asking if she caught a cold, but she states that there was no way that could happen. She then decides to entrust him with all of the housework, noting that there are plenty of rooms left to clean. Diligently, he promises to get to it right away, and enlists his spirits to help, and finding him so reliable, she offers him another job, with a reward of a nice room and an annual salary of over 5 million gold. The boy shakes at the prospect as the spirits circle around him, and he frantically raises his hand and declares that he will do it. At La Rural Underground Palace, Cecilia is sound asleep. Karna enters her chambers wearing the demon mask, wishing her good morning. She rouses, revealing her scantily dressed body while greeting him back. The flustered boy replies, thanking her for allowing him to use the sofa to rest while thinking about how comfortable it was. Last night, the boy rested on the couch, recalling with embarrassment how the demon lord had asked him if he wished to sleep together with her, angrily screaming that it would be impossible for him to sleep in the same bed since he wouldn't know where to look, causing the granddad to wonder if he spoiled the boy. Karna happily declared that he was content with the sofa and blanket, recalling how he had to survive in the cold after being banished from the party and lie down to rest. As he slept, he thought about how Cecilia's scent smelled nice, soft, and warm. In the present, the demon lord asks him if the cushion wasn't too hard, but he reassures her and thanks her for the generosity, promising to repay her someday. Smiling, she then wonders if he could start working for her immediately, and rings a bell signaling a demon to enter and serve breakfast for the two. Cecilia tells him that the first task is to eat breakfast together, telling him to remove his helmet as they are alone. He obliges, wondering if it's alright for him to eat the food, and she tells him that she ordered the chef to prepare a human meal. He thanks her and is about to ask about her breakfast, before noticing screaming figures emerging from it. He notes that the Devil's Book mentioned that demons eat food to absorb magical power instead of nutrition, and watches her happily eat a spoonful of the eerie soup. She notices him staring and awkwardly notes the soup must look disgusting for humans, but the boy happily asks if he could sample it, to everyone's surprise. She then agrees, serving a spoonful and feeding it to him. And though Grandpa and the spirits worry, the boy finds it delicious. Cecilia is delighted by this, but Grandpa wonders how can he possibly enjoy it, noting that demon food has only a small amount of nutrition and tastes bland, declaring it would be better to eat garbage. Growing somber, the demon lord explains that they have been constantly trying to improve the taste over the years, and even though she ate a lot, she still couldn't make it look like human food. Karna smiles, declaring that it doesn't look that bad, and asks if he can have some more. Cecilia trembles with happiness, and suggests they share the bowl between them as the spirits look in surprise. After they're done eating, the demon lord moves to the day's topic, and picking up a cup of tea, starts to tell him about the demon he will target. Cecilia briefs Karna on the demon generals, the backbone of the Demon King's army, that are subordinated to the demon lord and assigned territory and an army to serve under the Demon King. She explains that demons won't follow an assignment based on one's position, and one needs to show strength and accomplishments to be considered a leader in the Demon King's army, let alone a general. As a bonus, she lets it slip that if he became a general, his salary would double or triple, and he jumps at the chance for the sake of his grandparents. Happy to hear this, she plans to start by expanding their territory, and Karna suggests that they start including his grandparents' farm and the graveyard, with Grandpa noting that many of his friends will have grown up by then. Cecilia replies that her subordinates will run away, noting that the house is in the kingdom, and after the boy suggests she attack after he becomes a general, she states she isn't good at it, being an average demon lord. She then gets up, suggesting they head out and playfully refusing to reveal their destination. At the ogre base located in the Demon Cave dungeon, a towering monster faces a band of human soldiers, dispatching them with his mace. He has been attacking the nearby human city and eating its inhabitants, and the subjugation army sent to deal with him suffered from repeated plundering and was about to be destroyed. The soldiers begin to falter, but their commander raises their spirits and reassures them that the hero will come and fight with them, raising her sword in defiance. Seeing this, the ogre lunges forward and punches her in the chest, sending her flying and smashing her against a rock, and declaring that he will train her to become a horse and then eat her. He then rips off her armor, hoisting the naked knight by her hair and preparing to eat her, while urging her to give up. Before he can finish her off, he's hit by Karna's ghost shot as the boy arrives, telling the startled girl to stay back, and turns forebodingly as she asks him who he is. Seeing his mask, she mistakes him for a monster, and he summons several spirits that raise him from the ground as he proclaims himself to be the enemy of mankind, who came to the dungeon with goodwill. Karna declares his intention of claiming the dungeon due to being an enemy of humanity, but the ogre laughs at his bravado and tells him that he is in the ogre's cave. The knight is surprised to see the creature still alive, but as he rises, aiding himself with his iron mace, he declares that he isn't an ordinary ogre, telling the boy that he is the War Ogre Army Corps Demon Troops leader, Baruz, serving under the Demon Lord of Greed, Lord Gurugaz. He then activates his engraving and his muscles swell, as he reveals it to be the Mark of the Gifted, and declares that if he can beat a dragon to death with his bare hands, he would have no problem dealing with him. The naked knight looks in shock at such a powerful figure, and Karna notes that the gifted mark is bestowed by the old gods worshipped by demons, and is comparable to the power bestowed upon mankind in the ceremony of enlightenment. He also deduces that the ogre must have a strength at the level of a hero, and only another hero could stand a chance. Gauging the ogre lord, he believes that he could be a formidable opponent, due to his strengthening abilities and his huge muscle mass. Believing he is too scared to speak, the ogre prepares to dispatch Karna and raises his mace. But the boy stands his ground and produces a lantern, opening it and unleashing the fire spirit within. Activating his engraving, Karna attaches the spirit to his fist and manages to absorb the direct hit of the ogre's mace, and remains completely unscathed. Both the ogre and the knight look in surprise at the seemingly impossible feat, and as the creature retracts his mace, the fire spirit tells Karna to be more confident and not be intimidated by its muscles. It warns that the ogre wasn't at full power, and the next strike will probably be much more devastating. The monster confirms this, telling Karna that he has chosen to die, and stating that he won't be stopped this time. As the ogre grabs his mace with both hands, the spirit tells Karna that they will go all out, and taunts the ogre, who delivers a devastating attack that shatters the earth and sends huge chunks flying towards the boy. Karna uses his power, commanding the spirit to vaporize the surface and manifest, and delivering the hammer of fire as a counterblow. The strike proves successful, and the fireball advances towards the incredulous ogre and consumes him, blasting a hole through the entire mountain. As the dust settles, Karna wonders if the ogre just disappeared, but the spirit tells him that he just got torn to pieces and that the attack was overkill. Karna doubts that defeating a general of the 7 great demon lords would be that easy, and floats around trying to find the knight. The knight hides behind a rock, shaking in fear at the thought of the black demons she just witnessed. And as one of her underlings asks what they should do, she frantically tells them to retreat, so they can inform the heroes about the new development. A new demon general, or even a demon king, might have been born. The subjugation force escapes in panic, as the fire spirit looks in confusion. He asks Karna if it's okay, but the boy bids it to be quiet, since they must find the hidden demon. He then sends his 3 spirits away using spirit detection, and they scour the entire dungeon, before reporting that they haven't seen anyone. Karna finds it strange, pointing out that upper-tier demons are supposed to be descendants of Nodens and Vor. As the fire spirit notes that he might not have been blessed, the boy thinks that demon generals should be as strong as Nodens, and shouldn't be defeated by a single punch, noting even Grandpa wasn't that weak. In a flashback, he recalls his first encounter with Nodens at the tomb beneath his grandparents' farm. Karna asks who the old man is, and he declares himself to be the divine spirit that lies in the graveyard. Surrounded by other powerful spirits, he asks if the boy believes that he can control their souls, telling him to show his strength, before striking with the purple lightning of despair. Karna realizes that he must complete a task so they will become his spirits. He uses Slime Cushion to try and block the strike, but is unsuccessful, and the lightning electrocutes him. The fire spirit laughs as he unleashes the hammer of fire on the boy, but he fires slime bullets at the fireball, causing it to explode prematurely and send him flying. Nodens thinks about how no one has ever been able to withstand the Elder God's skills like that, having been some time since he saw a human with such high potential. The wounded boy rises, his body and tattered clothes smoking from the attacks, and as the god notices that he is still standing, Karna adopts a serious face, causing the old god to grin and praise his excellent eyes. Back in the present, Karna notes that as Grandpa's descendants, the demon generals should be as strong as him, declaring that the general must have escaped. The fire demon then states that he will return to the lantern to stop draining Karna's strength, telling the boy to be careful. The boy thanks him and promises to call him if he encounters an enemy, happily opening the lamp so the spirit can rest. Alone, the boy removes his mask and sighs before hearing Cecilia's footsteps approaching. He turns to see his mistress, apologizing due to her enemies having escaped. The demon lord smiles, realizing that the hammer of fire was the incarnation of fire and power, coming from Vorvados, the cursed elder god, manifesting itself in a fist and vaporizing the entire area in its path, being the first time she has ever seen the real thing. She then turns to the disappointed boy, lightly chiding him for allowing her enemy to escape, and patting his head, while inwardly noting that the enemy was really probably vaporized, wondering how much power the boy possesses. Shivering with excitement, Cecilia tells Karna not to worry about it, and hands him what seems to be a precious jewel. She explains that it is a core that serves as proof of ownership of the dungeon, and is easy to obtain as the boss has been defeated. She then hands him the core and dungeon, telling him to do with it whatever he wants, and to think of it as his home. The boy is ecstatic at this, and asks the spirits what he should do with his new house, as Cecilia smiles from a distance. That night, the hero's party receives a new subjugation quest at the Royal Guild. The clerk there tells them that they will be facing a formidable opponent that only the hero can beat, bowing to him and begging him to take the quest. He then looks at the wanted poster that includes a resemblance of Karna with his demon helmet, and notes how formidable he must be to defeat a demon general with a single blow. However, he notes that thanks to Karna, the Holy Knight of the party learned some resurrection magic, deciding it is time to challenge strong foes. Smiling, he suggests they look for someone to help them defeat the demon. In a world ruled by swords, magic, and enlightenment, the demons descended from the elder gods, and the humans who fought them and captured the continents continue to fight each other to this day. Since demons live off a magical energy in the soul, underground labyrinths are the equivalent to farms, luring adventurers with the promise of treasure and then absorbing their souls into the dungeon's core, which generates a magic fluid that nourishes the demons. Near the border between the human and demon realms, a new dungeon is about to be created by Karna. The boy holds the dungeon core in his hand, taking a deep breath before activating it. The earth parts as shapes begin to emerge and form into a modest grave mound. Cecilia wonders if it will be big enough for him, and he explains that it is the only way he can use necromancy's creation spell, and he prefers to be comfy rather than stylish. He happily leads her in, lighting the way with the spirit lantern as he shows her his newly created furniture and hugs his sentient pillow. He invites her to sit on it, and the girl giddily accepts, noting that his room is in the center of the dungeon, and asking for permission to play with it a bit. As Karna hands her the dungeon core, she playfully points out that there will be no one to protect him or look after him when he is busy, activating it and creating a magic circle connecting his room directly to hers. The boy wonders if it is alright, pointing out that he will also have access to her room, but she just playfully winks and teases him, causing him to become embarrassed. He then looks at the portal, noting that even if they're in the same dungeon, opening such a gate is extremely advanced magic, and that though he might think of her as a kind older sister, she is still a powerful demon lord. Cecilia then happily returns the core to Karna, telling him that he will be able to use all the creation magic in the territory with it and shape the land to his heart's content. She then explains that demons use magic energy in the land to create their own dungeons, and once the core is found and destroyed, the magic is unleashed and returns to Earth, generating abundant farmlands, mines, and other resources. Thus, dungeons are targeted by humanity's frontline in search of treasure and monster materials. Grandpa points out that the more they take, the more land humanity can occupy, suggesting that they take a defensive position, and the boy happily asks his spirits to help. The next day, the hero's party faces an ogre, and the hero slices it in half proudly, declaring that they are getting closer to the dungeon. The hero's party continues to advance while fighting the ogres that come across their way, with the hero himself cleaving one monster in half, while the battlemaster one-punches the second one. The man cheers the group on, stating that they are only a little distance away, and merrily urging them to keep the pace, while remaining oblivious to the charging ogre behind him. The beast curses and prepares to smash him with his mace, but the shocked hero is saved by the Holy Knight jumping in and absorbing the full force of the attack with her shield. He thanks her and strikes back with bravado, finishing the creature off, but the knight falls to her knees, clutching her arm from the damage she received. The battlemaster admonishes her for recklessly acting as a shield for the hero, even stating that Karna's zombie attack was better, but she angrily retorts that she did it because the warrior always rushes without thinking. The hero then intercedes, trying to calm things down, pointing out that they won, and that the fact that they are outside the ogre's dungeon means that the story about the war demon tribe's dungeon getting robbed by another demon must be true, stating that it is fine to think of it as a strategy. The two women remain upset when a third female party member shows up, asking the battlemaster named Hiraki if she doesn't trust her information. The angry battlemaster replies that her information concerning the necromancer was useless, though she was unaware of it since she was out in the field gathering intel until the previous day. The woman replies that she decided a wise necromancer and gold mark holder would have been a great offensive and defensive asset, but the Holy Knight quips in, yelling that she wouldn't have agreed had she known that Karna used filthy undead. The woman then calls them naive, causing them to lash out at her, while the hero tries to calm them down. When she asks why they failed to keep him around until she returned, he excuses himself, stating that despite being a perfect asset, his presence would have left the hero with nothing to do, so the decision to expel him was political. She looks at him with exasperation, inwardly calling him an attention-seeking brat, and revealing his name to be Norris Pelagius. She had joined the party because he was a brave man with the talent of heroification to strengthen the abilities and enlightenment of the preceding hero. But everyone in the party were brats chosen for their faces and talents that complained selfishly. Moreover, she is disappointed at having missed out on meeting Karna, and laments that she has become a babysitter for all these brats. Hiraki urges her to tell them about the next dungeon, but she points out that it was Norris who took the quest without her permission, and there is no information about it other than that it is an ogre's dungeon. The Holy Knight then criticizes her, suggesting she go ahead and scout the place out, suggesting she's negligent of her duties while still collecting money as a companion to the hero. Norris rejects this, stating that she's doing a great job, but the woman points out that going into a dungeon without information is a suicide mission, and they don't know anything about the demons that seized the dungeon. Hiraki calls her cocky for arguing with the hero, but the woman remains adamant, noting the danger of not seeing the reality of the situation. The Battlemaster disregards this, noting that they are much stronger than before, and the hero merrily agrees, considering the dungeon to be a good chance to see how they have improved during the last days, urging the party to move on. 30 minutes later, the party reaches the outskirts of the dungeon, and the woman senses with alarm that the atmosphere has changed. As they see the graveyard-themed dungeon, she notes that it was supposed to be an ogre stronghold, but Norris pays her no mind and recklessly enters the catacombs, urging the party to follow, which they do despite the woman's warnings against it. Meanwhile, their movements are followed by Karna's spirits, who proceed to sound the alarm. A spirit warns Karna and Cecilia about the intruders, and the boy thanks him for the information while admitting that he never thought the hero's party would come there, noting the weird connection he has with them. Grandpa wonders why he feels so unhappy after the unfair way they treated him, suggesting that it wouldn't hurt to at least give them payback for their actions. This strikes a chord in the boy, who recognizes that despite having been teammates, he doesn't owe them anything, being their enemy. Getting serious, he inwardly decides to not tolerate the intrusion, but still go easy on them for the time being, accepting the fact that they may die since he now serves under the Demon Lord as an enemy of humanity. Rising from his coffin bed and holding the dungeon core, he commands the graveyard of Kuon to deploy an army of undead, in order to hold off the party while completing the Eternal Contraction. On cue, several undead emerge from the graveyard and shuffle onwards, making their way across the graveyard, as Karna watches them through the dungeon core, which transmits what the spirit sees from the battlefield, and allows the boy to track the party's progress. Cecilia approaches him, calling the dungeon intimate and dignified. And though the boy shyly notes that he didn't have time to make a sophisticated design, Grandpa nervously notes that it is enough. He notes that the design of the dungeon is the same as the sealed dungeon the spirits were trapped in, having crystals of mythic magic, artifacts of the ancient world, and guardians who could lock away even the elder gods. Watching the screen, he notes that the dungeon Karna has built will be impossible to break through. The zombies surround the party. Hiraki refuses to fight them, finding them hideous, and the hero must perform the task. After they're vanquished, they are surrounded by a swarm of angry ghosts, and Norris orders the Holy Knight to make them disappear with magic. She uses her powers, but the ghosts merely laugh at her efforts, before rushing at her and getting inside her chest plate. The hero yells at her, noting that she is responsible for the magic attacks of the party, and also criticizes the Battlemaster, telling her to step up as well as they look from a distance. In Karna's room, Cecilia looks in surprise at how weak the heroes of the present time look like. Karna explains that they lack sufficient methods of fighting against ghosts and the undead, since the hero specializes in physical attacks that are incompatible with the non-entities and regeneration creatures, while the Holy Knight lacks faith or an auxiliary item to boost her magic. While the other members of the party cower, the assassin remains unfazed and pops the cork of a bottle. Running up a wall and performing a somersault, she douses the ghosts with its content, which is revealed to be holy water, as the ghosts start to burn and flee. She ends her pirouette, pulling out a silver knife with holy magic, and stabbing a creature as she lands, being criticized by Hiraki for her earlier remarks. Cecilia notes that it doesn't sound like someone who is just saved, praising the assassin for her skill and noting that without her, they will fail, curious as to what to do next. The woman tells the group to retreat in order to get out of there unharmed, telling them that the ghosts will reveal all of their skills to the dungeon boss. The hero disregards this, stating that they must do something since they can't leave empty-handed, ignoring her as she calls him reckless and stating that they will win if they land an effective attack, and it will be fine as long as they leave with some loot. The assassin insists that they can't carelessly use holy water blessed with high magic due to it being expensive, causing Hiraki and the Holy Knight to call her selfish for holding it back. She suggests that they pay for it then, considering the situation worthless. And as they continue to argue, Norris steps in and offers to pay for it, asking if she will use it in the next fight. Pausing, the assassin agrees on the condition that they will only use it if they must retreat. He agrees, asking his companions if they also agree, but the two women remain at odds, causing the assassin to see the hopelessness of the quest and decide that she will leave the party if they survive. Hiraki promises to give her a talking to once they return to town, but she ignores her and dons her cowl as she ventures forward to do some scouting ahead of their withdrawal. After some time, they approach what appears to be the exit, but she finds it strange, and realizes the distance they traveled getting inside the dungeon doesn't match the distance they traveled back. Norris and the others don't seem to notice this, being overjoyed at finding the exit, and running along declaring that the dungeon was never a match for them. The assassin tries to stop them, warning of the trap, when several portcullises descend and block all exits, leaving them stuck in a round room as ghosts float above them. She then senses a rift beginning to form, throwing her silver knife at it, but it is deflected by Karna's staff, as the boy steps through donning his cloak and demon mask. The surprised assassin steps back, and Karna addresses the group, declaring that he has come to pay his respects as Lord of the Underground Dungeon, greeting the hero directly. Karna prepares to fight humanity's hero, and Vor telepathically asks his master if they can deal with the hero, or if they need to bring out Noddance. The boy refuses, knowing that if they see him using him and the other spirits, he will get caught and put his family in danger, so he must fight them with everything he's got. Norris is surprised at Karna's greeting, answering awkwardly, before yelling at him to not talk like a human. The assassin tells him to calm down, noting what happened with the knife she threw, and when the battle master refers to it as a shiny knife, she corrects her, explaining that the silver knife is supposed to penetrate any barrier and is meant to hurt demons. Warning that the knife was stopped with raw power, she tells the rest to not let their guard down. She gauges Karna and deduces that despite looking like a child, he must have enhanced himself, and can be seen as a high-level fighter. She advises the others to work carefully as a team, but Hiraki dismisses her comment and charges alone, convinced that she can take on the demon by herself. Karna then summons Vor, and the spirit allows him to use his skill as he pleases. The boy then uses flame armor, rendering him impervious to attack, as Hiraki continues to rush alone, disregarding the assassin's advice. The hero reassures her, noting that she is a high-ranking battle master that has mastered all weapons and martial arts, to the point that she is now a divine figure in the world of martial arts. The girl prepares to attack, unleashing a super rush fist attack at Karna, but the boy blocks all incoming attacks with his fiery staff. Hiraki is surprised at this and terrified by the boy's mask, and cowers as Karna unleashes a single fiery strike and sends her flying, as Norris looks on in bewilderment. The boy is surprised at how easy the fight was, believing it to be some kind of joke, as he managed to knock her out even when holding back. He notes how heroes are supposed to be able to challenge gods and be unstoppable, and is convinced that they can do better than that. Vor tells him to not let down his guard, and the Holy Knight says a prayer before unleashing a Holy Crusher attack with her lance. Realizing Hiraki will be hit by the attack, Karna summons his undead minions and causes an undead wall to arise, protecting both himself and the battle master. The attack explodes against the wall, causing dust to stir and obscure the battlefield. The Holy Knight is ecstatic at having apparently succeeded, paying no mind to the fact that she probably hit the battle master and heading there to revive her. Meanwhile, Karna stands unscathed. The assassin warns the Holy Knight not to be too hasty as she rushes towards Hiraki. The Holy Knight is surprised to see Karna checking up on the battlemaster, and after seeing her, the boy turns and unleashes Wind of Decay. The knight blocks the attack with her holy shield, but it proves too powerful and begins to eat through the shield, until it shatters completely. She is then hit by the attack with full force, causing her armor and clothes to disintegrate as well, before the assassin manages to tackle her and pull her out of the way. The girl shakes uncontrollably, terrified and embarrassed at being completely naked, and pees herself before fainting. The assassin curses her for being useless, wondering how she will prevent the negative effect of the mist without the Holy Knight, while also recognizing that the demon is better than all of them, as well as the fact that the battlemaster has been taken hostage. Meanwhile, Karna notes how furious the hero looks, while Vor notes that Hiraki would have died if he hadn't held back. Gripping his weapon, Norris screams with motivation and glows with power, while the boy wonders if he is wishing to risk his allies in danger. The hero replies that he doesn't, but they knew what they signed up for, revealing that he also learned some resurrection magic and thus doesn't care if the Holy Knight dies, since he has the power of resurrection. The boy becomes angered by this and looks on as the hero unleashes a powerful holy slash attack, angry at the fact that he is willing to sacrifice his comrades. Despite having no reason to help Hiraki, he angrily declares that he won't allow him to abandon someone twice, and fully unleashes Vorvados. The spirit adopts its true form, countering the hero's attack with a fire fist, causing it to shatter. The fireball flies past Norris, destroying the ball behind him as he realizes in horror that a dark demon managed to counter a hero's attack to prevent him from winning. As he looks on, his holy sword snaps in two, causing him to scream in terror. The knight continues to scream in disbelief, even more so as his holy armor and equipment also begin to shatter and crumble, leaving him wearing nothing but his underwear. He yells in bewilderment, demanding to know what magic Karna used to break his holy sword and equipment, but the assassin cuts him short, stating it is entirely his fault. Stepping forward, she puts on a spectacle, allowing her to view a monster's name, race, and attributes, confirming that Vorvados has a good attribute. In this world, the soul is classified into 2 attributes, with those who protect and show compassion to others being marked as good, and those who place their self-interests and happiness first being marked as evil. Karna comments on Vor's good attribute, and the Elder God happily declares that he is a spirit that descended to protect his friends and family, explaining that one can easily change between both, as they are determined by one's actions. The assassin tells Norris that a hero gains the power to vanquish evil by acting along the ultimate boundaries of what is good, calling himself selfish for ousting and hiding behind his allies during battle. The hero desperately replies that he knows he isn't selfish, explaining that he gave Karna money when he didn't need to after he was expelled, and stating that it doesn't count as abandoning his comrades if he can still help them right then. The assassin sighs, telling him that he doesn't feel that way inside, and pointing out that his holy sword and equipment have forsaken him. Using her spectacle, she tells him to give it up, while revealing that his attribute is now evil, and thus has lost Divine Oracle and got Covenant Sealbreaker instead. In this world, those who have Divine Oracles and possess blessed occupations are called gifted, while those who lost or never had one are labeled as Covenant Sealbreaker, and are generally despised by people. Norris screams in desperation and claws at his cheeks, unwilling to believe it and asking the assassin why she failed to tell him about this earlier. As she grabbed his head in frustration, she points out that it is pretty obvious that he shouldn't exile or attack his allies. She then states that he has failed as an adventurer, as a hero, and as a human being, and that it's a given that one shouldn't betray one's companions in a party. Norris then notices Karna in the distance and cowers, asking the assassin to save him since he doesn't want to die. The woman swiftly pulls away, preparing to use another holy water vial, but Karna freezes her hand in place with his magic, telling her that he doesn't want to be unreasonable and urging her to desist. Defiant, she states that as she was paid, she will keep her end of the bargain and fight until the end, pulling her silver knife and throwing it in his direction. Karna easily dodges the attack, stepping on 2 spirits to propel himself in the air and swiftly advance towards her, circling around to knock her unconscious with his staff. The woman falls to the ground, and as the former hero attempts to crawl away, he is pinned to the ground by Cecilia. She is disappointed at the state of the current hero, and as the angry man asks who she is, she introduces herself as the Demon Lord of Lust. Cecilia continues to pin the former hero to the ground while stating that she is the person humans refer to as Demon Lord. Karna approaches her, apologizing for almost letting him escape, but she winks at him while replying that he would have easily handled this regardless of her presence. Norris attempts to crawl away once more, only to be pinned down again. He turns in fear at the somber Demon Lord, stating that he wouldn't have gone in if he knew that. She calmly replies that it is useless to cry about it, since he is just paying the price for his actions, and he wouldn't have lost his Divine Oracle if he hadn't been that foolish, suggesting he might have lasted longer if he had worked together with his allies. The former hero then starts to beg, offering to become her subordinate if she spares him. She violently steps on his back in response, causing him to cry in pain, as she declares that she doesn't need someone like him, and coldly asks if he's trying to make a joke of the Demon Lord army. She explains to Karna that demons value themselves more than they do evil, and that is the reason for them to join forces in search of profit and reach for goals that they wouldn't attain individually, this being the glue that holds the Demon Lord's army together. While Karna wonders what she's trying to tell him, the Demon Lord continues to declare that a former hero who abandoned his companions and ceased to be righteous is not even worth killing. Seeing his unconscious companions, Cecilia tells Norris to leave the place immediately, and the terrified man agrees. Cecilia and Karna exchange a glance, and the boy then summons spirits to lift the former hero, the Holy Knight, and the Battlemaster and carry them outside of the dungeon as the man screams. The assassin, however, remains in the room, as Cecilia explains that they need to talk to her. The Demon Lord then asks how the boy feels. Removing his mask, Karna happily tells her that it was quite satisfying, so he thinks he's had enough. He then declares that he will become a worthy opponent of humanity as a subordinate of Cecilia, and that is the reason he's glad at being able to fight. This gladdens the Demon Lord, who then tells him that she will be counting on him from then on, much to his delight. News of humanity's hero being defeated and losing his Divine Oracle spread like wildfire, and something sinister appears in Kalkazan, the land of darkness ruled by the Demon Lord of Greed. One of his minions informs him of the events, causing his kneeling army to begin chattering. Sitting atop a dead dragon, the Demon Lord of Greed, Dargaz Zalaga, sums up the situation, noting that not only did Cecilia steal his dungeon, but also went ahead and took the head of the hero. He then glows with rage, standing up and cracking his knuckles, while declaring that he will have a chat with Cecilia. At the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, the guildmaster slams the table in frustration upon learning that the hero has been defeated. He frantically asks his assistant if the report is entirely true, and she confirms it, revealing that after the hero lost his divine oracle and got the Covenant Sealbreaker label, the country executed him in secret, while both of his companions were traumatized beyond recovery. Sighing, the man asks about the mercenary sent to train and watch over them, and his assistant reports that she was probably captured as a source of information. He fears that information about the country's strongest adventurers has been leaked, but the woman points out that Aisha Alastair is a gifted and a veteran of many battlefields, possessing the divine oracle of assassin, and she wouldn't sell humanity out that easily. The guildmaster notes that they don't have any resources to spare to save her, merely accepting that she might die. This exchange is observed by a horned spider perched on the assistant's shoulder, which is then retrieved by a demon hiding nearby, who then heads off to report this information to Cecilia. At Karna's dungeon, the boy realizes that there is no way to raise the dungeon's difficulty more than it already is, since there are limits to the creation magic the boy can use. Karna is determined to protect the place for Cecilia, and though Grandpa tries to reassure him, noting that if it managed to defeat the hero, it should be enough, the boy retorts that he only managed to drive them away after catching them off guard. He fears that veteran adventurers and troops of the Demon Lord's army could just waltz through the door with their current preparations, but their chat is interrupted by the return of the field supervisor. The massive dragon emerges from the magic circle, reporting that the number of facilities and traps he can make with his creation magic are simply too limited, causing the boy to acknowledge that he still has plenty to learn. The supervisor continues to explain that the Necromancer School's creation magic is used to strengthen strongholds and undead, but is unsuitable for defending labyrinths. Noting that one shouldn't let the facilities get to the limit of their operation, he urges Karna to form an efficient operation plan before departing. Alone, the boy declares that he has an idea, but he needs experience to succeed, and would like to hear the opinion of a veteran, who is knowledgeable on adventurers. Donning his helmet, the boy rises from his pillow and heads to the dungeon to ask the assassin for advice, which Grandpa approves. In the dungeon, Aisha nervously curses her captors and asks if that's how they treat their prisoners. Surrounded by cute cats, she sweats, as she asks if they believe those creatures will let them catch her off guard. A cat meows at her before landing on her lap, and she is barely able to resist its cuteness after it stands on its rear paws. She notes that the food she receives is limited to bread and soup, but they do serve human food, and she wonders if the cats are monsters before succumbing once again to their cuteness. Aisha continues to resist until one of them jumps back to the floor and turns over for her to play with him, and despite one final struggle, she finally relents and starts rubbing its tummy with joy. She then burrows her face in its fur, noting that it smells like the sun, and that she must keep the fact that she is a die-hard cat lover a secret, and wondering how they found out about this. Karna appears behind the bars and apologizes to her for that, explaining that they had to read her soul while she was unconscious. Shocked, she recognizes him as the demon from before, and he explains that his necromancy skill of soul reading allows him to obtain the name, family, upbringing, and interests of the person in question. The assassin shivers at this, realizing that he is too powerful. Though inexperienced, he is still capable of driving away the hero and must be on par with the Demon Lord, which causes her to wonder why he is out at the front line between demons and humans. Karna then lists all the information he knows about her, including her occupation as assassin and her item master ability, as well as her being a patron of the stray cats of the capital in her spare time. She covers her face in embarrassment at this, apologizing for being a cat lover, before hugging one and declaring that, unlike humans, they aren't two-faced and can't let you down. Karna thinks that this is a nice thing, and she shouldn't be embarrassed about it, but she bluntly replies that the cats may be under his control, but he isn't doing her any favors, stating that she won't spill any information and urging him to kill her if that's his intent. As a mercenary, she remains loyal to her employers and refuses to give any further information, even at the cost of her life. Karna understands this and proceeds to remove his helmet, causing Aisha to yell at him in confusion. Aisha looks at Karna, surprised to see a human serving the Demon Lord, and the boy enters the cell, innocently declaring that the Demon King's army has better salary and treatment. The assassin wonders if that was the reason why he turned against humanity, before realizing with dismay who he truly is. Karna is surprised that she knows him, and she explains that she was the one who introduced him to the hero, noting his skills and how she thought he would be very useful, regretting that he was fired before she rejoined the party. Aisha then asks him if he joined the Demon Lord's army due to holding a grudge against the hero, but he denies it, noting that he doesn't have time to bother with revenge and did it purely for business. The girl is unconvinced, so in order to reassure her, Karna hands her the truth of Ost, which glows red when it senses a lie. so she can truly see the truth in his words. She hesitantly takes and examines the jewel, and as the boy repeats his reason for attacking the party, Aisha confirms it with surprise. He was indeed telling the truth. He goes on to state that though it wasn't easy after he was fired, he now enjoys working with Cecilia and has been learning a lot. Karna explains that the demon and human races have very different cultural sensibilities, and in demon culture, strength is everything, be it wealth, power, prowess, or charm, and their strict social hierarchy is based on it. Appearances are also important to show this strength, and demon royalty prefers to dress like human aristocrats, and being cute is considered a weakness. He then reveals that the cats in Aisha's cell are the weakest demons, which are used for training and for food, and proceeds to grab one of the demon cats in front of the shocked girl and pet it. Aisha fears a trap, believing Karna will use her love of cats to pry information on humanity, and is overtaken by the creature's cuteness, as the boy explains that the mind of demons and humans differs primarily in the fact that demons don't find cuteness important. He then explains that they are in the front line between humans and demons, where knights and adventurers come to attack. Thus, to fight off those intruders without killing them and taking their magical power, he plans to make use of the cats to attract enemies who cannot easily be defeated, and will not allow them to break through. The assassin angrily asks if he doesn't have any hesitation for betraying humanity, but he insists that the difference between humans and demons is more cultural than anything, and she frighteningly confirms that the hero managed to turn a powerful ally into an enemy with no hesitation in making enemies of mankind. Karna then tells her that he needs an advisor who is knowledgeable about adventurers to help him build the dungeon, offering her a contract of 1 million gold and an annual salary of 10 million gold to be his subordinate, explaining that she will be paid by Cecilia. Aisha reluctantly admits that it would be twice her current pay, and once Karna throws in the command of the ghost cats, she jumps at the opportunity, much to the boy's delight, and hugs one of the cats. Inwardly, she coldly notes that she can't refuse right then, fearing the boy will kill her if he can't make her his subordinate. She wonders if she should pretend to be his subordinate to use the opportunity to assassinate him, noting the 100 million gold bounty on the 7 demon lords and deducing that there must be an appropriate bounty for him. Grandpa then suggests to Karna that he show her the current situation of the dungeon, and he explains that he didn't get to complete it before the hero arrived. Aisha notes that even the incomplete dungeon was a formidable challenge, admitting that she might have nonetheless broken through if she spared no precious items. Though the nervous boy is convinced that humanity has many strong figures, the assassin inwardly notes that it isn't so, since things have changed in the capital and former heroic figures are in decline, while Karna only gets stronger as time passes, and even now is nearly unbeatable for humans. Grandpa suggests that they take a look around the dungeon, and the boy cheerfully agrees and tells Aisha to accompany him. Deducing that she will need to know what she's dealing with if she's going to assassinate someone, she coldly agrees. Karna starts the tour of the dungeon at the entrance, introducing her to the zombie dragon he placed as gatekeeper. Aisha is terrified by the massive beast, while the boy explains that he convinced the soul of the earth dragon he defeated to become a zombie, promising to resurrect him if he reached the kill quota. Grandpa notes that he might be a bit unreliable, and the dragon starts to snarl at the assassin until he calms it down, urging it to only repel intruders as much as possible, in order to conserve his limited magical power. Aisha is unimpressed by this, so the boy leads her to the trap zone of the dungeon. As the girl walks along the cemetery road, she notices that they're going nowhere, and the boy explains that he manipulated space-time to create a never-ending path that could leave intruders lacking any counter for it stranded for a century. He describes it as a small trap, much to the girl's dismay, and Grandpa simply declares that one could always get out of it using transfer magic, and it could amount to at least a 5-minute delay if they faced a hero. The assassin is shocked by their assumptions, noting that there isn't a single great sage capable of using transfer magic, and feeling her stomach tingle, as she realizes that the dungeon is impenetrable. Karna then gleefully leads her to the next traps, and after a few hours, they end in the trap where the hero was defeated. The boy shamefully admits that the dungeon is still rough around the edges, causing Aisha to lash out, criticizing the lack of proper difficulty level, describing the place as a half-baked version of hell. He energetically declares that he needs to make it stronger to prevent anyone from breaking through, but she counters that having a dragon at the start is already a mistake, since it would cause anyone to flee before even attempting to enter the dungeon, stating that it leaks out too much killing intent. A portal opens and a huge dragon emerges, commenting on Aisha's toughness, and noting that it is a disgrace for the engineer to not adhere to the user's demands, asking the girl for suggestions so he can start on improvements. The assassin is overwhelmed by the dragon's presence, feeling it might be an ancient dragon, and the creature confirms this, stating that it is merely a ghost now. Karna merely introduces him as declaring the ghost to be quite skillful with his hands, and explaining that he helped with setting up the traps. Grandpa laughs as he reveals that it is the progenitor of all dragons, an old god whom he fought long ago, while Karna innocently tells him that he didn't know, much to Aisha's shock. The assassin then remembers the history of the world, which used to be ruled by dragons terrorizing humanity, until the outer gods manifested from outside the world and defeated the dragons, retaking the land and becoming humanity's leaders. Later, the proper gods gave a chosen one among humanity, turning him into the hero, and allowing him to oppose and subjugate the outer gods. Declares that he doesn't want to be involved in the affairs of the world, being nothing but a spirit that obeys Karna for setting him free. The boy then wonders if it isn't hard for him to talk to them in his huge true form, and the dragon agrees, before turning into a small winged spirit. As she sees the boy play with the spirit, Aisha is terrified by the sheer power of Cecilia's followers. Realizing that humanity can't win against them, she suddenly begins to fear that they are only holding back due to the belief that there is someone stronger on the other side, when, in reality, no one can oppose them. She fears that upon learning the truth, Cecilia might simply send the boy off to wipe out humanity, holding her face in horror as she imagines it. Karna notices her worried expression, but she excuses herself, stating that she was thinking of the dungeon. The assassin then suggests that he curb his killing intent, countering his concerns about letting people get through, suggesting that top-class adventurers might pass, while knowing it isn't so. She then suggests that he design the areas around the entrance and midsection to be low-level to lure weak humans in to steal their magical power, stating that her advice comes from experience. The boy then realizes that he must build a dungeon and not a fortress, and while Grandpa praises her advice, asks her for a detailed proposal for future improvements. Aisha is aware that the world could be destroyed if Karna learnt of humanity's weakness, and though she couldn't care less about the royalty, church, and knights who looked down on her, she cares about her friends in the capital's slums and the stray cats she looks after, and can't let them perish. Karna enthusiastically discusses with and Grandpa about the improvements, until he notices Aisha's concerned face again, asking what's the matter. She brushes it off, inwardly declaring her determination to infiltrate the Demon Lord's army and preventing them from learning about humanity's weakened state. A month after the dungeon was remodeled, a party fights some skeleton soldiers near the entrance of the Eternal Coffin dungeon. Though one adventurer is cut down, the others manage to defeat the monsters and claim the reward. One of them comments that it was the dungeon where the hero was defeated, noting that it is easier than he thought, while also noting that every time they defeat some monsters, a treasure chest drops. Their wounded comrade calls out for help, causing the man to finish him off with a sickening grin. His axe-wielding companion questions this, but he retorts, noting that they don't need weaklings and they can always recruit more replacements, to which the other man agrees as they move on. He has been informed that there is a zombie dragon guarding the entrance and they will face many traps, but the enemies before that point will be weak, and they head further into the dungeon in search of more loot. In response to the defeat of the hero's party, the Adventurers Guild designated the Eternal Coffin dungeon as a first-class danger zone, warning adventurers to stay away. Some ignored these warnings, and as people flocked in search of treasure and fame, they were confronted by the zombie dragon at the gate. Noting the weak enemies in the vicinity of the dungeon, however, several adventurers continued to flock to the site in search of safe treasure. At the La Rural Underground Grand Palace, Cecilia has summoned her executive council. It comprises of the Orc Chieftain and the Succubus Matriarch, Mammon and Belphegor. Mammon is furious, demanding an explanation about the situation, and calling Belphegor spineless after he tried to calm him down, shutting him up by recalling his defeat at the hands of Karna. Meanwhile, Cecilia winks at the masked boy as he pours her some tea, which he made using his grandma's recipe. As the Demon Lord invites them to enjoy the beverage, Mammon slams the table and criticizes her for seizing another Demon Lord's property, and then giving it to an unknown newcomer. He explains that after her move, Greed's faction has been left with no dungeons, subsisting on the magical power left behind by her predecessors. Asking if she is aware of what kind of a crisis this is, Cecilia compares it to being cooped up in a house with no farm or job, noting that they will soon reach their limit. Mammon insists on acting fast, pointing out that despite the benefits of having the dungeon from a supply standpoint, they are not stripping the adventurers of their magic, and are instead being robbed of gold and coins by them. He demands that she take responsibility for this, but Cecilia calmly asks Karna if he is certain that they are in a financial crisis, and he explains that it is the first investment, after consulting with a financial advisor. The doors open as he summons the advisor in, and Aisha enters the room wearing a demon mask to hide her human identity. Karna asks Aisha to explain the new dungeon to the Executive Council. The Orc Chieftain notes that she smells like a human, But the succubus matriarch points out that it is unlikely for Cecilia to bring a human into the kingdom, being emphatically supported by Belphegor. Mammon considers his buttering up to newcomers unsightly, but the demon reluctantly admits that Karna is strong, and he has yet to acknowledge that strength. Mammon insists, however, noting that fighting alone will not bring peace, and promising to discern the newcomers' lies, furiously telling them to state their plans. Aisha quickly gauges the demon, noting that he likes to corner and push people around, surprised to see that demons are also capable of that kind of thing. Meanwhile, Cecilia giggles, telling Karna that this is going to be fun, causing the assassin to notice how close they are, before turning to start the meeting. Pulling the dungeon core, she projects footage of the true appearance of the Eternal Coffin dungeon. That shows the two adventurers from before heading deeper into the dungeon. The axe-wielding warrior suggests that they turn back, but his companion insists that they continue a little longer to get to one last chest. The men notice a door at the end of the road and smile at each other, believing it to be the final door of the dungeon, and violently kick it in search of rewards. As the gates burst open, they enter an empty vault, startling a demon cat inside. The axe wielder finds the cat cute, disregarding his comrade's warnings and caressing the creature. The other adventurer also succumbs to the creature's cuteness, but as he snaps out of it, he sees other demon cats approaching. He attempts to snap his partner out of it to no avail, and as he prepares to deal with the cats, the other adventurer restrains him. Suddenly, the cats turn violent, dispatching the adventurers and allowing the spirits to suck their magical power. They then collect the treasure the men were carrying and erase their memories, before dragging them through a door and out of the dungeon. Aisha then cuts the transmission, and explains to the astonished executive committee that after the remodeling, adventurers were baited with gold and items to spread rumors that the area is profitable. Using weak monsters, they can reduce their magic consumption, and the defeated adventurers are not killed, but their items are confiscated. Karna then explains that ghosts can alter the human mind and possess them. So once the adventurers are defeated by the demon cats, their minds are wiped and the cycle can be repeated, squeezing the magic out of them over and over again. The members of the executive committee are shocked at this, with Belphegor stating that the system is plain nasty. Karna insists that they can keep on extracting the magical power from adventurers over and over again, but the skeptical Mammon asks if they won't get suspicious if he were to make a mistake. Aisha notes that the adventurers won't notice that their spoils are missing after their memories are wiped, and they will keep returning in a manner similar to a gambling addict to a casino. Cecilia understands this, noting it is all about manipulating the human mind, and Aisha continues to explain that they won't be taking any lives, and that even the souls of the weak can be a powerful energy source, should they be drained repeatedly. The zombie dragon acts as a separation between the safe and danger zones, giving adventurers the impression that they will be safe as long as they don't go deeper, and won't die even if they're defeated. Seeing the weak enemies, they will become confident in their ability to deal with them and return time and time again, thereby increasing the dungeon's profits. Karna then hands them the projected results, which Mammon inspects in disbelief as the boy notes that once the rumors start within the human realm, the dungeon will become extremely profitable. He then thanks Aisha, noting that the traps he used to make consumed a lot of magical power since he believed strong enemies would come at him with brute force, which made the dungeon unprofitable. The assassin then lies to him, stating that humanity's main force is focused on the other demon lords, and they shouldn't have the resources to fight him as well. The orc chieftain and the succubus matriarch then praise Cecilia for thinking so far ahead, but Mammon expresses further doubts, as he notes that there is no method to give weak monsters like the cats the ability to use charm magic, and wondering what tricks they're using. Aisha attempts to avoid the question, stating that it is a trade secret, but the demon suggests that they might have used valuable items or documents from the castle to achieve this, lashing out with rage. Seeing this, Cecilia asks if he doubts her, declaring that she doesn't take any items from the castle or assist them directly, which the boy enthusiastically confirms. Karna then offers to give an explanation, and as Aisha projects more footage, the boy tells them that the monster cats are summoned by demons, and are the lowest ranking monsters since their ability scores are comparable to regular animals. The boy explains that despite being used as test subjects or emergency rations and treated as worthless, the cats have a latent power. Turning to the succubus, he asks what the requirements are for charm magic, which she responds by fondling her breasts and noting that the more beautiful and seductive one is to the opposite sex, the higher the chance is to succeed. The flustered boy thanks her and notes that charm isn't only about both sexes, while both him and Belphegor continue to stare at the succubus. Pouting, Cecilia rises from her seat and grabs Karna, noting that his charms are effective on humans, but wondering why the monster cats can use charm at all. Mammon annoyingly tells her to save the flirting for later, and Karna states that he owes it all to the kittens, before summoning several heart-shaped spirits. The spirits immediately cause every demon present to see Karna as extremely cute, with Mammon, the succubus, and Belphegor grabbing their crotches in embarrassment as they get aroused. Unaffected, Cecilia sees this with a serious expression. The demons continue to succumb to the lust and arousal provoked by the spirits, holding their privates while becoming agitated. Aisha notes that these are the spirits of prostitutes, dancers, and the like, who can only be controlled by a highly skilled necromancer. This ability to affect the aura of inferiority is powerful, and affects the creature's psychology, causing one to lose its mind if they can't resist. The assassin is surprised that it worked against a supposedly immune succubus, and notes how amusing it is that everyone saw those monsters as small fries after being deceived by their low rank. The succubus partially slaps herself free from the spell, asking how the assassin seems to be unaffected. Aisha explains that it is possible to prevent the effects with accurate information, but that without a countermeasure, even the top commanders of the Demon Lord's army can be trapped. The embarrassed succubus then notes that lewd spirits are hard to come by, being the handmaidens to the Dark Mother, that is the ancestor of the succubi. Karna innocently states that he asked for help and borrowed them, explaining that they worked at their sister's tomb located next to his grandparents' farm, and they happily agreed to join him. The spirits then express their joy at their new job, which the succubus finds preposterous. Cecilia then hugs Karna, while inwardly noting that the lady who lives in the tomb must be Istasha, the true ancestor of the succubi, meaning that Karna is actually more powerful than herself and the matriarch of the succubi. Mammon lashes out, wondering how a weak monster managed to have the power to affect the top brass of the Demon Lord's army, and Belphegor takes the chance to mock him for his pose, before the former notes that he is in a similar situation. Holding his crotch, the embarrassed orc chieftain nervously suggests that they just go along with the flow, since they can't be enemies with someone that powerful, while the succubus matriarch wonders what the spirits said about him. Answering Mammon's question, Karna explains that allowing a lewd spirit to possess a cat enables it to use charm magic, and the combination of the magic and the cat's own charm creates a potent effect. He then summons back the lewd spirits, and Aisha explains that the cats are too cute and don't use magic, and lewd spirits are cheap to summon. But if they keep using the magic of attraction while possessed by the lewd spirits, they will soon learn how to use the spell themselves. The succubus realizes that this would allow them to attack humans at relatively low magic costs, which is praised by the orc chieftain and Belphegor. The latter also notes that there must be other low-level monsters with abilities that can effectively be used against humans, and they all clap at the scheme. Inwardly, Aisha notes that they don't treat little monsters the same way they treat them, since Karna is pretending to be one of them. In a flashback, the assassin and the boy meet to discuss the dungeon remodeling a few days prior to the meeting, and she was dismayed at the prospect of using the cats to fight humans, protectively cuddling one of them. The boy notes that she doesn't like demons attacking the cats, which she confirms, before admitting that since he can read her mind, it's almost useless to lie. She then declares her hatred towards both humans and demons, and tells him that while he keeps talking about allies like it sounded good, they tend to betray one another when their own interests are at stake, and they tend to fight over trivial things. The boy looks at her with sadness, noting that she's been fighting as a mercenary for years despite not trusting anyone. She explains that despite being blessed with a divine oracle, she became a mercenary since she needs money to survive on her own, noting that since people betray you and relationships are bothersome, she just wishes to find a cat and treat it as her family, telling him to laugh if he thinks it's stupid. Far from laughing, Karna tells her about his grandparents, and the fact that he works for Cecilia because she acknowledges and pays him, and the assassin realizes they're more alike than she thought. Gently taking the cat she was holding from her hands, Karna tells Aisha that he wants to make sure that she takes care of the things she cares about, and wants to help her with this. So they first need the cats to become the best. He is certain that Cecilia will understand, and other demons might be swayed, but they won't know unless they try, causing her to skeptically think that humans and demons can't change that easily. Back in the present, Cecilia proposes that they stop the unfair treatment of low-ranking monsters, suggesting that they confirm their abilities and rate them on criteria other than combat power. Belphegor and the Orc Chieftain vocally support her initiative, and after some chatter among themselves, the executive committee easily accepts the notion, much to Aisha's disbelief. Inside Cecilia's chambers in the underground palace, Karna performs his chores cleaning the room, while Aisha and the Demon Lord look on. Cecilia offers to help him, and after he politely declines, she notes that his idea to improve the lives of the cats is not entirely due to his new advisor. As she cuddles one of the cats, Aisha wonders if the entire organization will follow orders not to mistreat low-ranked monsters. and she explains that commands from the superior are absolute. The assassin notes that it would be more complicated if it were human politics. But Cecilia replies that she can't know if the demons will betray her. She believed in Karna and he responded to her call, so she wants to believe in the people she trusts, causing the boy to blush. Aisha checks her orb, noting that it isn't glowing, and she can't tell if they're telling the truth, and that if she is being sincere, then they are better than the humans who despised her for being a mercenary. Guessing her thoughts, Cecilia reveals that she sent a spy to the royal capital to gather information. She reassures Karna that humanity won't be sending any elite subjugation forces just now, as the hero has been executed, also informing Aisha that the guild has marked her as dead. She is shocked at this, and a worried Karna tries to cheer her up, noting that she can have anyone special brought to her that she wishes, looking for confirmation in Cecilia. The Demon Lord stands up, happily agreeing to allow it once he is recognized as a demon general, and counting on Aisha's assistance. The assassin is terrified by her, noting that she wouldn't make such moves even to earn her trust, and she brushes it off, stating that she prefers cats over humanity. Not fooled by this, the Demon Lord asks if she is worried that they will kill the other humans, but she insists, noting that humans always quarrel and live in a game of survival of the fittest. Cecilia praises her analogy, and the assassin asks her what her goal is in adopting a human within the demons, and paying them so much to cause trouble among demonkind. The Demon Lord becomes embarrassed at this and is reluctant to answer, and Aisha is surprised to notice that she isn't lying. Cecilia then shyly declares that she's interested in humanity's culture, such as love, romance, and marriage. For the sake of knowing the magical link between the life of a child to a demon-born one, she shyly tells Karna that she would like to do something lovey-dovey, causing the boy to scream in embarrassment and surprise. Elsewhere in the Grand Palace, an underling confirms to Mammon that Karna is a human, having beaten the information out of Belphegor's underlings. He confirms the boy's identity as a necromancer, asking what he makes of this, to which Mammon replies with rage. Kicking down Belphegor's men, he orders a message to be sent to Dargaz, the Lord of Greed, inviting him to the underground palace, smiling with treacherous intent. Cecilia asks Karna what she should do about her desire, and an annoyed Aisha leaves the room, despite the flustered boy's pleas, stating that romance is a recipe for trouble for an adventurer, before shutting the door. As they're left alone, Cecilia gets really close to the startled boy, and declares that it is like she read in her novels, stating that they could go on dates and wondering what she should do after that. Karna tells her that he never went on dates before, and there weren't any girls close to his age in the area where he grew up, and even if they were, he treated them as sisters instead of romantic interests. Holding his hand, she expresses her joy at the fact that they're both first-timers, telling him that she doesn't know what to do and it is difficult to fall in love. The boy pulls his hand away and nervously asks if she doesn't think it's a little strange, since demons don't show a lot of public affection and aren't interested in love. He's unaware of the reason, though, and Cecilia whimpers as she admits that love is an unfamiliar concept to them, though she recalls that some demons do marry and have children. Having a realization, she happily grabs Karna's hand and leads him on to visit the demons who got married. They arrive at the orc tribe's residential area outside of the castle, and Karna notes how it resembles a human city, while Grandpa notices the fur and leather products on sale, and that the orcs work as craftsmen. The surprised orc chieftain welcomes them to the village, and Cecilia tells them that she's making a quick inspection, and Karna is still learning the ropes, asking the chieftain to inform him about orcs. Karna bows after she makes this request, but the nervous demon tells him to raise his head since orcs are considered low demons, and other orcs might take him as a fool. The boy points out that they don't seem much different from any other demon, much to the orcs' shock, and Cecilia notes the difference in magical power between Belphegor and the orcs, causing him to realize the low magical power they have. Grandpa tells him that they won against Belphegor only because of his blessing, though the Demon Lord inwardly notes that it was an overkill, since Nodens and Vorvados had insanely higher amounts of magical power. The orc then explains that power is what divides lower from higher demons, revealing that they don't get their nourishment from magic, but from eating food like humans do. He is about to tell him something else when he is startled by a voice telling him to prepare lunch. A human with pig ears glares at him, relenting when the chieftain tells her that Cecilia is present, after which she apologizes, excusing herself due to her husband's absent-mindedness. Cecilia apologizes for the disturbance and asks to borrow her husband, and she merrily accepts, before sternly warning the chieftain that he is safe for now. The terrified orc notes how half-human wives are scary, explaining that orcs cannot create their own children with magic, and can only reproduce with humans or half-human female orcs. Karna then recalls that orcs used to kidnap human women to mate with them, but the last raid happened over 100 years ago, The sad chieftain admits that they have been living in poverty under Cecilia's protection, since goblins and ogres have seized their territory, and due to a lack of human females, he has been living with bad-tempered orc girls. He explains that orcs were created when the outer gods chose some pigs and gave them magic, explaining why they consume pigs for their minuscule amounts of magic. Noddance suddenly remembers this, recalling that the orcs in his time were a ferocious race with high life force intended to explore the land. The chieftain's children then approach him crying for their lunch, and their mother yells at them for whining in front of the demon lord. The orc chieftain then asks for leave to cook dinner for his children, and Cecilia agrees while asking to see how they live. The orc is startled by this request but agrees nonetheless, leading her and Karna to his house. Inside of the chieftain's house, Karna notes how it smells like rotten zombies, and Cecilia praises the lovely scent coming from the toxic swamp in the backyard. The demon lord peeks around with curiosity, innocently stating that they intentionally sleep in the same room to deepen their bonds. And as the orc explains that the living space is too narrow, Karna apologizes for her remarks. The orc then excuses himself, as he must prepare food, but Karna expresses his interest in what orc food tastes like, gladly accepting his offer to serve him some food. After some time, he places a platter of foul-smelling salted carrion with shriveled vegetables on the table, causing his children's mouths to water, and Cecilia and Karna to look at it with shock. Grandpa notes that they don't seem to be able to store food properly, and that though their physique allows them to eat that food, Karna will probably get food poisoning. The chieftain explains that they find vegetables and monster carcasses outside the dungeon, but their food is pig feed compared to the food consumed by higher demons. He tells them that fresh meat and vegetables is but a dream, and he would like to feed his kids some proper food just once. Hearing this, Karna offers to lend a hand, and uses his power of status restoration to turn back time and revert the food to its fresh state, turning the dish to salty, juicy meat with fresh vegetables. The orcs are shocked by this, and Cecilia notes that it is an application of the atrophy spell that he used before. Karna embarrassingly notes that it is one of the very basic spells for time manipulation, but Cecilia inwardly remarks that even great mages would prostrate themselves in front of him to learn such a spell, noting that the boy is on another level altogether. Noddance and Vorvados then ask the necromancer to lend them some of his mana, and Cecilia allows this, telling the boy to go ahead with a bang. As they head outside, the boy lends the outer gods some mana, and they adopt their true forms, shocking the chieftain and his family with their menacing appearance and intense magic power. Approaching the toxic swamp, the gods decide to work together using their ancient magic to revive the earth. A bright light shines and the ground rumbles as the land is healed and green starts to sprout from the barren land, turning the area into a lush meadow blessed with the earth's grace and the light's blessing, allowing the orcs to grow vegetables. Karna asks why they didn't use that to fix his grandparents' farm, but Grandpa explains that the tomb was too cursed for them to purify it. The orc villagers soon arrive, startled by the commotion, astonished to see vegetables growing. Vorvados tells the orc chieftain that they must build a proper farm to keep having vegetables, and the shocked monster asks Cecilia if she will bestow them a farm. Smiling, the demon lord declares that those lands fall under the rule of her castle, and it would benefit them if orcs had full bellies and worked with more energy. The chieftain then declares to his family and people that from now on, they can eat as many vegetables as they want, which they all find amazing. They rush towards Karna, calling him their savior, and hoisting him up in the air while giving 3 cheers for their demon lord, and hailing the boy as the new demon general. Seeing the orc and his family sob in gratitude and Karna being cheered, Cecilia smiles, as she confirms that he is the type of person that she thought he was. At the underground palace, a content Cecilia jumps to her bed after becoming stuffed at the orc's feast of meat and vegetables. She tells him that freshly picked vegetables are so full of magic energy that they are perfect for a demon, praising the boy. He states that it was Grandpa who revitalized the soil, and she notes that he doesn't seem to understand how amazing it is that he made a contract with Noddance and Vorvados to bring back their powers, telling him to leave it at that. She then tells him that her heart has been beating faster than usual since they met, looking at her novels and wondering if the throbbing in her chest might be love, noting how nice it feels. Karna admits that he isn't sure about that either, but will do whatever he can since he wants her to be happy, enthusiastically declaring that he will do his best with love too. Cecilia winks at him, playfully asking if he's considering love as part of his job, and as the flustered boy starts to reply, she teases him, dragging him to the bed with her. As they lay side by side, she looks at him and asks if he knows why demons don't fall in love or get married, telling him it is because of the ancient stories about the old gods. He recalls the stories about the origins of demons and the 7 great demon lords. who were born after the old gods were destroyed during the rebellion of mankind. Cecilia reveals that as the demon lord of lust, she inherited the mark of inheritance, representing the outer god Bastet, which is the final trump card that has been protected by successive generations of the demon lord of lust. Rising in the room, she tells Karna that its magic power rivals even that of an outer god. But she's at her limit, since the magic is far too great for her soul vessel to withstand. She explains that as the power is passed on over time, it becomes progressively more unstable, and she fears that she may not even be able to create an heir. She believes that there is one method, however, that may allow her to repair the damage from Bastet's soul vessel. Sitting next to Karna in bed, she holds her belly, while declaring that she must create a new demon soul inside her just like any other ordinary being, creating a new life and a new soul that is not tampered by the mark of ruin. She describes this as similar to transferring the contents of a nearly broken vessel into a new, undamaged one. Getting even closer, she rests her head on the boy, and gently asks him if he will fall in love with her. In the realm of the demon lord Cecilia, the existence of a monster who has made a pact with the outer gods and can manipulate them at will has become known. Though his name was unknown, the demons have taken to naming him Sabbath, the one who rules the outer gods. In Cecilia's bedroom, the demon lord nearly melts at how cute Karna looks in his terrifying demon general armor. The boy isn't pleased, however, since he can barely move with all the heavy plate. Though Aisha notes that he would normally be dead after wearing so many cursed items, he states that he doesn't mind the curse, since it boosts his powers. Cecilia wonders if the size of the armor is off, and the boy asks if he can take off the suit and wear regular ceremonial clothes that day, to which she happily agrees. Aisha asks if he is about to reveal his name and race, as he is about to join the Demon Lord's army, but she notes that it would cause too much trouble since the boy has a family living in the human realm, and there is no problem with him being a mysterious demon. The assassin points out that if it were the human realm, it would be impossible to promote him since it would be too suspicious, but she playfully reminds her that she is a demon lord. Karna considers this cool, and Cecilia immediately rushes towards him and holds him tight, asking if he will fall in love with her. The nervous boy hesitates before embarrassingly telling her that it is impossible since he's still a child, and doesn't know if he can make Cecilia happy. She notes that it is still too early for a relationship, pressing his cheeks and whispering in his ear if happiness is a thing one can receive from someone. Cecilia then tells him that she believes she would be happy with the person she chooses to hold hands with, stating that was the conclusion she learned from the humans and orcs regarding the culture of marriage. She tells him that he will have plenty of time to think about it while serving under her, so they should be happy for a little longer, and the boy agrees. They smile at each other while holding hands until Aisha reminds them that it's time to go, causing the boy to apologize while the demon lord notes how cute he looks in his formal attire. As the assassin opens the gates, they head towards Karna's swear-in ceremony for the demon lord's army. In the castle's corridors, a succubus tells an orc about how excited she is about Sabbath's swear-in ceremony, while the orc notes how the newcomer defeated the demon general Belphegor despite starting out as the lowest-ranking demon soldier. The succubus then states that Cecilia and Sabbath's wish seems to be that new recruits start at the lowest rank, finding it amazing, but the orc refrains from being impudent since he might soon get promoted, while the former notes that the field that was built for them was the promotion. Their chat is interrupted when Mammon snarls behind them, causing them to turn in fear. The demon then tells them to get out of his way, coldly staring down at them until they bow and apologize as he and his followers pass by. The orc asks the succubus if Mammon is unhappy about Sabbath joining the army, and she explains that he used to be second in rank only to Belphegor, but with the newcomer's rise, it is only a matter of time before he is surpassed. The orc then declares that he will stay out of the power struggle brewing in the higher ranks, and Mammon continues to walk furiously while inwardly warning Karna to not get too carried away, and promising vengeance. The doors creak open as Cecilia and Karna enter the grand hall for the swearing-in ceremony. As if it were a wedding, the pair proceeded along the aisle towards an altar, while crowds of demons cheer for them and spirits throw rose petals from overhead. Belphegor, the orc chieftain, and the succubus matriarch cheer for them, while Aisha looks from a corner, and some demons watch the scene with contempt. As they reach an altar, a demonic priest asks Karna if he pledges his power, achievements, and territory to Cecilia, and they both hold hands while their marks glow with power. Firmly gripping each other, the boy swears allegiance, as the girl smiles. The ceremony is interrupted by an orc guard barging through the gates, frantically informing those present of an enemy attack. Belphegor turns with incredulity, stating that the castle is only known to the demon lord of lust and that they couldn't be attacked there. But the guard informs them that a plundering force centered around ogres is hammering at the castle gates. Everyone then braces as the castle shakes, Furious, Belphegor unfurls his wings and declares that he will bring judgment upon the attackers, before flying through the doors. At the castle entrance, a massive ogre manages to pummel through the gates with his hammer and advances, crushing the orc in his path as the rest flee. The guards wonder what happened with the barrier, with one noting that Mammon was in charge of it. The grinning ogre prepares to slam 2 more guards with his hammer, but is stopped by Belphegor's timely arrival. The demon general uses his lightning of despair to zap the creature, and it causes it to explode. The orcs are amazed by Belphegor's power as he lands in front of them, and rallies the troops to hold the breach until reinforcements arrive. The demon general is reassured by his performance, noting that he is strong and Karna is abnormal. One of his subordinates asks for his help to hold back the tide of ogres, and he uses the full power of the lightning of despair to blast the monsters back to the broken gate. His troops cheer on until a massive ogre lord wielding a morning star approaches. Belphegor uses his lightning attack once more, creating a huge explosion. But as the dust clears up, the ogre lord charges straight at him. He barely dodges the morning star as it smashes into the ground where he once stood, and he grimaces as he realizes that at this rate, he will be defeated. As those present chatter about the situation, a demon enters the grand hall and reports that the main gate has been breached and the enemy is approaching. And though Belphegor is holding them off, he is heavily outnumbered and will soon be overrun. Cecilia notes that the enemy's advance should be deterred as long as the barrier held up, inwardly wondering how they knew of the castle's location. She briefly considers the possibility that they went through the dungeon, but doesn't see how it would be possible without an insight ability like the one Karna used, realizing that there must be a traitor in their midst. Karna asks if the barrier was the one that he broke, but she tells him that she repaired it soon after and Mammon was put in charge, urging a demon to find him. She wonders if the demon just slipped up, but leaves it be for the moment, while asking Karna to join the fight immediately. The boy agrees, noting that though the ceremony isn't complete, he is already her subordinate, and will protect her to the end. Stepping down from the altar, he activates his mark and asks to raise the barrier. The earth dragon manifests itself from his shadow, shocking those present as it stands at the altar and starts to form a dimensional barrier. Lines in the ground begin to shine and extend outwards, and Cecilia notes that the castle is being engulfed by a massive barrier, and the earth veins are being fully controlled. States that he borrowed them since it was an emergency, apologizing for acting out of line while bowing down to her. The demons are surprised to see this, and one of them notes that it must be a trick, since it would be impossible for a single individual to erect a barrier that would require the power of several hundred high-class demons. Declares that the invasion has been suppressed and escape of the attackers barred, with communications being cut off, proclaiming this in the name of the Dragon of Creation. He then lets out a chilling roar, unleashing his full power and activating all the earth lines. The lines extend towards the castle gate, blasting all ogre forces outside of it and covering the entire castle in a barrier. The dragon declares that he has divided the area with a space-time barrier, cutting the castle from the rest of the world and making time superficial, as well as explaining that they will be confined in the compound for a while. Karna happily thanks the dragon for his aid, stating that would be all, and the demons look on in bewilderment since they never heard of such powerful magic, concluding it's best to not mess with the dragon. Karna then turns to Cecilia, stating that it was an adrenaline rush and asking if he did all right. In response, the demon lord merrily pats him on the head and calls him a good boy, which the demons find amazing. The dimensional barrier protects the castle. Belphegor has managed to defeat the ogre lord, and even though the barrier has stopped the invasion, he's still confronted by multiple foes. Defiantly, he attempts to use his lightning power once more, to no avail. The ogres laugh, realizing the demon general has run out of magic, and prepare to finish him off for giving them so much trouble. Belphegor braces for the inevitable, but is saved as a lightning explosion blows the ogres away. The demon is startled to be alive and turns at the sound of footsteps to see Karna and Naudance make their grand entrance into the fray. Karna asks if he's okay, and Belphegor is startled to see that he came to his aid. Naudance, however, grunts and praises his effort, stating that he has worked hard as heir to his mark, and his opinion of him might have improved, causing the demon to thank him wholeheartedly. Karna and Naudance then head off to handle the rest. The boy will not forgive the insolence of those who have entered Cecilia's castle without permission, and he allows Naudance to unleash his full power. Telling the ogres to observe true lightning, he uses the lightning of despair to tear the ground asunder, and he obliterates all enemies before him, leaving only sizzling bodies on the ground. The god notes that it turned out as expected, commenting that the fray was a great warm-up for his old body, and causing the surviving ogres to shiver in terror. With renewed spirit, the orc warriors cheer at Sabbath, and Belphegor rejoins the fray, stating their goal to destroy all enemies that have entered the castle. The orcs yell their war cry as they charge at the surviving ogres aided by demons, and the battle resumes. Sometime later, the doors of the Grand Hall slam open, as an orc declares that it is only a matter of time until Sabbath subdues the invaders and drives them out. Cecilia expected this, fully trusting in his ability to succeed, but still wonders how the enemy knew of the castle's location, since even the rest of the 7 demon lords were unaware of its existence. She also finds the timing of the barrier's malfunction to be too convenient, and scans the crowd, realizing that Mammon and Aisha are absent, confirming her hunch. Mammon watches in bewilderment from a balcony as the battle rages outside of the castle, seeing his scheme crumbling to dust as the ogres are obliterated. His aide asks him what they're going to do, as the demon bites his nails with anxiety, realizing that the ogre army is going to be wiped out, and wondering if he made the wrong choice joining forces with him. Aisha stealthily appears behind him and agrees, placing a dagger at his throat and stating that the wrong choice was to betray his demon lord. The startled aides realize she is one of Sabbath's men, but she warns them to remain where they are, or else she will slit their leader's throat. They state that only a human would behave in such a cowardly manner, but she furiously retorts for all their talk about cowardice, it is them who betrayed their lord. Mammon is startled, realizing she had been monitoring his movements, and she states that he is an amateur, since lifting the castle's barrier right before an attack was too suspicious, declaring that he might be good at counting coins but not at scheming. With victory out of the question, Aisha tells the demon to surrender else he perish on the spot. She then senses a presence behind her and turns her head, only to be slammed across the room along with Mammon. She briefly regains her pose before an invisible hand grabs her by the neck and lifts her from the ground. Realizing her foe is using an invisibility skill, she asks aloud if it is an assassin and attempts to stab at him. Staying her blade, the figure becomes visible, and reveals himself to be the demon lord of greed, Dargaz Zalaga. Aisha drops her blade, and the terrified Mammon straightens his glasses as he stares at the towering demon lord. Dargaz asks him if Cecilia is inside, and as the cowering demon frantically nods in agreement, the demon lord smiles manically, yelling at the demon lord of lust to wait for him. As Dargaz chokes Aisha, Mammon asks him if he has come to their aid. Laughing at the notion, he declares that he doesn't need any incompetent subordinates, tightening his grip on the assassin as he calls the demon pathetic for being defeated by a human. The demon then bows, begging for forgiveness, but Dargaz coldly tells him that taking credit for breaking the barrier won't change the outcome of the battle whatsoever, reminding him to know his place. As Mammon and his subordinates look on in shock and confusion, the Demon Lord of Greed reveals that he came to the castle with his strongest subordinates, the 3 great demon generals of greed. All of them are immensely more powerful than the ogre Karna defeated in the dungeon, and their master is confident that they won't lose to a necromancer. Mammon interjects that the boy has outer gods in his service, but the Demon Lord scornfully dismisses this, stating that there are no existences as outrageously powerful as the outer gods, and that there is no way that the necromancer is followed by several of them, stating that they are just powerful undead. Embracing this explanation, Mammon declares that there is no way that a human could possess the power to defeat a Demon Lord, and Dargaz warns him to not drop his guard, since the boy had more than enough strength to dispose of the hero, but is still confident that his 3 demon generals will crush him. The generals include the most powerful ogre swordsman wielding the holy sword Vorvados that was stolen from humans, and is supported by the strongest mage and witch doctor among the ogres, meaning that this time, Karna will perish for sure. At the same time, Karna comes across the 3 demon generals of greed in the battlefield. They introduce themselves as Yanathle, the peerless samurai chosen by the holy sword Vorvados, Susyali, marked by the evil eye that destroys all, and Pithyali, the great magician of spirit magic, bearer of the Mark of Ruin. Wielding the holy sword, the swordsman declares that by order of his lord he shall take Karna's life, and unleashes a mountain-cutting blade attack while backed by a breath of scorched earth and evil eye of instant death attack from his comrades. Karna releases Vorvados, allowing him to take possession of his staff, and uses Swallow Flight Flash to launch an arching attack that repels and defeats all 3 demon generals. The ogres soon lay on the ground with the holy sword wobbling in the air, and an angry Vorvados sitting on the swordsman's chest. Burnt and battered, the 2 other generals tearfully apologize to Karna, and the enraged outer god recognizes the blade as his own, and begins pounding at the swordsman's head with his fiery fist. Holding the blade, Karna recognizes it as identical to the toy Vorvados gave him to learn swordsmanship. Declaring that the gaudy decorations make him sick, Vorvados demands to know if the ogre swordsman was responsible for the modifications, but he tearfully swears that it wasn't the case, and the blade was like that before Dargaz gave it to him. The outer god then grabs him by the head, sizzling his flesh, As he checks the validity of his statement, Belphegor watches this from a distance, surprised that Karna was able to defeat the 3 demon generals with a single strike. The singed swordsman tearfully offers to tell them anything they wish to know if they spare his life, and Karna asks if the main force consisted of all those present. The ogre confirms this, stating that they were tasked with carrying out a frontal assault, while their demon lord snuck through the gap in the defenses to assassinate Cecilia. Karna is shocked to hear this, realizing that the demon lord of lust is in grave danger. Karna furiously demands that the demon general explain himself concerning the assassination attempt. Desperate, the swordsman explains that wars between demon lords will continue until one has their soul taken and destroyed. So in order to achieve victory, one needs to kill the enemy demon lord before they can escape. Vorfados then suggests to Karna that they hurry back to Cecilia's aid, and the boy agrees while leaving Belphegor to deal with the situation there, which the demon general enthusiastically accepts. The ogres see the situation, realizing that their demon generals have been defeated, and attempt to flee in panic. Having no way out due to the barrier, they desperately try to find a way out inside the castle, and attempt to get inside. Karna realizes that the situation is out of control, and they can't allow any more ogres to enter the castle, and as a demon pleads for him and Belphegor to help them, the latter tells him to leave it to him. Karna agrees but offers some assistance, causing the dead ogres to reanimate as zombies. The demon general is shocked by this, but Karna merely declares that he can make a zombie as long as there's a corpse, but a fresh one is definitely better. Belphegor finds this extremely vulgar and is shocked to see the reanimated ogre lord fighting his former comrades. He tells Karna to leave since everything will be fine there, and the necromancer summons his ghosts to carry him to the castle. At the same time, inside the castle, Mammon offers to lead Dargaz to Cecilia, and asks what he will do with Aisha, whom he is still choking, and the demon lord of greed tells him that he will enjoy her for a while and then toss her aside. The assassin describes his assailant, noting that he rules over the Lukazan wilderness, and is the lord of the orc and goblin plundering tribes who move from place to place as they raid human lands, as well as having 3 demon generals with strength comparable to that of a hero under his command. She realizes that if Dargaz wins there, it means that humanity will suffer countless casualties, and Cecilia and Karna are the better options by far. Swiftly, she drops an object that emits a bright light that temporarily blinds all those present. Seizing the opportunity, Aisha kicks Dargaz square in the jaw and leaps backwards, throwing a smoke bomb to conceal her movements. Undaunted, the demon lord unleashes a sonic cut attack that clears the smoke, and barely misses Aisha, but cuts one of the demons clean in half. The assassin quickly recognizes the attack, noting that before she thought that he was an assassin due to his use of concealment, but only an exceptionally skilled martial artist or brawler can use sonic cut. As she wonders if he has 2 marks, Dargaz unleashes a cyclone attack that only wind spirit magic users can use. Unable to withstand it, she is thrown back and slams against a wall. The demon lord notes that she gave him a hard time, praising her for blindsiding him, while picking up the item she used. He notes that it is nothing new, deducing that it must be enhanced by the gifted mark. He then declares his desire to possess something that rare, grabbing Aisha and tearing her clothes to shreds in an attempt to see the mark, his eyes glowing with lust and greed. Dargaz pins Aisha to the ground as he searches for her mark. Lifting her by her arms, he locates it above her left breast and declares he will take it, pressing his hand over it. A bright light flashes as the assassin screams in pain before falling lifeless to the ground, while the demon lord looks at his new acquisition. As he stands over the assassin's body, a skull ring on her finger begins to glow. At the Great Hall, a demon barges in, bringing news of Karna's victory over the invading forces at the castle gate, much to the relief of all the creatures present. Cecilia is wary, however, firmly believing that the enemy's plan isn't over yet. This attack will have exposed the location of the castle, and the next will be harder to deal with, since the enemy will be more cautious. She muses on how in their position, she would go straight for the demon lord, when a ghost approaches her. At first, she mistakes it for one of Karna's spirits, but she soon realizes with shock that she is Aisha. She warns of Mammon's betrayal, telling her to escape before Dargaz arrives. The demons receive the news with disbelief, accusing the ghost of being the real traitor. But much to Aisha's shock, Cecilia quiets them down and asks her if she entered the ghostly state to warn her. The assassin explains that she is not entirely dead yet, so she used the ghost ring in her possession to temporarily turn into a ghost and leave her body. She reveals that Dargaz stole her mark, and she was able to remain in the world as a ghost thanks to the item master's ability, but will disappear in 3 minutes after she dies. Aisha then tells her to meet up with Karna as soon as possible since he can protect her, and the demon lord playfully notes that she believed that humanity wished to pit the demon lords against each other, causing the demons to realize that her subordinate is a human, The ghost tells her that she considered it, but realized that if she were to perish, Karna would get really angry, and both the demon lords and humanity could face destruction, which she doesn't really want to happen. Cecilia praises her for her honesty and asks for her help. Noting that she is currently dying after losing her mark, she suggests to the incredulous ghost that they should be saving her. Her demon underlings protest, arguing that a demon lord can't act for the sake of a human, and offering to handle the situation themselves. But Cecilia turns them down, noting they would only perish. Cuddling Aisha's ghost, she declares that she will protect the subordinates she loves, regardless of if they are demons or humans. She then tells those present that the assassin believed in her enough to send her a warning despite being at death's door, and she will repay that loyalty with love. After challenging her subordinates to contradict her, she declares that she is the demon lord of lust, who inherited the love of the old god Bastet, commanding her followers to remain in the hall. Kneeling, the demons heed her command, and Aisha warns her to not be foolish, since Dargaz is after her, urging her to flee. Cecilia finds it amusing that she is so worried about her, noting how mysterious mankind is. Though a demon whose loyalty was etched into his soul betrayed her, Aisha and Karna remained loyal despite being bound only by money. Aisha retorts that as a mercenary she believes in contracts and gold, and would never betray her employer unless it was for something worth more than her life. Cecilia finds that awkward sincerity wonderful, and declaring that she will protect her, opens a portal, and offers to make a contract with her. Dargaz is about to depart in search of the Demon Lord of Lust, when the portal opens before him and she emerges from it. Unsurprised, he notes with sadistic glee that she went out of her way to get herself killed. But Cecilia replies that that isn't so, warning him to leave her subordinates alone or else he will have a bad time. Long ago, the old gods defeated the great dragon that oppressed humankind. People welcomed them and worshipped them as the new rulers descended from another world, until one day they got tired of their rule. Abusing their magic, they completed the divine ceremony, and gained the blessings of professions and talents, giving birth to the hero. With this secret weapon, mankind rebelled against the gods, succeeding in defeating and sealing them with a surprise attack, until only Bastet remained standing. Before the end, the goddess broke her soul into 7 pieces, birthing the 7 great demon lords that became the progenitors of current demons. These powerful beings then began searching for each other's souls, in order to be resurrected as an outer god, and the struggle continues to this day. In the underground palace, a bewildered Mammon yells at Cecilia that she can't put humanity on a pedestal since they betrayed demons. Turning to face him, she sadly asks if that was the reason why he betrayed her, and starts to talk it out. She reveals that as the Demon Lord of Lust, she loves all of her subordinates, and though she might have someone special, all are dear to her. Dargaz finds it creepy, stating that his men wouldn't follow him if he were that affectionate, and then revealing that Mammon told him that she avoided fighting humans and had human subordinates, having abandoned her pride as a member of the demon race, and he couldn't abide by it, calling him a good subordinate. Cecilia admits that she has been running away and hiding ever since she became the Demon Lord, and thus disappointed him, not blaming him for the betrayal. But she also states that it doesn't mean that she likes all of humanity, and only joins forces with those who are willing. She asks if he is against that, and when the demon frantically tells her that humanity is their enemy, she retorts that though demons got Bastet's desire for revenge against humanity engraved into their soul, she wonders if that is all. Mammon is aghast that she would deny the will of their ancestor, but she retorts that there is no need to inherit that will, asking what grudge he has against humanity and what they did to make him hate them. The demon stutters until Dargaz grabs him, laughing while telling him not to worry about finding a reason to fight humans. The Demon Lord of Greed then states that it feels good to win against them, and eating them makes one stronger, and he doesn't care about the inherited hatred in Bastet's soul. Mammon finds this barbaric, but Dargaz proudly declares that he can take whatever he wants, and that's what being a Demon Lord is about. He then tells Mammon that he will eat her soul, offering him the shell of her body to do with as he pleases as a reward for his betrayal, to which he lustfully agrees. Standing before them, Cecilia casts a barrier around Aisha's body. Dargaz mocks her for this, insulting her as he throws a punch, but Cecilia counters it with her defensive magic, causing a bright magical explosion as the two forces clash. Smoke pours from the balcony, being noticed by Karna as he flies atop his spirits. Grandpa notes that the explosion must be due to a fight, and Karna rushes towards the smoke, realizing Cecilia must be there. Karna rushes to Cecilia's aid but is thwarted by the arrival of bat-riding goblins. Prodded by its rider, one of the bats opens its mouth and unleashes an ultrasonic attack at the necromancer, who then unleashes his spirits and uses Ghost Shot to defeat several creatures. Despite his success, the boy notes that the persistent creatures keep coming at him, and asks Vor if he could touch them. The spirit fears that since he can't control the output, this would harm the castle. but Karna grows impatient to reach Cecilia. Suddenly, one of the ghosts points out that something is happening in the wrecked section of the castle, and using Ghost Search, Karna soon sees with shock that Aisha has become a ghost. Meanwhile, Cecilia continues to repel Dargaz's attacks with her barriers, occasionally kicking back. The Demon Lord of Greed punches at the barrier until his hand bleeds. Laughing and noting that the barrier wouldn't break even if he used all of his power, Cecilia mocks him, asking if he won't try a little harder. But Dargaz counters by asking why she won't attack him, noting that with her higher magic attack output, she might be able to defeat him. The Demon Lord of Lust then taunts him as she charges an attack, causing Mammon to tremble at the realization of his former lord's strength. Dargaz then explains that 7 souls separated from Bastet to become the 7 great Demon Lords, who can gain strength by defeating their brethren and taking their soul. If a hero defeats a Demon Lord, he would be reincarnated somewhere in the world, but it would lose the magical power inherited from Bastet. Meanwhile, the Israphilis family remains the only descendant of Bastet that hasn't reincarnated, thus possessing all the magical power of the original Demon Lord of Lust. Cecilia then tells him that the magical power from that era is far more powerful than that of modern times, urging him to leave since he has no hope of winning. The Demon Lord of Greed admits it might be true, but nonetheless declares that that makes her the best kind of prey, and continues to trade punches with her, stating that he dislikes her cleverness just as she dislikes his recklessness. Dargaz then notes that one must kill the Demon Lord to get its soul, but the magic will spill out once the deed is done, and it takes time to collect from the dungeon, so the heroes take this opportunity to strike at the weakened Demon Lord and conserve their magic power. Mammon realizes that the soul as a vessel of magical power limits the amount of magic a being can hold, and the taking of a soul only raises the limit of potential magical power, while the amount remains the same. Thus, humans could defeat 2 Demon Lords for the price of 1 at that moment, and though the Demon Lord might be reborn, the humans will do so as well, and take the vacant territories, though humanity is currently weak. He then wonders how Cecilia has so much magical power, and Dargaz laughs, before delivering a crushing blow that shatters her barrier. She dodges the next punch, countering with a magical attack that blasts through the castle. But Dargaz remains unscathed and laughs insanely, while 2 seals glow in his hands, declaring that he wants more. Cecilia tells Dargaz to shut up, launching another powerful attack that blasts part of the castle away, and though the Demon Lord of Greed blocks it with a barrier, it eventually bursts, and he is sent flying. The Demon Lord of Lust then fears that the entire castle will be blown away if she can't control her power, and barely manages to hold it back while cracking a fingernail. Battered but still standing, Dargaz notes that she has more magic power than he expected, and that is what he wanted all along. Cecilia warns him that the next time she waves her finger, he will be shattered. And though Mammon panics, Dargaz remains undaunted. Raising his fists, he reveals the seals to be divine oracles he stole from the heroes of mankind. Aisha realizes with horror that they belonged to the Venerable Monk and the Spirit King, who were the previous hero's companions and went missing on the battlefield a decade prior. She explains that the monk possesses incredible fighting abilities, and its talent of barrier destruction can nullify magical defenses, whereas the Spirit King has a strong resistance to anti-magic spells. The assassin notes that one would be at a disadvantage if one fought Dargaz with magic, but with her overwhelming magic output, Cecilia could use offensive magic to break through even the anti-magic barrier. The Demon Lord hesitates, however, and when Aisha presses her to use magic, Dargaz laughs as he confirms a theory. As Mammon asks him about it while cowering behind a wall, the Demon Lord of Greed reveals that Demon Lords have karma, with his being greed, and carrying with it the desire to have everything and not share it with anyone. Since Demon Lords come from the shattered soul of Bastet and her fragmented emotions, their karma is absolute. As Aisha looks at Cecilia in realization, Dargaz grabs Mammon by the neck and lifts him up before him, declaring that he will be a shield. The terrified and humiliated demon tries to protest, but Dargaz presses his throat and urges him to remain quiet. Seeing this, Cecilia tells him to let him go, since he is his subordinate now, but the Demon Lord of Greed retorts that he can't afford to be betrayed by him, noting the demon's usefulness as a shield, promising him Aisha's body as a reward if he survives. The assassin notes that Dargaz has many openings, and they could take him out if they struck then, but notices Cecilia shudder and hug herself. The Demon Lord of Greed sadistically points out that she can't attack him since she inherited Bastet's love, and thus cares for her subordinates. Realizing that was the reason the Demon Lords of Lust have been on the run for generations, considering love to be the worst karma possible. Cecilia disagrees with him, passionately declaring that being able to love somebody is a blessing from the old gods and asking him to shut up. Outside the castle, Karna finishes off the last of the enemy bats, and hurries to Cecilia's aid. Using Mammon as a shield, Dargaz strikes at Cecilia once more, She manages to briefly block the attack, but the barrier destruction talent allows the Demon Lord of Greed to smash through her barrier. His next punch lands smack in her belly, and though she winces with pain, she refuses to unleash her magic, ignoring Dargaz's taunts. Suddenly, an explosion surges from her broken fingernail, and her finger starts to bleed as its capillaries explode. This is due to a magic overload caused by her releasing raw magical power and being unable to control it. Dargaz wonders why she would make such a clumsy mistake instead of dispelling it by using offensive magic. With this, he realizes that she can't use offensive magic, since the Bastet's inherited magic power is too great to be used so recklessly, and punches her against the wall with such force that it buckles from the impact. Approaching the wounded Cecilia, he points out that she didn't bring a single subordinate with her, realizing that she can't aim her magic when unleashing it, and could thus end her own men in the process. Dargaz then tells Mammon that even the soul of a demon lord can deteriorate after many inheritances and reincarnations, decreasing the upper limit of one's magical power over the ages. Lust, however, continue to inherit the entirety of the magical power, and thus, Cecilia now has far more magic power than she can handle, and can't even use it properly. He then compares the situation to her bosom, swollen and on the verge of bursting, since using offensive magic would destroy her soul. She can use defensive and reactionary magic, but can't attack, nor even use her true power, which causes Dargaz to insult her. Bringing the throttled Mammon to her, he offers him Cecilia's lips as his reward, and suggests he take them. But the Demon Lord of Lust refuses and turns her face away. Dargaz then states that he won't kill her, but will instead squeeze out all of her magical power, killing and reviving her repeatedly. Ghost Aisha looks at this from afar, realizing that if this continues, Cecilia will be in danger. If she were to die, Karna would simply resurrect her, but if she is kept hostage in an endless loop of dying and reviving, then Karna would have to obey Dargaz, which would spell the end of the human race. Facing this, she has no choice but to step in, but lacks any items or divine oracle. As Aisha wonders what to do, she suddenly hears Karna's voice in her head. The boy reveals he is using ghost talk, promising to revive her later and asking her to protect Cecilia until he arrives. She points out that she is just a freshly turned up ghost, asking what he would have her do, and the necromancer tells her that he will make a master-servant contract with her to turn her into a guardian spirit like Naudance. The assassin doesn't fully understand what he means, but agrees nonetheless. Thanking her, Karna uses his necromancy powers, and Aisha feels her heart beating faster than ever, as she is filled with an incredible magical power. A bright light flashes and Dargaz turns, wondering who she might be, as Aisha adopts a more human form while bristling with power. Floating menacingly, Aisha tells Dargaz to get out of her way. Seizing her chance, Cecilia rejoins the fray, unleashing a surge of magical energy that sends Mammon and Dargaz flying away, before falling to the ground with exhaustion. Aisha then lets out a blood-curdling scream, causing great pain to both demon lords. The assassin notes that she can't stop, and though the magical power turned her voice into a scream, she can still understand it with her senses. This is her death scream, a special ability unique to the undead that reduces the life force of those who hear it. Karna then arrives, jumping from his ghosts and landing before Cecilia, ready to defend his mistress. The confused Aisha then asks the necromancer why she looks like that, and the boy happily tells her that since he didn't have much time, he strengthened Aisha with his magic. Grandpa welcomes her to the group, revealing that she has become a banshee, the spirit of death, having evolved from a ghost into that form when Karna bestowed her with his magic. He commends her for getting it right on her first try, noting her talent. Though the girl isn't happy about being undead, she insists that she should be proud of her talents, since she was only able to awaken because her soul had already grown plenty on its own. Karna then asks her if she can feel the immense power and strength tying them together, and she notes that the power is too strong and terrifying, wondering if she will be able to control it. Grandpa advises her to only use as much as she can handle, else she ends up as far gone as Dargaz. The Demon Lord of Greed praises Karna for his necromancy skills, erroneously believing the Banshee to be the true identity of the supposed outer god at his command, believing he was able to fool everyone with her. Karna and Grandpa converse telepathically, noting that the Demon Lord knows that he is human, but is wrong about the rest of the story, and they shouldn't correct him. Preparing to fight, Karna tells Cecilia to wait for a moment while he quickly finishes the matter, and she warns him about Dargaz's ability to steal seals from others. The Demon Lord of Greed boisterously declares that he will be the one finishing the matter, announcing that he will take his seal, magic power, and everything he owns. Unaffected, Karna asks him to stop, since that kind of ability is too cruel, and when the Demon Lord asks if he understands about the true nature of his power, the boy reveals that Grandpa told him about it. Seals, professions, and talents refer to the application of the god's protection, and a seal is given two meanings in the ceremony of the Divine Oracle. The first is the blessing of profession, concerning techniques, knowledge, and skills imparted directly onto the soul. and the other is the blessing of talent that overnight grants skills and abilities that would otherwise require a lifetime of training to achieve. Thus, a seal is something that is etched onto one's soul, and to steal it means erasing that soul. Thus, Karna realized the true nature of Dargaz's ability is the plundering of souls, pushing aside the soul's individuality to steal the seal and make it his puppet. The Demon Lord of Greed screams in excitement as tortured souls emerge from his body. He praises Karna for figuring out the true nature of the greed ability, revealing that Bastet's greed drives him to reclaim that which is lost, and take whatever he desires with the hatred-fueled power to gouge out souls and tear them up. As tortured souls fly around him, Dargaz displays the full might of the hate-fueled ability of plunder inherited from Bastet. Cecilia realizes that just as the Demon Lord of Lust passed down the stored magic of the old gods from mother to child, the Demon Lord of Greed has been stealing seals and sacrificing others throughout its history. Looking at the Dark Demon Lord, she finds it terrible, and wonders if Bastet really wished for such misery. Karna doesn't believe that karma of greed was the dying wish of the old god, sensing that the hundreds of vengeful souls haunting the seal are just a lump of malice without personality, that will take Dargaz over if he can't handle them properly. He can feel this seething vortex of malice, and realizes that Dargaz is no more than a vessel for greed, and it is the seal's will to take souls to add to its ranks and spread its malice. Grandpa notes that the remnants of the old gods are the hatred of Bastet. He remembers that once upon a time Bastet was a kind goddess, who loved and cared for humans more than anyone else, and joyfully walked among them. He believes that was the reason why, for the sake of defeating their enemies and fighting humanity, she abandoned her kindness and began to hate them to the point of destruction. The spirit notes that Dargaz is clumsy, and as an old god he can't stand to see the way things are, offering the Demon Lord to ask Karna to spare his life if he surrenders. Dargaz scorns at the proposal, oozing dark intent, and declaring that he has been continuously robbing people of freedom and dominating them out of his own free will, and telling Naudance not to mess with him. Beating his chest, he proudly declares that he is the Demon Lord of Greed. Unmoved, Karna asks him if he chose to trouble other people and rob them, and the demon retorts asking why he works for Cecilia when he has so much power himself, asking if he doesn't desire to be a king on his own. He then declares that he wants everything in the world, wishing to reign forever without losing anything, since that is the way of greed and his essence. Hearing this, Karna disagrees, stating that he will only use his power for the sake of protecting and living with his grandparents and the people he has grown to love. Dargaz understands that he only cares for being happy, stating that they are alike, but the boy states that he isn't pretending to be a good person, and will defeat and strip him of his power, but only if necessary, as he won't hurt him more than he has to. He then declares that he won't try to unite the world, since that will always cause backlash and tragedy. Grandpa is shocked by this, believing the boy didn't listen to a word he said. But Karna notes that even though he and the other old gods chose not to torment mankind, the human race still tried to fight everyone. Seeing that people will always oppose their rulers no matter how great the difference in power, he won't force Dargaz to obey him, nor does he wish to. So there is only one way to settle the issue. He then tells him that his world is a world where demons and humans can love normally, and it can't possibly be controlled by one person regardless of their power. Thus, he won't stop fighting, and if someone wants to fight, they can keep going at it. But he doesn't want anyone who didn't choose to fight to get hurt. Instead, he wants everyone to get what they want, whether it be war or peace. Cecilia blushes at this, noting how much the boy has grown. As he innocently points out that he was just saying what he was thinking, she gladly declares that his dreams and hers are the same, asking him to live together forever, whatever happens, to which he happily agrees. Aisha then floats past to them, declaring the speech to be absurd. She points out that conquering the world would be a much simpler task, but she also wants a world like the one Karna envisions, so she and her cats can live in peace, and will wholeheartedly follow him if he refrains from destroying the world. She then tells him to use her, promising to take the Demon Lord down, and united by the same goal, Karna agrees. Seeing them talk, Dargaz furiously tells them to stop yammering, promising to show them the Destruction Seal and Divine Oracle passed down by generations of Demon Lords of Greed. He then unleashes his true form, turning into a grotesque dark creature with multiple eyes adorned with the seals he stole. He declares that combining the maleficent attack system of his ability to the monk's martial arts, he can exploit the weaknesses of any enemy and crush them. He then declares that though he is unsure as to how he slipped through the demon generals outside, he won't let him get away that time. Aisha then states that Dargaz must believe that Karna escaped his men, noting that this poor assessment will prove fatal for him. Looking at the spirit, Dargaz realizes with surprise that she is the woman from before, looking at her body with disbelief since he thought that she was just a human when he ended her. and wondering when she managed to evolve into a greater undead. Coldly, the assassin tells him that she didn't intend on evolving, and is still a bona fide human, angrily unleashing her power, as she announces that she is stronger than him, and will be the one to stop him. Karna then joins the fray, using possession to make use of Aisha's spirit. The girl disrobes, approaching Karna from behind as they fuse into a single entity, combining the boy's robes with an assassin outfit. The boy notes that her profession remains an assassin despite losing her blessing. She tells him that the skills and abilities that she learned on the battlefield remain unchanged, and combined with Karna's magical power, her strength is far stronger than what she would have achieved with the Divine Oracle's blessing, telling him to use it as he pleases. The pair then dashes forth, unleashing a barrage of hands at staggering speed at the surprised Demon Lord, snatching souls from him. One by one, the necromancer wrenches the souls free from the Demon Lord of Greed as he screams in disbelief, releasing them and allowing their seals to vanish. Dargaz looks on in bewilderment as he sees his seals being stolen without being able to stop it, surprised that his magic failed to prevent this from happening, and Karna tells him that he did notice some tolerance, as if he built a resistance to it. Grandpa in turn notes that despite having gathered numerous divine oracles and grown stronger, his earth magic is still lacking, since he hasn't trained hard enough, allowing Karna to overwhelm his resistance by the difference in power alone. Dargaz is surprised to see that the boy has more magic than Cecilia, who inherited an old god's magic power, and vainly attempts to strike at him. Karna masterfully dodges the attack, stepping back and then dashing forth to deliver a mighty punch straight at the demon's jaw. The Demon Lord of Greed is then sent flying, landing heavily some ways further back, with the boy standing triumphantly over him and declaring that he is getting the hand of the power to steal souls. The thwarted Demon Lord attempts to stand up, but Karna dashes once again and appears behind him, sinking his fist deep into his back and causing him to scream in agony. The boy reaches deep inside, searching until he finds Aisha's mark, and asking the stuttering demon to confirm it, before violently ripping it out while asking him to return it. He then hands the mark to Aisha's ghost, causing it to adhere to her breast like before. Dargaz sees this, realizing that it's like his plunder ability, and wonders how the boy managed to do that. Karna tells him that necromancers can also summon and manipulate souls, so he was able to sense and seize Aisha's memories through his attacks. The assassin then states that it is normal to think of giving up, telling Dargaz that he got the short end of the stick since Karna was more powerful than a demon lord, and he lost because he went against him. Bewildered, Dargaz calls the boy a monster, and inwardly notes that he is on a whole other level, asking what he will do with him. The boy confirms that he will end him, but will wait, since Grandpa and Vor have something to say. Grandpa then approaches, apologizing to Bastet for all the regret that she left in the world, and for how she was left to fight alone when they all fell trying to complete the seal. Vor then apologizes for being late, stating that it is fine now since they have returned, and that they are counting on Karna to set him free. Karna then approaches Dargaz and, placing his hand on the demon's forehead, activates Disperse Regret. A bright light then starts to flash as the Demon Lord of Greed screams in pain, being reduced to nothing by his opponent. As Dargaz screams in pain, Karna can feel the pieces of Bastet's broken soul, and her wish to never lose to another ever again. That dying will to never let go was called greed, and are the true thoughts of the fallen goddess. Karna then rips the seal of greed from Dargaz's forehead, holding it in his palm until it morphs and begins to shine with a bright light. Karna declares that it is fine already, handing the fragment of greed over to Cecilia, and explaining that it is a ball of pure magic power, and he purified it to cleanse it of all the evil. The Demon Lord of Lust then absorbs the fragment, with the seal appearing on the back of her hand. She is shocked to see that it has been purified, but the boy explains that she would acquire the ability to plunder marks if it wasn't, but he thought adverse effects may arise on her soul, so he purified it under his own discretion. He apologizes for this, unaware of the magnitude of the feat he performed, and Cecilia tells him that it's fine, since she doesn't need the ability to take marks. While Aisha returns to her body, the Demon Lord produces a flame from her fingertip, and notes that she can now control magic with much more ease. Karna explains that her magic capacity has now doubled, but since she burns through magic twice as fast, it feels the same as before, and warns her to not use attack magic since it might be extremely dangerous. Cecilia then thanks Karna wholeheartedly for releasing Bastet from her regret, telling him that she will be counting on him much more. A revived Aisha then walks towards Dargaz's emancipated corpse. She notes that when a mark is stolen, the soul becomes utterly destroyed, and one can't even turn what remains into undead. She then wonders what should be done about Mammon, noting there's no point in ending him since he's already broken and done for. As Karna and Cecilia dance around in celebration, the assassin coldly assesses that, with one of the 7 Demon Lords disposed of, the balance of the world has shifted. She expects humanity to launch a counteroffensive towards Dargaz's former dungeon, and the demons will be gunning for it as well. chances are that the forces of the now strengthened Cecilia will be a threat, and knows that though Karna doesn't want to fight, he will strike if attacked, and she knows that the war has only just begun. Belphegor then arrives, worried about his mistress's safety, and is shocked to see Dargaz's corpse on the ground. The orc guards soon follow and hoist Karna up into the air, in what marks the end of the age of the 7 great demon lords and the dawn of a new era. In the aftermath of the Demon Lord of Greed's assault, orcs and demons toil side by side rebuilding the damage the castle sustained during the battle. Belphegor supervises the works, glad to see that the main gate is starting to take shape, when he is surprised by Aisha. The assassin points at 2 battered and sniveling demons, asking if they are his subordinates, and explaining that he helped them out of a hidden room they got trapped in. They break down in tears begging their commander for forgiveness, and the shocked demon general notes that he was worried about them, wondering what had happened. They reveal that they were captured, believing that Mammon's underlings were calling them. They were tortured and beaten for information regarding Karna, and they sadly admit that they broke and revealed everything. Though he considers it a shame that this happened, he beats his chest while taking full responsibility for their mistakes, stating that he will apologize to Cecilia and Karna on their behalf, causing them to embrace him for this gesture. Aisha notes with surprise that demons and humans are not that different after all, and just as humanity has its fair share of asshats, demonkind has many trustworthy individuals, and both races have their fair share of traitors. One of the orcs notices Aisha, pointing out that she looks just like a human, but a succubus bringing snacks corrects him, stating that it is a trick. She tells him that Aisha is the true form of the great evil spirit that killed Dargaz, a close aide of Lord Sabbath and part of a lineup equal to the 4 heavenly kings, with each being far surpassing Belphegor in strength. The uncomfortable assassin wonders inwardly who the 4 kings might be, before starting to head back to the castle. Belphegor asks to tag along so he can report on the construction to Cecilia, and apologize for their subordinates spilling information. She then turns, coldly accepting that he tag along, but warning that he will regret it. But the demon general nonetheless insists. Meanwhile, inside Cecilia's room, Karna rests his head on her lap, while she asks him to kiss her damaged finger, which he finds embarrassing. She explains that the fingernail broke during the battle and it hurts, playfully stating that if he kissed it, the pain would go away, before putting it in his mouth. Her body tingles as he sucks on the finger, lustfully telling him that he has been a bad boy, before tasting the fingertip and shuddering with arousal. She notes that Karna's magic is very thick, and though the boy finds the remarks dirty, she states that it is hot, since her finger only touched his lips. She then makes some spicy proposals to the nervous boy, causing him to suddenly rise up and attempt to get away. He fails, however, as Cecilia grabs him and pulls him back on the couch while telling him to stop struggling. Having witnessed the entire scene, Belphegor falls to the ground in embarrassment, while Aisha tells him that was what she meant when she warned that he would regret going there, since they had been at it since the previous day. The demon general finds the situation shameless and believes it shouldn't be allowed, but Aisha coldly points out that they don't even notice her and it is useless to interject. Belphegor then starts crying, causing a startled Karna to realize they were watching, while Cecilia asks them to keep their voices down while peeking on them since it is rude. As Cecilia playfully notes Aisha and Belphegor's rudeness for witnessing their flirting, the assassin retorts that they did knock, but they just didn't hear it through all the flirting. She then reports that the repairs on the castle are moving along smoothly. The barrier is being maintained and the gate has been finished, so their enemies have been deceived for the moment. Karna then tells them that he's always been able to make it there from deep inside the dungeon, being surprised at how close it is. Cecilia explains that the castle resides in the underground depths of the demon territory and has no direct path from the surface. Being in an area that transcends space-time, it is linked to multiple dungeons and can be used as a gate to each of them, including the cave near humanity's territory. The gates change at times, causing the other demon lords and the humans to be fooled, meaning that no army can use it to attack the castle since they wouldn't know where they are. Though Mammon gave information on the current gate, that link has been severed, and it is only a matter of time before a new gate is found. Aisha then cleverly notices that the gates were intentionally set up near the human realm to avoid detection, being set up in a blind spot so close to the front line. Cecilia confirms this with some embarrassment, and Grandpa and Karna soon realize that the true reason for the gate's location was to make it easier for her to go to the bookstore and acquire new love stories. Changing the subject, the Demon Lord suggests they go searching for a new gate, wishing to find a dungeon without any strong owners. Karna then jumps in, raising his hand and suggesting that they use his grandparents' house since it is roomy, but can only fit his family. Cecilia teases him, noting he might be homesick, but the boy tells her that he wants to give them his first salary, wishing to do so in person. Cecilia then realizes that his house is the location where the crypt of the old gods is located, and politely refuses to relocate the gate, noting that the ghosts there would come under the control of the Demon Lord's castle due to the difference in power. Grandpa explains that a lot of worship is directed towards them, to the point that the crypt is overflowing with magic, and every time someone worships them, they unconsciously receive divine protection, which Belphegor confirms. Aisha then sighs as she points out that the Mark of Ruin ceremony is the equivalent of the Human Revelation ceremony, and if the entire demon race offered their faith in the form of magic power, they would become a lot stronger. Belphegor then apologizes to Cecilia on behalf of his subordinates for having revealed information while under torture, but the Demon Lord merely tells him to be at ease, since she knew that would happen beforehand. The shocked demon asks how she managed to pull that off, and Cecilia tells Karna to do a demonstration. Gladly, the boy summons his ghosts using Ghost Meeting, and the spirits converge around him. Grandpa explains that after the battle with Greed's army, Karna collected the enemy's souls to cross-examine information for one large report, reviewing every bit of information and analyzing their strengths. Karna happily points out that Mammon revealed the location of these 7 gates, and maybe even the fact that he was human, but only conveyed that information to Dargaz himself, being confident about this after piecing together the memories from the souls. After thanking the spirits, he commands them to unfurl a large map, briefing those present on the intel he collected. He explains that Dargaz's former territory is the great Midwest continent of Kalkazan, a prairie with nothing but grass with low magic power, but also containing vast fortunes of hidden treasure amassed by the successive Demon Lords of Greed. Aisha realizes that is the reason the Demon Lord of Greed commands ogres and goblins, wondering how much they might have collected. With sparkling eyes, Karna muses that it must be a mountain of gold, and Cecilia adds that it must probably also contain valuable magical items and consumable magic stones. She enthusiastically wants to start scouring the land for them, noting that humans and demons will probably deploy large armies for that purpose, and a great war might erupt. Belphegor relishes the prospect of war, enthusiastically declaring that with the strength of Karna, they could conquer Kalkazan using the intel, and that Cecilia will decimate the Demon Lords if they dare attack, and shall reign supreme over the entire continent. Grandpa then states that they shall spare no effort in helping liberate Bastet's soul, and she might even dominate the world. Cecilia remains silent at this, before pouting childishly and stating that she doesn't want to. Belphegor is dismayed to hear his mistress state that she isn't interested in world domination. He asks his mistress for the reason, stating that it is their chance to reclaim the treasures left behind by their ancestors and revive the power of Bastet by gathering the souls of all the Demon Lords, turning her into the Demon Emperor. Cecilia replies that she wants nothing more than the revival of the Demon Emperor, but ruling over the world would be too much of a hassle, and she doesn't want the job. Though she can guide those who decided to follow her, she believes it would be unreasonable to force anyone and expect good results. Noddens confirms this, and tells Karna that he doesn't want world domination since they tried, failed, and were defeated after humanity turned against them. Though he insists that losers have no say anymore, he still offers Karna his aid if he tries to conquer the world. Cecilia then grabs the boy by his hand, yanking him towards her, while stating that sending Karna alone to annihilate humanity and the demon armies is too dangerous, pressing him against her chest while stating she won't make him do such a thing. She notes, however, that the other Demon Lords are bound to defeat the humans, and once they succeed, her goal would be out of her grasp. Though she thought about Demon Lord subjugation and world domination together, something didn't feel right, wondering if it wouldn't be better to think of a better alternative than those 2 options. She then hopefully declares her goal to be peace and coexistence with humanity. A few days later at Karna's family home, his grandmother calls her husband, telling her that they have received a gift from the boy. The man approaches the table with shock, seeing 3 huge bags of gold containing his first salary, and sobs, noting that the hero's party seems to be treating him well. Grabbing the letter, his wife corrects him, reading that Karna misjudged the hero's party and resigned, and decided to try again from scratch with another party. She goes on to see that he seems to be doing better there, believing that he will be fine this time. They then happily declare that as long as Karna is in a safe place, there's nothing to worry about. In the Adventurers Guild of the human frontier city of Dunwich, a clerk approaches Karna and Cecilia, handing them their new adventurers cards. She tells Cecilia that her occupation is a dancer and has a talent in recovery magic, allowing her to treat herself with magic and distract monsters with her dance, wishing her good luck. A nervous Karna thinks on how she used the power of the Demon Lord of Greed to forge a mark and hide her identity. The clerk then turns towards Karna, looking at the datasheet and realizing in shock that it says they're married. The Demon Lord playfully states that there shouldn't be a problem in terms of legality, and though the clerk admits that people are already adults after they conclude the revelation ceremony, she can't get her head around the fact that Karna is married by the age of 13. Karna brushes the matter off, asking her to not pry too much into it, and the clerk then recognizes the boy, recalling that he used to be in the hero's party. The boy merrily admits that he was fired, lying and stating that he sealed away his revelation of wise man and talent of necromancy to start anew as a simple warrior. As other adventurers begin to mutter about him, the clerk tells the boy that there is no issue with starting anew, but since he wouldn't have a revelation, he would have to put that on a new card. She tells them that it would be difficult to find a decent commission without a revelation, since other adventurers would criticize them, and the guild wouldn't be able to intervene if that became a problem. Furthermore, she reminds him that he would have to learn techniques and know-how from scratch, asking him about his combat experience. Karna reassures her, stating that he even has a sword, showing her Vorvidos's blade, and the clerk then reissues his adventurer's card with the warrior occupation. As she hands him the ID, she tells him to do his best if he runs into different problems, to which the boy gladly agrees. Nearby, two evil-looking adventurers recognize Karna as the one who was kicked from the hero's party, noting Cecilia's beauty and eerily planning to show them how the real world works. Across from the guild, Aisha greets Karna and Cecilia while having a beer. She tells them that she finished her ID, changing her name to Arsha and declaring her occupation as thief, and her talent as item room, since she was officially declared killed in action. She notes that it is probably true that the hero was executed, though the Battle Master and the Holy Knight are probably still alive since they are the daughters of an important merchant and a noble, but they will never be adventurers again. Karna receives the news with sorrow, and while asking Aisha if he isn't glad about this, he can't bring himself to do it, despite not being able to think of anything nice about them. Aisha then asks if he is too nice or if he pities them, and Karna quickly asks her to not speak ill of them while snatching a sausage from her platter, thanking her for the treat. The assassin then blushes all of a sudden, turning away in embarrassment when Cecilia points it out. She wonders what that feeling was, having felt her chest race when she saw the boy smile and wondering if it was magic, telling herself to calm herself down while slapping her face. Meanwhile, Cecilia enjoys her bubble tea, finding it tasty and strange despite not having any magic. Grandpa then explains that magic is the normal diet of a demon, and they can feast to their heart's desire and never gain weight. Cecilia then wonders if she can serve human food as an attraction, but recalls that the Demon Lord of Gluttony is doing something similar, planning to study it right away. Karna finds this interesting, but wonders if it is fine to be away from the castle, and she reassures him, explaining that there are people holding down the fort, and they will teleport back there at night, so it should be fine. She then tells him that to reach her goal, she needs to have a better understanding of humans. Karna wonders if coexistence and peace between humans and demons is really possible. Grandpa notes that demons can't live without the magic energy they get from humans, so humans can't go extinct, and are either enslaved or concede and they get squeezed for their magic, while back in his day they offered it as a sign of faith. He notes that Cecilia is trying to prevent a war that would lead to many sacrifices and requires mana from the dungeon to do so, but she must have decided that sacrificing the adventurers was preferable to going to war. Though Karna isn't sure if that's a good thing either, he notes that the world doesn't live in harmony. Aisha then stares at some adventurers, telling the group that they will be leaving town as soon as they finish eating, but Cecilia pouts, telling her that she still wants to tour the bookstore. The assassin notes that she just wants to go sightseeing, warning that they shouldn't be careless even if she has anti-spy magic up, suggesting that they keep their distance from each other before bluntly remarking that she refers to Karna. The surprised boy replies that he will be fine since he is used to adventuring alone anyway, but she notes that putting their faces out there is asking for trouble. Suddenly, one of the thugs from the guild places a hand on Karna's shoulder, and asks if he is the revelationless adventurer, menacingly threatening to punch him. Cecilia looks with concern, but the boy innocently asks if there's something wrong. The angry thug yells at him to not scoff at adventuring, calling himself a warrior with no revelation, noting that it isn't just about swinging a weapon around. His companion angrily states that he thought the boy would be a mage, and it hurt when he turned out to be a warrior. A third female adventurer then approaches, sweetly asking if Karna would stop being stubborn and return to being a wise man, noting that it would be sad if a child like him were to die. She then tells Karna that she knows that he has a lot to say about the hero, but they shouldn't get all gloomy, asking him to reconsider since he's gifted. The confused boy then thanks her before asking Aisha if the newcomers are good people. She notes that adventurers are a wild card, since many are just brainless mercenaries that rush into dungeons for riches and meet their demise, and one would normally find a bunch of those in towns like Dunwich. One of the adventurers blushes at the perceived compliment, but the other angrily declares that it ain't enough to butter him up, earning him a death stare from his companion. Karna thinks on how he joined the guild after being kicked out of the hero's party, being shunned by everyone due to his bad reputation, and he asks Grandpa if he would have become a normal adventurer if he had declined the hero's offer. Cecilia then approaches him, whispering in his ear that that was the reason they met, and lovingly addressing him as darling, causing him to blush. The adventurers get bummed at the sight, with one asking if they're seriously gonna do that in front of them virgins, while his companion explains that the woman even considers holding hands too lewd. The first adventurer then angrily tells Karna to show some respect to them, who barely earn enough to go to hostess clubs every once in a while. And the woman points out that nobody wants him due to visiting such places, much to his sorrow. The man then angrily turns to Karna, prepared to fight him. The thugs prepare to fight Karna, promising to show them just how messed up the world can be. They boast of being 200 times stronger than him despite clearly being small fry themselves. And the boy asks if they're sure they calculated that right, much to their annoyance. The bald adventurer then introduces himself as the Dark Warrior Deneb, with the talent for dark magic and wielding a magic sword. His companion in turn introduces himself as Vega, a warrior with a talent for poison arts and the wielder of the poisoned serpent blade, capable of killing with a single touch. Aisha complains that the blade is overkill for a mere duel, and Vega declares that he wouldn't use it since it's dangerous, telling him to use his sword. Aisha is confused as to why he would say something so decent while sounding so ominous, while Cecilia wishes Karna good luck. The boy raises his sheathed blade, promising to give his best, and asking Deneb to treat him well, calling him Senpai. The warrior is delighted by the title, and Vega then states that he will politely teach the boy a lesson using Serpent Blade. Karna notes how fast he is, drawing Vorvados and blocking some strikes, but he does get nicked on the shoulder. He notes how the warrior is really good at taking advantage of his openings, and though Vega suggests he give up, the boy insists on continuing. He then swings his sword, masterfully copying the warrior's technique and striking him back. Deneb praises him before swinging his sword downwards. Karna blocks it with his sword, much to his surprise, before countering and delivering the same blow back, causing the warrior to ask for a timeout. He asks if Karna has been using magic, since there is no way he could have copied their skill that fast. But Karna declares that his talent of necromancy allows him to gain experience from others directly by interacting with their souls while fighting. Grandpa notes that with that skill he doesn't need magic, and despite having lower physical strength compared to a warrior, the more he fights, the stronger he gets. The warriors find this situation unfair, and Karna combines the movements he remembered from when Vor possessed him and layers it with the skills of the adventurers before lunging into combat. The two men scream in horror as the boy lunges forward and knocks them down with the sheathed blade, huffing, before happily thanking them for the duel and asking for another match. The girl then apologizes on their behalf, noting that he will tear their pride to shreds at that rate. As Karna talks to the adventurers, Aisha pulls on her hood and departs down an alley. Pulling out a telepathy charm, she calls someone, and an old man picks up his charm from a library in the royal capital slums. Recognizing Aisha, he tells her that she should have called sooner if she was alive, but she asks to keep her existence a secret, before asking him to do some intelligence gathering. Getting businesslike, the man asks if something happened with the heroes, but she evades the subject, asking what he did with her money. He reveals that as the executor of her estate, he donated it to the orphanage and arranged for the sheltering and adoption of stray cats, with requests being made to the guild for personnel dedicated towards cleaning the cats' litter boxes, as well as arranging her funeral rites. She then asks plainly about the money situation, and he reveals that after the Demon Lord of Greed was defeated, the nobles seized the opportunity to invade Kalkazan and recruited en masse, causing food prices to skyrocket. Many adventurers were mobilized as well, and security got worse since less monsters were being subjugated. Furthermore, the dungeons are being abandoned in favor of building castles along the border, and they can't possibly deal with Karna's dungeon, to which Aisha concurs while inwardly recalling that the dragon ancestor is the one holding down the fort. Aisha then requests that the man send her all the items she had stored, to which he agrees. Having solved the issue of replenishing her items, she heads off to deal with the last remaining thing. Elsewhere, Karna apologizes to Deneb and Vega for hurting them, but the pair takes the matter lightly and lies, stating that they were going easy on him and they were weaker since they hadn't eaten, causing the boy to be relieved. Cecilia then points out that they seem to be hurt, offering to heal them. The men's eyes glow with lust at the prospect, with one of them even asking for the rate of other services, until the woman adventurer smacks him in the face with a bag of healing herbs and tells them to give it a rest. Karna innocently asks what a lap pillow is, and Cecilia playfully embraces him and offers to do it for him as much as he likes, causing him to yell in embarrassment while she continues to tease him. The girl finds their intimacy really sweet, patting the boy's head while noting how strong he is, explaining that her companions are actually seasoned veterans and telling him that, judging by how he handled them, he would pass as a warrior even without a seal. Cecilia looks at the scene with jealousy, hugging Karna and telling him that he can't cheat on her with other women, but the girl laughs it off, accepting that the boy is taken and off limits. Turning to the Demon Lord, she suggests that they can be friends, since they are closer in age. And though initially startled, Cecilia warms up to the idea and shakes her hand in gratitude. The girl then tells her to call her Gyaru, since everyone else seems to call her that, and offers to call her Celia. The Demon Lord points out that her name is strange, wondering where it originated, and Gyaru tells her of a legend about a girl, a girl who suddenly showed up with that name wielding a whip, noting that she looks a lot like her. Cecilia replies that she was unaware of any outer gods with that name, wondering if it is just a human legend, and the girl playfully tells her that she likes dressing like her, even if people find it insolent. As Deneb and Vega comment on the nature of friendship between girls, Aisha rejoins the group, noting how well they seem to be getting along. She tells Karna that she finished contacting the people she needed to and got some intel from the guild in the process. As it turns out, remnants from Greed's army were spotted along the roads from Dunwich to the core of the human territory, building encampments and plundering merchants and travelers passing by. Since a quest was put out to deal with the situation, Isa suggests if all those present would like to take it on. And just like that, a new party is born. The adventurers are taken by surprise by the unexpected proposal. Aisha fears that if Cecilia begins to consider humans to be too weak, she may change her objective from peace to enslavement. Though she doesn't think she would be the type to do that, she nonetheless wishes to display the strength of humanity through the adventurers. Karna wonders if the army assembled for war wouldn't deal with the situation, but Gyaru explains that the army has been prioritizing their supply route while neglecting the countryside. Karna, Deneb, and Vega begin to boast about the countryside until an exasperated Aisha quiets them down, noting that the regions they come from are equally rural to her. She then explains that since they can't rely on the army, the Lord has asked the Adventurers Guild to deal with the remnants, offering a 180,000 gold reward including expenses. She considers it to be a meager reward considering the risk, and the fact that an average person makes nearly as much in a month. But the adventurers nonetheless jump at the opportunity and declare that they will join them in the quest. Deneb reveals that he was born in Dunwich, and everyone will be troubled if the roads remain blocked, so he must act, while Vega declares that he will follow his partner. Aisha comments on how easily they decided on the issue, while Cecilia notes that despite their villainous faces, they actually have good souls. Karna then also expresses his desire to help, asking Cecilia if she is alright with it, to which she agrees. Aisha sighs as she continues to report that she has also negotiated with and received requests from the Merchants Guild. A large number of traders and travelers have gone missing on the road, and they fear that they may have been captured, so the guild has offered a reward of 1 million gold for rescuing them. Everyone's eyes shine at the prospect of receiving such a huge bounty, amounting to 190,000 gold pieces each, and everyone immediately agrees to take the quest. Karna praises Aisha, hugging her and calling her amazing for negotiating such deals, causing her to become flustered once again. Sometime later at the monster encampment in the Burielis Road, a goblin opens a cage to select one of the women held captive to eat. He then drags an undressed girl outside from her hair, and is about to try her out, when an ogre punches him senseless. The ogre warns him to not get carried away and ordering him to start roasting the captive. The bound and gagged girl is dragged through the encampment as Karna and Aisha look on from a concealed position. The boy steps up ready to fight the monsters, but is restrained by the assassin, who begs him to be patient and stick to the plan, reminding him that in order to save everyone, they can't just blow up the camp. She then reminds him that magic can't heal the soul, and even if he revived them, that would put him on the same level as the disgraced hero. Shocked, the boy relents and sticks to the plan, and Aisha notes that if things have gone accordingly, the others should arrive soon. Right on cue, the adventurers make their entrance, screaming and slashing at the goblins, ready to rescue the captured women. Deneb and Vega barge into the encampment, cutting their way through the goblins. An ogre orders his subordinates to face the enemy, and the creatures charge at them, headlong into Deneb, who swiftly dispatches them, delivering crippling attacks with his 2 blades. Grandpa praises his work, noting that despite his combination of warrior and dark magic aptitude being inherently incompatible, he makes it work by pouring pure mana into his weapons without using magic. Vega in turn uses his serpent blade, nicking an ogre in his cheek, and causing him to foam at the mouth before falling dead to the ground. Grandpa notes that the warrior managed to combine the poison art skill usually favored by assassins with his sword skills, to make the best of both worlds. Inwardly, he notes that though the insight and ingenuity to master one's revelation is desirable, the number of people capable of doing so might have decreased considerably, meaning that the human race may have declined even more than he thought. An ogre manages to land a direct blow on Deneb with his mace, sending him sprawling to the ground. The wounded warrior asks his comrades for aid, with Gyaru answering the call. Popping out from behind a tent, she begins to smear herself in honey lustfully, luring the ogre and causing him to cease fighting, as she offers a taste if he hears her out. She then pulls out a whip, using her talent of Queen's Allure to go full dominatrix, and order the monster to obey her. Entranced, the ogre immediately begins to attack his fellow monsters with glee. The warrior praises the girl for her intervention, and as she hopes it lasts long enough, the 2 men charge headlong at the goblins. One of the creatures attempts to run off to warn their boss, but he is cut down by Karna, while Aisha seizes its keys and begins to open the cages holding the women captive. The terrified girls hug each other as they're rescued from their ordeal, and as they run off, Aisha explains to Karna that with that strategy they can sneak in to rescue the hostages safely, while Deneb and the others keep the enemy at bay. She compares it to an impromptu performance, stating that's how adventurers fight. Charging headlong against the enemy with power or magic is more fitting for a knight, a lesson that the hero failed to understand before he went off the rails. As she continues to free the captives, Aisha tells Karna that though adventurers may look weak, one must always be on their toes, which Karna finds amazing. The assassin is pleased with herself at having fooled the boy, fully aware that technology and tactics can only compensate so much for lack of power, and nobody would stand a chance against the necromancer. Karna wouldn't even need to sneak in for the rescue operation, being able to simply send some ghosts to get the job done. But being so straightforward, he wouldn't even think of that unless you told him. Aisha is determined to keep fooling him, so he continues to think highly of the adventurers, and is encouraged to maintain the current path to peace, feeling a tingle in her stomach as she realizes the magnitude of the task. Meanwhile, Vega continues to hack at the goblins, until the earth begins to rumble. He turns in horror, seeing a towering, one-eyed giant approach them, screaming and wielding a huge rock. The adventurers are terrified at the sight, having failed to detect the monster until that moment. Giants are low-ranking demons that boast bodies more than 10 times larger than that of an average human, and usually dwell within the wilderness and mountains. Using its height, the creature screens the camp, until he notices the fleeing hostages, hurling the huge rock at them with full force. The terrified humans hug and scream as they face their demise, but before the rock lands, a seal appears beneath them, and Cecilia stands defiantly between them and the projectile. Using her powers, she raises a barrier that stops the rock dead in the air, and causes it to bounce back at the goblin encampment, squashing all creatures in its path. The hostages are shocked to see Cecilia appear out of thin air, but the demon lord tells them to continue running. As they flee, she concludes that watching over the camp from atop a nearby cliff while taking on a support role was the right move. The group now stands facing the giant, and Aisha and Karna rejoin them, with the assassin apologizing for taking too long to release the hostages. Wondering where the giant even came from, Cecilia deduces it must be sealing magic, explaining that one can use an item as a catalyst to carry monsters around, but it's extremely hard to perform. A creature standing on the giant's palm laughs and confirms her hunch, praising her for deducing it, before identifying himself as Nezuru, who has the talent of sealing magic and has become a magus. He then orders the giant to crush the adventurers, and as the monster begins to lower its foot, Deneb and Vega prepare to sacrifice themselves, buying some time so Gyaru can escape. Before that can happen though, Cecilia enters the fray, and leaving the battle up to Karna, uses transfer magic to teleport the adventurers to the top of the cliff overlooking the encampment. They are amazed at seeing that magic firsthand, but Deneb immediately directs their attention towards the fight down below. With Vorvados unsheathed, Karna rushes straight at the giant, sticking the blade right beneath the monster's toenail, causing it to scream in pain and check his injury while Nezuru tries to calm it down, trying to make it stop jumping around. Seizing the moment, Karna uses Slime Cushion to cause the unbalanced giant to slip and fall flat on his back, crushing the magus with his weight. The necromancer then prepares to deal with the fallen giant, dodging his attempt to smash him with his hand and using partial possession. That technique allows him to borrow techniques, experience, and revelations from souls bound to a master-slave contract, and allows him to use assassin skills using the sword technique he learned to target one's weak point with the smallest amount of movement. Using Vital Slash, he swiftly severs the giant's jugular, causing blood to spurt out as the monster falls to the ground. The boy then merrily rejoins Aisha, proudly declaring that he beat the enemy with a plan in mind and purposefully targeted attacks instead of brute force, believing that's what she wanted. The assassin is shocked and terrified by that display of power, and angrily declares it wasn't what she wanted as it was way too much. Cecilia then approaches them, praising them for their hard work. As Karna states, it's over. The freed hostages, having witnessed the battle from the woods, believe Vorvados to be a holy blade, and mistake Karna for the new hero, also believing Cecilia to be a famous wizard for her use of transfer magic, even now suggesting she might be a saint. Fully convinced they were rescued by a new party with a saint and a hero, the captives thank them enthusiastically. Karna is unsure about what to do, and Cecilia suggests that they merely explain to them that they're just simple adventurers once they calm down. Back in the Adventurers Guild at Dunwich, the clerk hands the party 30 million gold for successfully subjugating the Demon General of Greed and his army, as well as rescuing the hostages, causing the adventurers to tear up at the sight of such wealth. Deneb wonders if they will be able to walk around with that amount of money without being robbed, but the clerk tells them that no one would dare attack the heroes that defeated a demon general. She then beckons them to look behind her, revealing that the lord and the local aristocrats sent them a feast, along with a letter to honor them. Deneb is shocked by the sheer amount of food being laid before them, asking if it isn't going overboard, but the clerk insists it's not nearly enough reward for the feat they've accomplished. She tells them that the town is extremely happy to see new legends being born, telling them that they're local heroes, and they look forward to their future success. Gyaru turns in surprise, unsure if she misheard, and states that they only rescued some captives and dealt with the lesser monsters, while Karna's party defeated the demon general. The clerk laughs it off, believing it couldn't be the case, since Karna was sacked from the former heroes party, and is now a warrior whose wise man revelation was sealed. She wonders if the boy used some powerful magic, but Deneb reveals that he used sludge, causing the woman to laugh at the situation, and insist they were the ones who did the deed. Deneb angrily insists that Karna defeated the enemy, and Vega declares that though he won't go into details, they can't accept the 30 million, since they didn't earn it, only taking the initial 1.18 million reward to divide between the three of them. Though they don't know exactly what their shares would be, they are still delighted by the huge sum. The clerk then asks if Deneb is the rumored black swordsman, but he states that it's actually Karna, and Gyaru tells her that the saint who healed everyone was Cecilia. The confused woman then asks where they are now, and panics once she learns that they decided not to stop by the guild, noting the awards, rewards, and Lord's invitation the heroes received. Vega simply suggests that they put the invitation on hold until they arrive, declaring that the feast will be shared with all present, and digging in without paying heed to the frantic gestures of the clerk telling them to stop. Gyaru then asks if it's okay to eat without the others present, asking if they shouldn't leave it alone until Karna arrives, but the warriors continue to stuff their faces, while declaring they've already received the feast in their stead, and that it is normal for the rich to spend a lot. They consider that the expense makes up for them giving them such a hard job to do, and the possibility of being sent to the battlefield. Accepting this reasoning, Gyaru eagerly joins in. Vega then slams a piece of paper over the counter, and begins to write a letter of apology to the benefactors with impeccable handwriting. As the clerk notes it's only a matter of time before they find out the truth, he insists that time is the important factor, since it would be up to them to meet the other heroes or not. His sinister face a stark contrast with his considerate remark. In town, Cecilia happily walks down the street with her newly acquired books, enjoying herself after visiting a bookstore for the first time. She insists on carrying them herself, comparing them to the spoils of war, but cutely asks Karna to hold her hand instead. Blushing, he agrees, and nervously holds her hand as they continue to walk. He notes that she must really like reading to have made a transfer circle just to receive mail-order books, and she reveals that, though at first it was to gather information, she became more captivated the more she read, having yearned for a tale of love overcoming all trials to be reunited. The reason she chose the remote town of Dunwich to begin her journey was because a magic circle could be set up in a cave off the track, allowing for easy travel to the palace. She didn't build it just for books, however, and promises to reveal more later. Karna wonders if it's okay for them to not show up at the Adventurers Guild, but Cecilia points out that once they gain some fame, moving around town will be difficult for them, so they should collect their money and move on. The boy asks if it will be their last day in Dunwich, but the Demon Lord wishes to stay for a few more days to say goodbye to Gyaru and the rest. For that reason, that day, she wants to have a date with Karna. The boy becomes flustered by this, unsure about what to do. Nervous, Karna tells his spirits about the date. One of them is clueless about what that means, while Grandpa and Vor suggest that he go to hunt a divine or mythical beast, and have a victory feast with lots of meat and fur like they used to have when they were still gods. Karna smiles at them, thanking them for the idea, but noting there are no such beasts in the streets. He is very much looking forward to the date, but does not know any good spots to go to, though it would be much simpler if he could just take them through the portal to the demon world. He ponders on where to go until he has an epiphany. Meanwhile, Aisha drools with bliss while staying at a pet-friendly inn in her pajamas, surrounded by cats and ample provisions of drinks and snacks. She is pulled from this paradise by Karna contacting her telepathically, requesting a moment of her time. She is startled at being contacted on her day off, and is still uneasy about telepathy, since it feels like she's being watched. Lovingly stroking a cat, she tells him that she will do it tomorrow if it's not an emergency. So the boy explains his predicament and requests some advice concerning the date. She is reluctant to meddle in their love affair, but the boy has no one else to turn to. Smiling at the fact that he is still a kid despite his outrageous power, she wonders if she should give them advice, fully aware that the world could end if those two got into a fight. She then suggests a nice bar and some gambling, noting that he could use his spirits to cheat and win, but the boy is too honest and bad at gambling anyway. As the assassin struggles to come up with another place, she realizes she's never been on a date before, being pierced by Karna's surprise since she is an adult. She just never had the chance, being born in the slums and later becoming absorbed by her job as an adventurer. Karna apologizes and asks again, but Aisha angrily cuts the communication before jumping into bed. Alone, she notes that Karna's problem isn't where to go, but who he is with, and that Cecilia will be happy with him regardless of the place. Noting he is still a kid, she wonders if that's what having a brother or a kid is like. Karna is distressed after Aisha hung up, and is surprised to realize Cecilia noticed what he was doing. Embarrassed, he admits he didn't know where to take her to have a good time, and thus asked the assassin for advice. And Cecilia thanks him for thinking about it, while noting that she'll feel sad if he calls someone else during their date. Grabbing his hand, she decides to speed up their schedule, and takes him to a place he wanted to visit. Rushing through town, they eventually arrive at the doors of some dubious establishment called Club Pussycat, with Cecilia noting it makes it sound more like a legit shop. Karna is distressed at going to an adult place, but she counters that he is already an adult since he got his blessing, promising him a good time. Smiling, Cecilia ushers Karna into the Pussycat's playground with his eyes closed. As he opens them, they're greeted by the succubus that they saw at the meeting of Cecilia's commanders. She is the head of the lewd demons, as well as the owner of the restaurant they're in. Karna is surprised that people still come despite her being a demon, but Cecilia points out that some lewd demons are good at impersonating people. Grabbing her ample bosom, the succubus explains that they seduce men and deprive them of their magical power. Though there used to be many such specialized dungeons, the number of male adventurers dropped due to the prolonged wars, and the corresponding increase in the number of female adventurers led to the expulsion of the succubuses. With nowhere to go, Cecilia evacuated them to the underground palace, and since any other dungeon they created would be destroyed, the leading succubus opened up the restaurant, with those able to use mimicry magic. That way, the succubi can get magical power, money, and information legally. Grandpa realizes that was how they were the first to know about the royal capital, and Cecilia adds that Karna's salary is also paid for by the proceeds of the store, and the hard work of his naughty sisters. The succubus gropes herself playfully and asks him if he hates their hard work, causing the embarrassed boy to thank them. Enjoying herself, she then leads him and Cecilia to the VIP room where there is liquor and sweets. Noddance enjoys himself, recalling that in his time, humans would send out women to attend them, but things have changed over time, and the original role of the succubus was lost. He then explains that the temple holy wife is a holy maiden who male demons came to offering part of their soul to have their offspring created. Orcs, a pioneering species, are born mostly to men, so the succubi used to make children out of their souls using their magic. The succubus queen is surprised to find out about this power, and Noddance explains that lower demons are a mixture of a certain number of children, with the upper demons adjusted to maintain magic power. While the offspring of lower demons and humans have less magic power than their parents, the children produced by lower demons and succubi have more magical power than their parents. The higher the magical power of the lower demon, the more magical power the succubus could absorb, so it was a good relationship. But current lower demons have far less power than their ancestors. Cecilia wonders if that magic could work on senior demons and humans, and becomes excited when Noddance confirms it could be done, becoming disillusioned when the spirit cannot give her more information. She then gauges the situation, noting the declining amount of magical power available to succubi. The succubus queen then asks Karna if there is any way to get that magic, noting that there are very few succubi with mimicry magic marks, but if they could get more, then they could gather more magical power. Cecilia notes that it is difficult to remember magic without a reduced mark, but Karna's face brightens up as he comes up with an idea. He asks if other succubi can learn mimicry magic, proposing to ask someone to teach them that magic, requesting large quantities of alcohol to use as a catalyst. Once the booze is assembled, he presents it as an offering, proceeding to summon a goddess. The deity consumes the offering, introducing herself as Mama to the terrified succubus and Cecilia, who in turn identifies her as Istacha, the Dark Mother, and ancestor of the lewd demons. Cecilia is shocked to see that Karna managed to sign a contract with Istacha, the mother of all lewd demons, and Grandpa and Vor laugh at her while noting that she designated her favorite drinks as a catalyst for answering summons. Karna thanks her for lending him a lewd spirit in the dungeon earlier, addressing her as Grandma, but she is displeased by this. Looking at him with a threatening aura, she tells him that he will call her Mommy, disregarding Karna's misgivings and insisting until he shyly relents. She then brightens up, and as the boy asks if she knows about succubi, she descends from the couch she was standing on and heads to the succubus leader. The goddess then asks if she's her descendant, insisting on being addressed as Mommy, and the succubi pleads for her to help with their plight. After listening to her explanation, she pats her descendant's head, apologizing for not helping earlier. She was unaware of how weak they had become, recalling that in the past all males would have a spell of fascination and transformation, but Grandpa deduces that it must have weakened over generations. Licking her lips, Istacha asks if the succubus wants to try it. She then kisses her on the cheek, causing a bright light to flash from the mark before the succubus's entire body begins to shake with pleasure. She falls to her knees, grabbing her nether regions, as the goddess explains that she gave her the Goddess Mother Rosing Mark, bestowing upon her the power to give those succubi she kisses the Mimicry Magic Mark. Istacha also warns that this power requires a price, and she will have to put up with it if she wants it. But the already half-naked demon is already overwhelmed by the side effects, barely able to hold it together as she sweats and twitches on the floor. Cecilia covers Karna's eyes, so he doesn't see the lewd spectacle unfolding before him, and the happy goddess wishes the succubus good luck while she continues to twist. The demon lord of lust then asks Nodens what this means, and the old god explains that Istasha has given the matriarch a decree to restore her ability to bestow mimicry magic to those succubi she kisses. And though the mark will eventually disappear, the demons will learn to use the magic themselves with practice. Cecilia then notes it's the same as using a demon cat to make them remember the fascination magic. Realizing she made a mark and gave it to Karna right away, Nodens explains that not everyone can do it, since if one doesn't have enough vessels to accept it, it will burst and she will die. So she is reluctant to try it. She then turns to Istasha, who recognizes her as a fragment of Bastet, and asks if the succubus is alright. She then gulps, having one more thing to ask of her. Grabbing her hands, she asks if the goddess could tell her the magic of making children used by lower and higher demons. Unflinching, Istasha asks if she plans to use it with Karna, to which she shyly replies that she will have children with him the natural way if possible, but would like to learn about the ancient succubus style. The goddess finds this cute, but decides she won't tell her yet. As she rises, Karna addresses her as grandmother, causing her to once again insist that he call her mommy before vanishing into thin air. Cecilia is disheartened by this, wondering why she would refuse to tell her, but Nodens notes that she is a fickle goddess, inwardly noting that maybe there is something she cannot tell her. She asks Karna if he can summon her right away, but he explains that she will not answer so soon, especially if she's in a bad mood. Cecilia then decides to leave the matter aside for the moment, insisting that they have children together someday regardless, causing him to blush. Meanwhile, in the human city next to the border of Kalkazan, the former territory of the Demon Lord of Greed, a naked woman watches as troops march down the street. Sitting on the bed, her partner reveals that it is the Holy Church army, sent to seize the opportunity of defeating the Demon Lord and seize the Midwest of the continent. The church has called for a holy war, so the king was ordered to mobilize his troops and summon the heroes. The woman is surprised at this, noting the last hero's untimely death, but the man notes that the one summoned is none other than Heracles, the previous hero who retired at his peak, a true god of war. As the man resumes his own charge, the succubus signals a nearby spider to contact Cecilia as soon as possible to inform her that humanity has made its move. The old border of the demon territory of Kalkazan, a horde of demons stampede, charging against the human army. As the soldiers brace for impact, their commander activates his military revelation group defense mark, causing their shields to be boosted by magic. The demons hammer at them with their clubs, but the heavy infantry stands firm. The commander then uses core revelation and orders the men to charge, which they do promptly, spurred by his aid. Screaming, the soldiers charge with their lances raised, cutting down the demon army and causing the panicking survivors to scatter. As the human commander notes that the demon army is crumbling, his aide declares that the talent of Heracles, the god of war, is all they need to win. Hermes Armitage, hero of mankind and wielder of the god of war revelation. He sits proudly atop his destrier as he leads his men to victory. Humanity's past to defeats seemingly a lie. With his army revelation talent, even weak soldiers are given the Golden Seal class and bolstered. And now that he's back on the battlefields, seizing Kalkazan is no longer just a dream. One of the men notes that they didn't need the burning mark, causing Heracles to glare at the man, noting that was Norse's skill. Overseeing the troops as they give chase to the demons, he notes that one cannot win a battle in this world without an absolute individual. He has been leading the army for many years, protecting mankind, but he couldn't defeat a demon general or a demon lord by himself. Thus, he prayed that the next hero would be overwhelmingly powerful, and capable of defeating a demon lord as an absolute warrior, since that was what it meant to have a seal. He should have educated Norse himself, but he was tired after 40 years of constant fighting, and believed that there was no room for this old man anymore, believing he could finally return to his hometown and grow roses. His speech is cut short when a knight approaches him with orders from the capital. She is Zeta Abigail Purin, the holy knight that used to be part of Norse's party, and now serves with the royal knights. The knight informs him that the king has ordered that he lead his forces in an all-out invasion of Kalkazan to seize the territory for humanity. Heracles notes he's still carrying out the subjugation of the invading demons, asking if he must abandon this task. She confirms this, noting demons from all over the world are already moving to seize the masterless continent, and that the king has ordered him to secure their own cut of the pie. The hero is overwhelmed at the prospect of turning his back on the people who cry out for him to save them, but an aide notes that this is an opportunity to seize new lands. He admits that amassing the troops on a single point and striking back instead of guarding a large border is a sound strategy, but is aware that people will suffer if the subjugation of the remnants of Greed's army is delayed. After a pause, he orders that new levies be raised to carry on with the subjugation of the remnants of the army of the Demon Lord of Greed, and the liberation of the cities of Ciarana. His aide notes that their strength will be far inferior to that of the royal knights under Heracles' command, and the hero cannot believe he must ask so much of them. Back at Karna's dungeon, Karna, Cecilia, and Aisha answer Ur's distressed call. The dragon spirit asks if they have time to respond, but Karna is actually eager to get out of town, since after they were revealed to be the heroes who saved them, people rushed to the inn to meet them and make requests. Aisha advises that they move to a new city, noting that at that rate, even the purpose of inspecting the human realm might be unattainable. Cecilia is upset by this, having just made some friends, but notes that mankind's unexpected behavior always catches them off guard. Karna then notices the demon cats all around his room, realizing they should be in the dungeon, prompting the dragon spirit to inform him they're being ravaged by a party that has countermeasures against the cats. Meanwhile, a man in a suit leads his chained slaves forward as he advances into the dungeon. The mysterious new villain orders his slaves to attack, and they tearfully comply and fling themselves at Karna's zombies. Aisha identifies the man as a slaver, and explains that they're bosses of the underworld, and their main business is owning a gambling house or a brothel. Much to Cecilia's surprise, they hold the slave merchant revelation, and use the slave contract talent to control those who sign a pact with them. Upon Aisha's request, shows them the entrance of the dungeon, revealing that they have built a shantytown there, much to Karna's surprise. Slavers use the upper floor as a hunting ground, creating a settlement there, that Aisha describes as a labyrinth city, intending to keep stealing resources from the dungeon. From there, they can harvest the gems from the Pearl Dragon Vein, and mushrooms from the Dark Dwarf Forest. And as people gather together to find resources and build the city, the lack of a decent boss leads the place to becoming a lawless zone. Their proximity to the Dragon Vein means the demons cannot collect magic, so their magic balance is in the red. The cat charm seems to be ineffective due to the Hands of Fraternity charm that the slavers give his slaves to help them defeat powerful monsters. Though normally one can share the effect holding hands, the slaver can activate it through a chain, and he uses it to heal his wounded slaves and send them once more into battle. Nodens wasn't expecting this, and scoffs at the human for using his comrades as a meat shield. Aisha in turn notes they were right to pull back the cats, suggesting finding out what's going on to take countermeasures against the slaves. The dragon apologizes for bothering them by asking for help, but Aisha thanks him for his input. Holding the dungeon core, Karna notes that if he leaves the area alone, it might affect the land, tainting it with human resentment. Vor suggests flying to the slaver's house, but Karna fears beating him would only cause someone else to arrive and replace him. Cecilia also adds that raising the difficulty level would cause the adventurers to flee, thus reducing the amount of magic they can harvest. Pondering this, Karna decides to declare a new law. Activating the dungeon core, he notes that the dungeon has a lot of grudges, so he will use that resentment as a catalyst to cast a spell on the land. Raising the crystal, he casts a curse of resentment. Its dark tendrils reach toward the camp, with one reaching the chest of a recently deceased woman who is being carried away for disposal. As she opens her undead eyes, images of her life flash by. The attack on her village, her escape along with her siblings, the slaver offering gifts and promising a better future if she signs a contract, the children being taken away in chains, and eventually her own demise. Fueled by rage and resentment, she yells she won't forgive them, before throwing herself at the slavers, crying for her lost family. Aisha watches this with alarm, scared by Karna's magic. The undead continue their resentment-fueled rampage, stumbling towards the slaver. Distressed, the man orders his slaves to protect him, and they tearfully charge forward to fight, unable to refuse the command. To their surprise, the undead ignore them and go straight for the slaver, proceeding to swarm the man and tear him apart, his demise causing the slaves to be released from their bond and flee. Smiling, Karna explains to Aisha that he gave the land magic, so the resentful souls became undead, hell-bent on taking revenge on the perpetrator of their torment to purify their grudge. As the assassin screams in dismay, Karna puts on his helmet and heads off to make a proclamation. Everyone in the slaver camp looks at the sky, as they see the Lord of the Eternal Coffin manifest from thin air, warning them that he will grant the dead the right to revenge. The resentful souls will become undead and judge the living, but those who lived without resentment will be unaffected, and will be allowed to live in the Labyrinth realm. He finishes this proclamation warning that he is always watching, and will return if they step out of line, vanishing as the trembling humans quake by his mere presence. Back in the dungeon, Karna asks how he was, but everyone's attention is fixed on the screen. Cecilia notes that thanks to his curse, evil people get punished while innocents don't, asking if that is good for human law. He declares that he will set the parameters, so the curse doesn't activate unless the resentment is high, noting that the dungeon core is amazing and easy to use based on the memory of the land. Nodens notes it's not normal to arrange and incorporate magic into the land, but Karna notes that he used it on the orc's land, and thanks him and Vor for being role models for him, unaware of the sheer power that it actually requires. Aisha exchanges a look with as they realize Karna's declaration equates to him granting citizenship to those wishing to live in his territory. Since good people can live in peace, this area would constitute a safe zone, and refugees and those who don't like fighting will flock there. The dragon spirit thanks her for helping out, and she sighs, noting how crazy her boss is. Meanwhile, in the coalition camp, a marquis slams his fist on the table, outraged at Heracles' decision not to go there, and his request for 20,000 of the allied forces. Kneeling, Zeta Abigail Purin notes that he has no idea what the general has to deal with, since Greed's army has slain the local lord, and the territory has been severely damaged. Since many other cities remain in the hands of the enemy, the people's suffering won't stop unless he goes there as soon as possible. The assembled nobles dismiss her remarks, whispering among themselves concerning her responsibility for the defeat of the hero Norris, and the fact that she was stripped naked by an ogre. She grits her teeth at this, fully aware of her responsibility for the current situation, and determined to convey the threat the demon poses. She cannot fail anymore, and they must stabilize the rear to be able to face the darkness without any worries. The Marquis then pauses, gauging the situation and grinning, as he realizes that the spoils of the campaign will be his. The nobles note that the vast hoard of plunder the Demon Lord of Greed seized has not been found yet, and claiming it for themselves wouldn't be bad at all. The Marquis notes that the prince went to liberate their territorial capital, and promises to secure the rest of the road to suppress the remnants. And when the Holy Knight asks about the rest of the territory, he explains that most of the remnants are concentrated on the capital, so if they hit that, there will be little left. Abigail then states that the king ordered them to subdue the remnants and begs them to liberate not only the territorial capital, but also the cities. In response, he tells her to go do it if she wishes, stating that they don't need a god of plague to kill brave people. He declares that since the knights and a marquis are equal in rank beneath the king, he has no reason to be dispatched to look after another, angrily slapping the knight and kicking her out. Having failed, Abigail knows she can't go back to the knights, but is still determined to save as many lives as she can. She places her hope on the new hero who is rumored to have defeated the demon general called the Black Swordsman, unaware of who he actually is. Comorium, a provincial city in the countryside across a mountain from Dunwich. The remnants of Greed's army have turned it into a living hell, enslaving and exploiting its citizens. A demon drinks some beverage, and then proceeds to drag some naked female captives by their chains towards a large vat, throwing them in and activating the possession magic. The women scream as the pot starts to shine, and he notes that they have lost a lot of magic as they float motionless. The last surviving woman asks for the release of death, but the demon is determined to squeeze magic out of her until she turns to dust. Nearby, a cook does the same in another vat, noting that the pot of deprivation is a wonderful invention of the ancient gods, capable of squeezing magical power from monsters and even humans. Addressing his captive as Princess Dashigara, swimming amidst the vegetables, the princess defiantly declares that humanity will not lose, and reinforcements will stop them. This causes the cook to dunk her head with his ladle, while stating that her energy will make good soup stock. Pulling her from her hair, she states that reinforcements won't arrive, since Heracles and the royal knights are marching towards Chalcazon, and allied forces are attacking the territorial capital Lyons, while Comorium has been left to its fate. Dashigara moans with despair at this, much to the cook's delight. He wishes Dargaz was there, hoping he enjoyed his famous desperate soup. Tasting it, he finds it delicious, but concludes the princess is also at her limit. Noting that returning to the former territory of the Demon Lord of Greed or joining the army of another Demon Lord is hard, he declares that by building a labyrinth in the city, he will survive to explore the best demon's cuisine, taking advantage of the power in his hands. Aisha hears this while perched atop a ledge, proceeding to leap downwards and pierce the demon's neck with her blade, delivering a killing blow. She then rescues the princess from the vat, raising her in her arms and declaring that she is an adventurer. The princess notes that though she is saved, the enemy is still at large, urging her to leave and free her people. Putting a cloak over the naked princess's shoulders, she declares it will be over soon, while looking at one of Karna's spirits hovering overhead. In the outskirts of the ravaged city of Comorium, Karna's spirit informs the necromancer Cecilia and Zeta of Aisha's successful assassination of the demon boss. The remaining demons are a mixed force of goblins and ogres, 3,000 strong, which Grandpa considers just right for some exercise. Karna tells the Holy Knight to remain hidden while he finishes things quickly. Zeta is alarmed at the large number of demons, but the boy simply smiles, noting that according to the spirit reconnaissance, there is no strong enemy there, so their numbers might as well be 0. The Knight does not buy into that logic, but Karna finds it odd that there's no strong enemy. Noddins tells him that since he defeated Dargaz, there's no one else, warning him not to let his guard down or get bogged down. Confident, he declares that he will help everyone while Cecilia cheers him on, but he is still unsure about Zeta. He met her again, having saved her from an ogre while in his demon disguise the last time they met, and did not expect her to ask him to liberate the city. Going back a few days, Karna, Aisha, and Cecilia are checking out of their hotel in the human city, when Zeta suddenly appears asking if he's the Black Swordsman. Aisha confronts her, stating that she has never heard of such a name. Taking note of her dirty hair and clothes, she deduces that the girl has traveled a long time. Though her equipment identifies her as an official royal knight, the lack of a badge, coat of arms, or family crest would indicate she has been assigned this task as punishment. She is a disqualified knight. Zeta asks if she is Aisha, surprising her since she kept her mouth shut to the guild. The knight then tells her that neither the guild nor her fellow adventurers spoke of her, but there are a lot of powerful people looking for her right now. She then pulls out a muddied piece of parchment from her sack, revealing it bears the mark of the ex-hero Heracles. After being identified as a former holy knight, Zeta bows and asks the Black Swordsman to liberate Komorium. Sighing, Aisha recognizes the mark of Heracles, and decides to take the conversation to Cecilia's room. Nervously, Zeta explains why she was expelled from the army, and since she cannot go back to the knights, she plans to carry out the order herself until Heracles returns. Aisha asks her what she can do by herself, inwardly recalling that she was the knight that inspired Norse to try to capture Karna's dungeon, and noting it's bad to get involved, wondering if she should play the bad guy. Pointing out that there are no soldiers nor money involved, there is no reason to listen to the request. But Zeta passionately rises from her chair and declares that there are plenty of rewards. Aisha doesn't buy it, noting how she cleaned her plate as if she'd been starving, a clear sign she has no money. Sighing, Zeta declares that she is sure she is responsible for the defeat of the hero. She was then given a mission and expelled, being rejected by the adventurers as well, so there is nothing left but this for her. She did not expect the Black Swordsman to be the boy who got expelled by the ex-hero, but dropping to the ground, she declares that people will suffer if the remnants are left alone, asking him to become a hero and save the world. Cecilia approaches her, noting that Karna is not responsible for the army's failure to save the people from the remnants of Greed's army, and stating that it is cowardly to manipulate people with guilt. Zeta knows this is a selfish request, but humanity is at a crisis, since besides the remnants, the demon who killed the hero and uses flames is expanding its power. Completely unaware of who she's talking to, she states that if they leave him alone, mankind will be in danger, so they must safeguard the country to protect their family and friends. Aisha teases Karna about the demon expanding its power, and the boy telepathically tells her that he doesn't want to attack, though mankind doesn't understand this. The assassin notes that if the remnants are defeated, humanity might attack the eternal coffin, which the boy realizes would make Cecilia suffer. Smiling, she hugs him, and declares that she's alright with whatever he wants to do. Karna is embarrassed since people are watching, so she tells him they'll continue when they're alone. Tearing up, Zeta tells them of Komorium, laying right across the mountain from the city they're in, begging him to help her reclaim it since it's her hometown. She brightens up as Cecilia asks for the exact location of the remnants, and hands them the latest information the knights gathered. As they glance at the document, Cecilia telepathically tells Aisha and Karna that Belphegor contacted her. The 3 demon generals of Greed that Karna defeated are still alive, having surrendered and given all the information they possessed. According to them, Komorium is the location of the Legacy of Greed treasure, having been stashed generation after generation by the Demon Lord of Greed. The news shocks Karna and Aisha, with Zeta being the only one out of the loop. Karna storms Komorium, slaying foe after foe as the city's inhabitants cheer their liberator as the new hero, praising Zeta for bringing him to their aid. She tells them they should thank him instead, breaking down in tears of joy after seeing that everyone is safe. Meanwhile, Cecilia heals a child and sends her back to her mother, stating that children are precious in any world. She then turns to Karna, who tells her that half the demons have fled out of town, and he succeeded in defeating everyone. The demon's plight is not over yet, however, for Karna has dispatched Nodens, Vorvados, Istasha, and to deal with them once and for all. The demons freeze in terror, as the jacked-up Zeus uses his purple lightning of despair to obliterate them. Seeing no other option, the survivors release the Hydra and Basilisk they were holding in reserve. Sipping on some wine, Istasha notes that they will be dining on meat that night, and asks Karna if he wants him to hand him their heads. The monsters immediately faint out of sheer terror, shocking the demons, and Mommy pats their heads, noting they're smarter than their handlers, since they're willing to surrender without a fight. Turning to some nearby demons, she tells them to be quiet while blowing a kiss in their direction, unleashing a petrifying cloud, turning them to stone in an instant. Notes that what she's doing is overkill, while Vor angrily tells her to not do it all by herself and to leave something for him. Unfazed, she demands praise for her hard work, while the others continue to criticize her for hoarding all the fun. In town, Karna declares that it seems to be over, while noting that Nodens is amazing. Meanwhile, Aisha has ventured into a mine shaft that was concealed by the cook in the middle of the town, following the tunnels until she found herself before the massive mountain of gold and treasures, locating the Legacy of Greed. The city of Lyons, former capital of the Luana region lying next to the border with Kalkazan, has been fortified by the demons occupying it. While our heroes were busy liberating Komorium, this fortified bastion of the demon remnants has been glaring at the allied forces of humanity besieging it. Inside his command tent, the Marquis blares at his subordinate for not attacking, while the man explains that the walls have 4 layers of defensive magic, making them pretty much impervious to attack. He is furious that the Demon Lord of Greed managed to bring the city down, while they as aristocrats cannot. But the man explains that just like the hero, the Demon Lord is an absolute being, capable of shifting the tide of battle all on his own. Dargaz used his power to smash through the gates with ease, but since they can't do that, the allied force has besieged the city, and settled to wait for the demon's magic to run out. The officer points out that many people in the capital will die, but the Marquis does not care about commoner deaths. He then reasons that if the demons kill all the inhabitants, then the property inside will be his. So maybe waiting for the enemy to starve to death isn't such a bad idea. As he steps outside, he hears a shriek and covers his eyes at the bright light, realizing too late that it is not the sun. Flying overhead, a powerful demon charges a massive fireball, launching it straight at the allied force camp, totally obliterating the city and the allied force. Calling the humans dirty thieves, the demon lord of pride, Bel Yarnak, declares that there's a limit to the amount of money they can spend, considering it an honor to be rinsed by the burning heat of his guardian deity, Vorvados. He then informs his subordinate that the thief has been disposed of, and orders him to lead the separatists in securing the inheritance, hoping to reach Komorium before anyone else to secure the legacy of greed. Meanwhile, the royal knights have made camp in a ruined castle deep in the Kalkazan region. 2 knights are busy repairing the walls when they notice a swarm of mice speeding in their direction. As the mice swarm and overcome the first man, his comrades sound the alarm. But before any action can be taken, the soldiers on the battlements notice a weird cloud approaching. They soon realize with horror it is a swarm of locusts, and begin to attack them with fire magic. They put up a brave resistance, but their numbers are too few, and they're soon consumed by the swarm, their bones being brought back by the triumphant mice back to its masters. A small demon picks up the bone, and is about to devour it, when the other whacks it out of her hand, noting that a demon lord does not eat stuff like that. Biaki, the demon lord of envy, calls her peer, the demon lord of gluttony, Biarki, pathetic for only having an appetite and being looked down upon by everyone. Envy looks with disgust as the hungry demon lord resumes munching on the bone, dismayed at the fact that she is her elegant and beautiful big sister. Still, having done a great job destroying the forces of mankind, she decides to look past Gluttony's attitude and head on to slay Heracles. Securing Komorium, Karna and Cecilia have become involved in the battle over the legacy that greed has accumulated for generations. The battle has now expanded, the survival of mankind laying on the balance as pride, envy, gluttony, and lust are set to clash over the spoils. Following Karna's liberation, peace has returned at last to Komorium. Thelma, eldest daughter of the Count of Komorium, thanks the liberators from the bottom of her heart for their courageous fight and for feeding the people. They reply that they're just giving back some of the spoils from the remnants of greed. And when Aisha asks Karna what they'll do with the legacy, he suggests they donate it to the reconstruction of the city. The assassin is shocked by this, noting that the fortune has been accumulated over centuries, and he has no idea what the total sum is, being almost impossible to move. Cecilia supports this decision, however, stating that they could donate everything save magical stones and items that can become magical resources, proposing they use it to help other towns as well, while everyone looks on in surprise. The Demon Lord telepathically notes that since humanity is weakened, it would be a problem if the other demons destroyed them, so Aisha finally relents, and informs Thelma and Zeta that they will donate all the gold from the treasure. The knight is surprised by this, noting it's enough to buy an entire country, and even the princess is hesitant to accept. Naudens notes that the magical resources in the hoard are equivalent to more than 5 demon lords of greed, with Aisha being shocked by the comparison. Zeta notes that if Karna reports this achievement, he will be welcomed into the royal capital, but the boy is only interested in being an adventurer, so he asks her to donate it in her name. Aisha knows he's only interested in sending money to his grandparents, but Thelma praises his integrity at doing everything without demanding compensation or even recognition, suggesting that he deserves the title of hero. Aisha cries at this, noting that he is the bridegroom of the Demon Lord, but the princess is excited since she believes this will save mankind. Her joy is cut short when they see a gigantic fireball darting toward the city. As the fireball explodes, sending plumes of smoke into the ground, the demon general of pride, Golgothon, laughs after blowing the city away with his meteorite drop mark. His subordinate notes that it is too much, since this is the site of the legacy of greed, but his superior merely sends him to secure the hoard, warning of the consequences if he fails. As his demons fly onwards to fulfill his order, Golgothon sniffs in the air, hoping to catch the scent of burning fat, but is shocked to only smell fire and smoke. As the dust settles, he looks down to see the intact city of Komorium, having been saved from the strike by a barrier. Beyond himself, he dives down searching for the one who blocked his ultimate destructive mark, slamming against the barrier, demanding to meet his foe. Having avoided a close call with the meteorite, Aisha notes that the demon army is too early. Karna explains that Vor is responsible for the barrier, since without him he would not have been able to shield the entire city. He was lucky that Zeta hid from him back in the dungeon, and thus did not recognize this. Golgothon is enraged at being thwarted, and orders his demons to continue attacking and raze the city to the ground. As he activates his mark, he combines his power with that of his elite troops, causing meteorites to rain down on the city. Zeta uses her body to cover the princess, fainting in the process, and Cecilia informs Karna of this so he can freely use his powers. Unleashing Vorvados, he orders the god to vaporize the surface and manifest, jumping into the air to punch the incoming meteorites. Using the flame hammer, he sends the meteorite flying in the opposite direction, hitting the demons flying overhead and burning them to a crisp. Landing on the town square, Karna notes that the attack might be more powerful than before. Vor explains that since the enemy's flame was powered by his seal, they could not compete with him, and he gave Karna all that power at once. Aisha asks if that was the reason he did not use it against Greed, noting Golgothon's body is almost charred, as the old god of flames laughs joyfully. Examining Golgothon, Cecilia recognizes him as part of the Demon Lord of Pride's army, stating that it is the most aggressive group of all the demons. Karna asks Vor if they're his descendants, but the old god cannot seem to recall it after such a long time. Seeing Thelma and Zeta approaching, he hurriedly hides Vor before they see him. The girls arrive asking what happened, shocked to see the demon general laying in a crater and once again insisting that Karna be declared a hero, much to his dismay. He asks why they would attack all of a sudden, and Aisha notes that she needs to ask Golgothon some questions. Zeta wonders if she plans on asking the corpse, and she points out that Karna can do it. Using spiritual extraction, Karna pulls the demon general's spirit from his body, proceeding to snatch and twist it until knowledge literally begins dripping from it. Having extracted memories from the soul, he informs his companions that the allied forces have been wiped out by the Demon Lord of Pride, and Golgothon's force was sent with the explicit purpose of securing the inheritance. At the same time, the Knights of the Kingdom seem to be stranded in Kalkazan thanks to the intervention of the Demon Lords of Envy and Gluttony, which would suggest that the three Demon Lords have joined forces. Cecilia is worried by this, and wonders if they will end up fighting each other, but Karna notes that for the time being, the Demon Lord of Greed seems to be accompanied by the two other Demon Lords. Cecilia ponders on this, noting that the situation is just like what happened with the Great Demon Lord. Zeta asks if Heracles is alright, to which he replies that the hero is on his way to Komorium, but the Demon Lord of Pride will arrive there first. Aisha notes that if such a powerful demon were to attack the city, it would not stand a chance. So the knight asks Karna if he could do anything to prevent it. Cecilia grows serious at this, noting that though she doesn't mind protecting them, a fight between Karna and the Demon Lord would lead to the city being wiped out in the aftermath. Aisha also adds that they should be ashamed for pushing a child to fight a Demon Lord, upon which they bow down and apologize with shame. Zeta then suggests they abandon the legacy in the city and evacuate the people, clearing the area so Karna can fight to his heart's content. But the princess notes that there is no city nearby that can accommodate the refugees. Aisha also adds that without a safe place to go, the people will be wiped out by the monsters. Cecilia cannot relinquish the legacy either, knowing that the other demons will fight over it, and the winner will become even more powerful after securing the magical power it contains, and absorbing the other two Demon Lord souls. The rise of this Triple Crown Demon Lord would spell the end for mankind. She recalls Dargaz's attempt to consume her soul, as well as his campaign to seize human territory, wondering why the remnants remained in the city after the Demon Lord was defeated. Cecilia then notices Karna's sad face, asking if he can do anything about the situation. He happily declares that if he fights the Demon Lords, it will mean that everyone won't get involved, and he will not have to protect everyone. Concerning the reason for the remnants remaining in the city, he reveals that he had some ghosts check the tunnels. They confirmed that the boss seemed to have made preparations, and all they need to do is activate it. He declares that he can help the humans, so they should all go, happily declaring that they will make a dungeon themselves, and make Thelma the master of the dungeon, much to her shock. As Karna proposes to make Thelma the owner of a dungeon, Zeta wonders if mankind can even do that. He explains that since the preparations were already made by the remnants of Greed's army, he believes they can do it with a little modification, while the rest is magic to move the dungeon. He suggests that they use the pot of deprivation left behind by the remnants, stating that Toolstore can process it to accommodate hundreds of people at a time to use the magic from all the citizens. Thelma is understandably terrified by the prospect of returning into the vat, but Karna, understanding how she feels, reassures her, stating that the jar's magic is excellent, and Aisha can do it so it does not strain her body. Zeta is surprised that someone with such a low level of item store mastery can have that kind of talent, praising Aisha as a friend of Karna, while unaware that she's actually an item master. Cecilia notes that the dungeon's protection is strong and nigh impenetrable, deducing that the remnants of Greed's army seem to have planned to build a dungeon and then dig in, using the mines to their advantage. She also notes that the unity and cooperation of the city's inhabitants is essential to the creation and maintenance of the dungeon. So Thelma is the right dungeon master, since people will obey her as their lord's daughter. Noticing her potential magic, she then asks if the princess has any magical talent, and the princess proceeds to demonstrate her skill. Activating her foot bath mark, she touches a hole in the ground, using her hot spring talent to cause a small pool of water to form, explaining that if one soaks in it, their wounds will be healed and magic will be restored. Taking off her stilettos, Cecilia dips her feet in the pool, and is rejoiced to see her magic slowly recovering. Karna praises Thelma, stating that with that talent, she can make an awesome dungeon. Grandpa in turn comments to that the talent is convenient, and a sign that they should build a hot spring, which the dragon agrees with visible excitement. The princess asks if she can really put that useless talent to a good cause, and Noddins and Cecilia note that using their wisdom and the magic of Karna to amplify the potential of mankind, she can make her dungeon into a rock for mankind, telling the necromancer to get to work. The boy asks for Thelma's approval, and after a brief pause, she promises to do her best. Karna then recruits and Noddins' help, and the four happily begin construction. Flying atop the great dragon, Thelma and Karna witness the city's transformation. A colonnaded structure sprouts from the ground, sporting statues of Noddins and Vorvados as well as a huge dragon fountain, the water from the hot spring flowing freely from its mouth. Aisha is surprised at how much has changed in half a day, and the old god happily declares that the dragon of creation is there, and that compared to the creation of heaven and earth, this was an easy feat for him, though she is still unamused by his grand comparisons. Holding the dungeon core, Karna can see the Demon Lord of Pride's forces advancing into the dungeon. He then hands the core to Thelma, and the two agree to fight and work together to defend it. A demon stands confused before the temple-like entrance to the newly created Spa Comorium dungeon, asking if it is an onsen senko in a human city. His aide reports that there is not a single soul in the city, though there was no place for them to run away. Glowering, the ice magician of the demon army of Pride, Iguas, uses his power to freeze him, noting that he does not need his feedback nor that he mixes rumors with facts. The terrified demon begs for forgiveness, and his master relents and lets him go. Noting the absence of the remnants of Greed's army, and the advanced team led by Golgothon, he wonders if the humans built a dungeon. He then activates the power of his three tails, that was given to him by the Demon Lord of Pride, and his subordinates duck for cover, as he unleashes a frigid woe attack against the dungeon entrance. This proves to be in vain, however, as the strong defensive barrier withstands the blast. The demons are surprised at this, noting that an ordinary castle or dungeon would have collapsed at once in the face of such an attack. Iguas realizes it is not just a barrier but also space disconnection, which means there is a sorcerer behind the Lord of the Labyrinth, and with such strong defenses, the only option left is a direct assault. He signals his men to begin an all-out attack, declaring that the dungeon won't refuse any intruder, since its purpose is to collect even the tiniest bit of magic. With this, the demons fly forth into the dungeon entrance. In the Hot Spring Labyrinth command room, Princess Thelma struggles from the strain of controlling the dungeon, while she soaks next to Cecilia and Aisha. Concerned, the Demon Lord of Lust suggests she get some rest and get out of the water, but she refuses, since everyone is doing their best. Aisha insists, noting that while the others can be replaced, she as Lord of the Dungeon is irreplaceable. The pot of deprivation that was melded into the dungeon informs her that the bath's magic yield is at 50%, more than enough to sustain the dungeon defense monster gimmick. Karna then enters the control room, happily announcing that he is done adjusting, and telling Cecilia that she can rest. Thanking him, the Demon Lord suggests that he join them in the water, while Thelma covers herself. Karna refuses, wishing to concentrate on supporting and taking care of her, so she teases him with being alone later. Aisha notes her disbelief at the fact that there is such a way to use the dungeon, but Grandpa explains that though it is impossible for people who originally lack magic to become a master of the dungeon, Karna's powers made it possible to improve a pot of deprivation, such that it can bring out magic without hurting people. With and Aisha's help, he turned the pot into a huge senko, capable of collecting tens of thousands of people, and transferring that magic to the Dungeon Lord. He then asks how the citizens are doing, and the screens soon display them relaxing in the huge pools. Zeta then barges out of a sauna, dizzy from the heat, and while Grandpa notes that it is not squeezing out magic, Aisha insists that it is the most efficient. Worried, Thelma urges her to take a cold bath to recover, and proudly tells her that she just stopped a big magic attack at the barrier. She tries to show her, but the dungeon core doesn't display anything. As Karna approaches her to help, Aisha and Noddins comment that the princess was made master of the dungeon because the necromancer can only summon the spirits of the dead. Surprised that the combination of the pot of deprivation and the hot spring talent would turn into that. Seeing that Pride's army is coming in, Karna tells Thelma to start up the dungeon. Raising the core above her, she unleashes the spirit of the hot spring that towers above the demons and rushes to meet them. Pride's army charges into the dungeon, arriving at the pool at its entrance. The hot spring talent marker begins to glow in the water, anticipating the release of the spirit of the hot spring. Facing the towering water spirit, the demons plan to break through its defense with an all-out attack. The enraged spirit then claps its hands, sending a wall of holy water from the sacred hot springs against the invaders, sweeping many away. A few try to hold it at bay with a barrier, but the spirit slams its fist against it until it crumbles, sending the demons flying. They're taken aback by this barrier of boiling water, holy water, and flames, since no barrier they know corresponds to those three attributes. Unable to deal with the spirit, the demons wonder if they could take it on with hundreds or thousands of troops, fleeing in terror. It turns out it was Vorvados who was commanding the spirit, blessing the hot water with his flames. He asks Karna for more power, and the necromancer asks Thelma for permission to stop them all at once. With her approval, they clasp hands and empower the old god of fire, which in turn causes the spirit to expand before chasing away the demons. Fearing that they might get crushed, the demon commander orders his troops to retreat, as they're washed out of the dungeon by the tide of blessed water. The citizens rejoice at seeing the demons being kicked out, and Thelma manages to ask if the enemy is gone, before collapsing from exhaustion. Karna confirms this, telling her to rest if she's having hot flashes. While she asks him not to stare at her too much, Karna is immediately embarrassed by this, and Cecilia remarks jokingly that it is etiquette to take his eyes off at such a time. While the girl covers herself, Aisha snaps them out of it while looking at the outside of the dungeon, noting that the demons might be working on something. Outside, Iguas notes that the magical power and magic technique used in the dungeon is beyond the limit of humans, comparing the structure to the headquarters of a demon lord. Raising his hand, he declares that he will collapse it before snapping his fingers and using withdrawal. Contact is lost, as a whirlwind forms at the dungeon's entrance. And once the ghost vision is re-established, Karna and the rest at the command room see to their surprise that the entrance is empty, not knowing what to make of it. A few days after the attack by Pride's army, Karna's spirits are still busy searching for the demons in the city to no avail. The necromancer wonders if they ran away, but Cecilia notes that as incarnations of Bastet's pride, they would not give up that easily. Zeta informed the king about the existence of the Legacy of Greed as soon as they found it, so she notes that the enemy should disperse as long as reinforcements were approaching the city. Aisha notes that they didn't besiege the dungeon nor put up a barrier, and doesn't know what they're up to. She wonders when the reinforcements will arrive, noting that the city is a ruin. But Zeta notes that even if they try cutting time, there is still a limit as to how soon they will arrive. Karna suggests going with to buy food elsewhere, and resupply the city, insisting despite the assassin's fears he would be mistaken for the demon army. Suddenly, the spirits inform him that 6 royal knights are approaching the city, which Zeta deduces must be the advanced scouts of the reinforcements. Aisha notes that they're faster than she thought, even for a reconnaissance team, with Karna detecting that they're getting magical support, and will arrive at the front of the dungeon soon. As Zeta rushes off to welcome them, Cecilia expresses her uneasiness at the situation. Outside, the knights look in shock at the dungeon before them. Zeta waves at them as she approaches to greet them, but the knights draw their swords. Though the girl identifies herself, the men believe her to be a demon disguised as their comrade, taking the dungeon as proof. She tries to explain that the dungeon was created to protect the people from the demon army, but the knights insist that dungeon making is a secret of the demons, believing she made a pact with them. Though she tries to explain herself, the knights still won't believe her and charge. Defending her actions and unwilling to fight, she opens her arms, and waits as the lead knight raises his sword to cut her down. The strike is blocked by Karna, who breaks the man's sword, standing between Zeta and her attackers, confirming the situation was indeed dangerous. Seeing the necromancer riding ghosts, he labels him an evil magician, unwilling to hear his arguments and declaring the dungeon to be a cancerous continent and a betrayal of mankind. Karna is baffled by this, but Zeta explains there's no law against creating dungeons, since as humans were unable to make them, there was no need for one. Unyielding, the royal knights insist they must have been in contact with the demons, but Zeta insists that they took it from them, and since a labyrinth city dungeon can survive and be used by mankind, it is fine to use it in a similar way to an evacuation. The enraged leader of the knights will not listen to reason, however, declaring that human pride transcends the law, and Zeta confirms with horror that they're dealing with extinctionists. She explains to Karna that they're extremists, who embrace the church's doctrine of the extinction of demons. They are called demon hunters, and cause a lot of trouble like burning the slums and suspected heretics. The zealots then insist that they surrender to prove their innocence, promising to interrogate them thoroughly, which Zeta explains to Karna is a synonym for torture. The knights then charge once again, but Karna uses his magic to effortlessly knock them out and capture them, surprised at his own power. Turning, he asks if they might be lying when they say they're knights, but Zeta confirms their identity, wondering if Karna is just too strong. Not realizing his own strength, he declares he still has a long way to go, and has just learned how to use the sword, shocking Zeta. The knight then notes that the fact that the royal knights have so many extinctionists in their rank is bad news, wondering if there are enemies in her family. In the Hot Spring Labyrinth command room, Aisha points out that she doesn't know if the attackers are royal knights. As Cecilia asks who they are, she explains that a decade prior, the Church of the Hero advocated a doctrine. In it, adventurers who challenged the dungeons for drops and traded its valuable items and dealt with enemies should be ashamed, and the loot burned. Since it held some logic, the movement gathered many followers, but they clashed with the king who wished to keep the dungeon loot. They then dispersed, pretending to break up, and then infiltrating the royal capital, the adventurers, and the army, where they continued to spread their dogma. When it comes to royal knights, they would slaughter all inside the dungeon without hesitation. Cecilia notes that Heracles is not a wicked person, and though Aisha admits he would stop the slaughter, she cautions that a man of principle may run wild. Telepathically, Cecilia suggests they withdraw, but notes that the people they helped could be killed, which Aisha confirms, noting that they would be wiped out if demons were found in the dungeon. The Demon Lord remembers seeing this trick before, being performed by an underworld boss, with no dungeon nor relatives, who lurks the human territory using manipulation, incitement, and intimidation tactics. This unseen entity is called Nair-el-Hotep. The next day, Heracles arrives at the gates of the Hot Spring Labyrinth with his men. A knight reports finding the reconnaissance team unconscious with a note attached. Reading it and finding it concerns the Demon Lords of Envy and Gluttony, he tells his aide to read it to the lords and the others, while declaring that he will capture the dungeon alone. His troops oppose this, believing it's too dangerous, while others tell him to raise the place. He cuts them short, warning them to not let hatred cloud their eyes, and remarking that if the letter is true, the people inside the labyrinth want protection, and they should give it to them. The knights refuse this as taboo, pointing out that the letter was brought by the demons and is thus evidence that they fear them, begging him to give them his blessing so they can win. Seeing them for what they really are, Heracles cannot believe how corrupt the army has become, just a few years after his retirement, noting that even the veterans around him are steeped in extinctionism. He understands the letter written by Thelma, and knows she would never surrender to demons, and realizes that something has corrupted his subordinates. Turning to face them, he states that he sent the scouts ahead and they were almost killed, so it makes sense that the Lord of the Dungeon is asking directly for him. Therefore, he is determined to take up the challenge, and ask her if she's going to surrender or if she is going to end him. The knights protest, but he orders them to return to the army, surround the city, and wait. To settle the matter, he activates his revelation, while asking them if they are stronger than he is, causing them to fall back in awe. His God of War talent gives his subordinates a boost of power, being able to project it onto tens of thousands of soldiers at once. Enthralled, the knights refer to him as Iktosen, the most powerful knight, and worthy of the name of the hero, and he declares that he is still strong enough to cut his way through the enemy lines, and if they were to follow him, they would only get in his way. As the men stand to attention, he draws his swords for the first time in ages, and dashes into the dungeon. Heracles is intercepted by some fish monsters in the first hall, but he easily bests them and moves on, noting that the main attributes of the labyrinth are water and fire. He remarks that the steam blurs his vision, and the ease with which one could sweep away any intruders with a tidal wave. Finding it troublesome, he notes it was not built in a few days, but doubts Zeta planned on using it to attack. Suddenly, the waters part, as Zeta and Thelma emerge from the pool inside a bubble carried by the spirit of the hot springs. Jumping, the knight drops to her knees, and presents her sword to Heracles, offering her head for deceiving him. The hero then declares that he has come alone, asking Thelma if he has met her condition. The princess then admits to making a very rude request in the letter, admitting responsibility for all crimes. Offering the dungeon core, she begs him to spare the lives of Zeta and her people. Heracles stares at her, asking if she is truly the master of the labyrinth, and declaring it to be the most impressive dungeon he has ever entered. He then asks who the Black Swordsman is, to which she replies that they're adventurers that helped them, noting it felt right for the new hero to help others and protect the people. She hopes they would meet in person, noting that they might be able to help him and save mankind. Heracles doesn't detect any lies in her words, wondering if she might have been brainwashed, and concludes that Zeta knows nothing about it, and even if they try to assassinate him, he can escape. Wishing to gather more information, he sheathes his swords, and asks for the Black Swordsman, and Zeta happily offers to show him around. Inside the dungeon, Heracles is taken to the dungeon's cafeteria, which is packed with citizens. Some recognize the hero, asking if he's there to save them, but Zeta calms them down, stating they're there to talk, But there might be a solution. Seeing the cheering crowds, the surprised hero notices they're low on magic, but can see no sign of abuse. Zeta then continues her tour, showing him one of the magic pools, and explaining that thanks to the Black Swordsman's magic, the citizens maintain the dungeon, giving a little magic by taking a bath and relaxing in the hot springs. They finally arrive at the command room, where Karna, Aisha, and Cecilia wait for him at a tea table. Heracles immediately identifies the two humans, shocking the oblivious Zeta, who suffers a near breakdown as she realizes who the assassin is, since she was supposed to be dead. Cecilia then apologizes for lying about their identities, properly introducing Aisha, before revealing her true identity as the Demon Lord of Lust to all those present. Thelma and Zeta are shocked by this, and Heracles is immediately on his guard, drawing his sword to cut off evil in preparation for a fight. As the hero stares at the table in preparation for a fight with the Demon Lord of Lust, Aisha stares at him and steps up, only for Karna to tell her to wait, since they're in the middle of talking. The confused hero asks if they don't want to fight, but before they can say anything, the earth shudders, with Heracles, Aisha, and Cecilia immediately grasping what's happening. Outside Comorium, the sky suddenly becomes brighter over the Royal Knight camp. The soldiers look up in terror as the demon lords of pride, envy, and gluttony descend upon them, taking advantage of the absence of Heracles to slay them all. An officer then reassures his men, stating that they set up a magical defense barrier in anticipation for this exact type of situation. Envy's face twitches at this and then contorts with rage, as she declares that she will not forgive them for this, and uses her absolute chaos talent to slam against the barrier and shatter it with a single blow, causing mass panic among the soldiers. Seeing the barrier crumble, Gluttony eagerly asks if she can eat them now, but Pride tells her that she should not, since they're good for nothing. Iguas briefed him beforehand, and informed him that Heracles was not present in the camp, so they decided to attack the Royal Knights while they were short-handed. Soaring over the camp, he prepares to burn the knights to oblivion with his heavenly fire granted him by Vorvados. The soldiers can only look on helplessly, as a massive fireball descends onto them, burning everything in its path. Envy is angered by this, noting how noisy, dazzling, and smelly it is, while Gluttony laments not having anything left to eat, since everything was vaporized. Byaki criticizes him for overdoing it, even after she brought down the magical barrier, but he dismissively allows them to pick up the trash, stating that is why he brought them there, angering her even more. Their argument is cut short, and their anger turned to shock, as a gust of wind blows the smoke away, revealing Naudint and Vorvados, standing before the unharmed troops, having been dispatched by Karna in anticipation of the attack. The god of fire mocks his peer, noting that the demon lord borrowing his seal is stronger than the one who inherited the old man's, taking a jab at Belphegor in the process. Naudint then tells the three demon lords that he will not chase them if they retreat, but Vor points out that is unlikely. True to his sin, Bel Yarnak is beyond himself at having his attack blocked, declaring he will not be happy until he has wiped everyone out, while Gluttony is eager to eat them all. With this, the three demon lords prepare to fight the old gods. Gluttony tugs at Envy's dress, eager to go down and eat everyone, but her big sister tells her to wait. Noticing their adversary's power, she becomes enraged by their insane magical ability and sense of superiority, asking if they're gods or demon lords. Her legs fuse into a thick serpentine body, as she adopts her true demonic form, declaring she will beat them down and drag them to hell. She then uses her absolute class talent to make everything heavy, which Naudint explains is a curse, generating a feeling of inferiority and triggering strong envy, crushing those weaker than the demon lord and weakening those who are stronger. Envy is shocked to see them still moving, but they retort that even if her curse works, they are on a wholly different level, so even if they do become weaker, they're still far stronger than her. This makes her become even more annoyed, as she demands to know who they are, and Vor smiles wickedly, declaring they are gods, as he and Naudint strike back, with the god of fire proceeding to fight head-on with the one who borrowed his mark. In the command room, Thelma and Zeta watch in shock as the gods fight evenly against the demon lords, amazed at their power. Stepping forward, Cecilia drops her human disguise and adopts her demon form, ears included, once again formally stating her name, while Karna reveals that he is actually the demon general Sabbath, serving under the demon lord of lust. Seeing his helmet, Zeta finally realizes it was Karna who defeated the hero. The boy apologizes for hiding this, but points out that it was them who asked for help. Cecilia adds that they didn't mean to deceive them, telling them to think of this as proof that they cooperated and worked hard together. Thelma agrees with this, stating that they're the ones who want to live and made a dungeon, and that there isn't any resentment. As the demon lord of lust also adds that Karna is the one who saved her from being caught by an ogre, the knight asks if they are truly who they claimed to be. She insists that she wants them all to believe them when they say they're not enemies, with Karna seconding her statement, saying that she wants peace with humans and they're looking to coexist. Heracles remarks that ever since the first hero was born and defeated the outer gods, human history has been marked by the never-ending fight against demons, asking them if they'll end 1,000 years of bloodshed in their generation. The Demon Lord of Lust explains that they've been doing just that, traveling as adventurers to learn about mankind, and have found that the range of rotation is not that big, but mankind's prosperity is distorted. There are peaceful cities and places that have been ravaged by war, and while the fighting has cost countless lives, human culture is surprisingly thriving. She likes human culture, as well as ideas that are not present in the demon world, such as delicious food and interesting music, and along with Karna and Aisha, they have befriended some humans. She declares that she does not wish to subjugate mankind, but knows they cannot keep destroying each other, extending her hand to Heracles, promising to stop the fighting, and to create a peaceful world together. Heracles pauses when presented with Cecilia's offer, noting that with such power in her hands, the peace she proposes might as well be conquest or domination. She objects that they're not her men, but Karna's friends, with the necromancer adding that he is a demon general in her employ, and his grandpas are just friends who are willing to help him out. The hero then asks if he doesn't hate Norris for expelling him from the party, piecing together what happened after his expulsion, including Aisha joining their ranks and them defeating Dargaz. The Demon Lord of Lust insists that Karna and Aisha are her precious subordinates, and all under her, be them men or demons, are equal in her eyes, asking him to believe her. To prove this, she embraces the necromancer, much to his surprise, and happily declares that they're married, having registered the affair in the Adventurers Guild, and that she wants to have a baby with him eventually. Thelma and Zeta do not know how to react to this, and Heracles merely watches on with his arms crossed, while Cecilia once again offers a suspension of hostilities, asking if he can accept it as the strongest warrior of mankind. That is beyond the realm of his discretion, however, since a truce or ceasefire between nations can only be sanctioned by the king and the nobility, remarking that he is sure that she is aware of this fact as well. Unrelenting Cecilia insists, noting that it is impossible for her to be accepted by a king or a nobleman, and noting he cannot even surrender. She goes on to explain that Thelma and Zeta asked for their help without knowing who they were, and the dungeon is designed to save people, but the extinctionists would see them wiped from the face of the earth. The two girls confirm this to the hero, and he turns to Karna, asking if he serves Cecilia out of brainwashing or fascination. Smiling, he denies this, stating that despite all the bad things that happened to him since he was expelled by the hero, he holds no grudge against mankind. All he has to do is recognize Cecilia as his master and serve her, and he will be an enemy of mankind if necessary, but he does not wish to hurt them. Instead, he wishes to make peace, this feeling having grown stronger after living as an adventurer and traversing the war-torn land. Addressing him personally without involving the church or the royal family, Karna bows, begging Heracles to stop the war. Seeing this, the hero walks past him and sits on a chair, noting that his feelings of loyalty and love are troublesome. He explains that if he had been unfairly manipulated, they would have slaughtered the demons, thus freeing the boy and saving mankind. But this doesn't apply if they're united by love and loyalty. He then recalls that back in his youth he traveled with the hero and fought to save mankind and destroy the demons, carrying on with that mission even after his best friend the hero perished, taking over the mantle of hero in his stead. Now, however, the country has descended into madness. The king and the nobles have deployed their armies for personal gains, while the church and the inhabitants of the royal capital are intoxicated by hatred and excited by the war. After serving for decades, he returned home to find his wife had passed away, with only the roses that she took care of being left to welcome him back. He had lost any hope, and resolved to fight for mankind and die, but now he is determined to live and stop the war, even if it means betraying his country and church. Zeta is shocked by this, but he tells her that he gave her a hard mission, and the boy did save people. He then agrees to a ceasefire, but asks Karna for proof that he can trust him. He points out that as long as the Demon Lords of Pride, Envy, and Gluttony are attacking the army, the fighting won't stop. But if the Demon Lord of Lust's army managed to stop them, then the hero could stop the Royal Knights. Zeta grows livid, noting it's impossible to defeat the three Demon Lords at the same time, but Karna happily accepts the task. Pulling out the dungeon core, he hails Vor and Nodens, telling them to use all their strength, and the gods rejoice at being allowed to carry out an all-out war against the Demon Lords. Outside the dungeon, the Demon Lord of Envy seethes with rage, veins bulging from her forehead as she fails to defeat the outer gods pitted against her. She attacks once more using her serpent hair, but Nodens easily dodges this, launching a lightning bolt at her and Gluttony in response, causing the pair to scream in agony. The two fall to the ground, and Bjarki struggles to use her power of insatiable hunger to summon her hordes of creatures. On her command, countless mice and locusts emerge out of nowhere, charging at the gods in a ravenous frenzy. Seeing this, Naudens comments on the sad spectacle presented by the revenge of Bastet's hunger, being the manifestation of one's soul's determination to live no matter what it has to consume. Gluttony declares that she will devour him, adopting her true demon form as first her mouth and then her body expand to colossal proportions. She charges at the gods, declaring that she will eat them, but Naudens stands firm, and states that she can feed her and Bastet until they're satisfied, but she cannot even understand that right now. Instead, he will release her from her hunger and make her feel better, feeding her with his magic to her heart's content. Realizing what's happening, Envy hurriedly lashes out with her tail and restrains her sister, pulling her close, as Naudens unleashes his purple lightning of despair. The strike pulverizes the creatures charging at them before reaching the demon lords, causing a gigantic explosion. As the dust settles, Naudens sees with surprise that Envy saved Gluttony using herself as a shield, and the demon lord furiously retorts that he does not know her, and she has no idea who he is or why he has the power to defeat a demon lord. Her soul burns with envy, as she uses absolute class once more to propel herself and her sister into the air, making their escape. Still restrained by her talent, he can only watch as the two demon lords fly into the sky. He asks Karna for permission to chase them, but tells him to stay put, since he is on his way there. Naudens acknowledges this, noting the battle will be over soon, as Vorvados fights the demon lord of pride in a clash of flames. The royal guards stare speechless at the sky, sweltering as the god of fire and the demon lord of pride clash overhead. Bel Yarnak unleashes a flurry of electric fists at Vor, but the god swiftly deflects each strike with his own fists, with the soldiers running for dear life to avoid getting hit by a stray fireball. Pride calls Vor out for the disrespect of imitating the secret fist of his family, promising to end his life, but the god replies that he taught that to his descendants ages ago, asking if he has any other skills left, since he is still there. He declares Electric Fist to be a basic skill, unleashing his power, and pointing out that the secret fist came from it, before unleashing Honokagutsuchi. Pride's face turns to terror as he hurries to block the incoming strike with his tails and arms, before being sent flying against the ground by the blast. Standing amidst a crater of his own creation, the demon lord lashes out, his pride unwilling to accept that the god of fire is more of a flame messenger than himself, even though he looks like a weak boy. Vor replies that he is only alive because he omitted the chant and lowered the power of his attack, all to take it easy on him, and that he would be ashes right now if he had taken it seriously. Bel Yarnak lashes out at this, once again declaring his burning desire to tear Vor to pieces, but the god merely lands beside him, stating that despite his appearance, he is still a girl. Pride then goes full-blown misogynist on her, calling women a defective species that clings to their motherhood, and thus has unnecessary mercy, declaring that she is only looking down on him because he is a descendant of Vorvados, the male god of fire. Vor then asks what people say about her these days, recalling that despite going to war, she was originally the goddess of the sun, and was treated as a god of battle because she would join the fight while clad in armor. Her original power is to warm the earth with sunshine and to love living things, her flame burning bright and firm, unlike the dirty flame that specializes in destruction. Still, Bel Yarnak won't believe she's actually Vorvados, and so the goddess rises into the air, borrowing some of Karna's magic to get a little bit more serious with her wayward descendant. She then displays her power, causing flames to swirl around her as she adopts her true form, scant fantasy armor and curvy body included, of course. As Pride looks on unable to utter a word, Vorvados rejoices in using her true form after so long, noting that she can't use it for an extended period of time. Vorvados smiles as she uses her true form. Confronted by a goddess, the enraged demon lord of pride goes on to list his achievements, boasting of the fact that he is followed by the double crown of envy and gluttony, and will steal their magical power in time. The way he sees it, he is a man destined to the status of a true demon lord, and wearer of the triple crown. Enraged by his humiliation in the fight so far, he clenches his fists, unleashing all of his power, declaring he will not lose to an unknown woman like Vor. Flames sprout from his tails, changing course midair, before converging on the goddess of fire, who merely smiles in excitement as his attack reaches her, causing a massive explosion and sending plumes of smoke into the air. Amidst the dust, Pride laughs hysterically, believing he succeeded in defeating the supposed god pretender. This celebration proves premature, however, as the dust settles to reveal Vor still flying overhead, completely unscathed. Calmly, she insists that she is the goddess, and resigns herself to explaining it to him. She states that regardless of how many flames he spews, they will disperse before reaching the level of a god, comparing it to splashing a bucket of water at her, before getting serious and launching a fireball of her own in response. The strike slams Bel Yarnak into the ground, creating another explosion, Landing beside the Demon Lord, Vor addresses the Demon Lord as Bastet and asks if she has had enough, recalling that she used to be so kind and the best of the gods, surrounded by human children and smiling as she took care of them. Denying this motherly facet of the goddess, sticking to strength and aiming for the top, is the pride aspect of Bastet that craved to be strong. Pride hears all this, wondering what she's on about and what this has to do with him, but she yells at him to be quiet as she proceeds to strip off pieces of his armor, leaving his chest bare and revealing the mark of pride. Placing her hand on it, she declares that she will remove the curse mark and return it to its original form, slamming him into the ground and unleashing her power. Bel Yarnak screams in agony as Vorvados' holy flame purifies the shard of Bastet, which in turn causes the Demon Lord to adopt a beautiful feminine appearance of a fox demon, naked from the thighs up. As she begins to realize what has happened, Vor explains that she has returned to her true form, as one of the fragments of the goddess Bastet, and kin to herself that swore vengeance upon humanity. This true form is known as the Shrine Maiden of the Flames, called Flame Fox, who, maybe due to her hatred toward mankind, tried to seal her feminine side, denying her kindness and motherhood, focusing instead on strength. Smiling, Vorvados apologizes and welcomes her back, stating that is enough. Hearing Vorvados' words, Pride shakes in shock and disbelief as she grabs her new breasts and cries, still unable to accept the fact that she is a woman. She tries to stand, but her legs give out underneath her, with Vor approaching her pitiful form and reassuring her, stating she will ask Karna to spare her life. She reels back at this, unwilling to surrender, but in that precise moment, Iguas rushes in like a knight in shining armor and grabs her, throwing an orb up into the sky and instantaneously teleporting them to safety before Vor can react. Standing alone on the charred battlefield, the goddess grabs her head in dismay as she realizes her foes have managed to escape her. Embarrassed, she turns to Nodens and tells him what just happened, which he thinks is actually sweet. He asks Karna if he wants to chase them, but the necromancer decides to let her go, noting that with the seal purified, she has lost her power and will to fight. Finally, arriving on the battlefield atop his spirits and in full demon general gear, he declares that they are no longer a threat, so Nodens does not need to force himself to chase them like he would any other demon lord. The royal knights recognize Karna as the demon Zeta reported to them about, who defeated the ex-hero Norris. The necromancer then proceeds to issue a proclamation to the royal knights and to all of mankind, declaring that in the name of Her Majesty Cecilia Israphiris, demon lord of lust, the hot spring labyrinth is under the control and protection of the demon general Sabbath. Confronted by the labyrinth's creator, one of the soldiers reaches for his sword. His comrade stays his hand, however, knowing they cannot hope to win against Sabbath, and the two monsters following him. Seeing this, Nodens points out that Karna's menacing aura is working too efficiently in terrifying the soldiers. Noting that the real show is about to begin, Vor asks Karna what to do, but the necromancer insists that they continue as planned. He declares that the Luana region hot spring labyrinth Comorium and the area around the Eternal Coffin dungeon will be occupied by the army of the Demon Lord of Lust, asking the humans to stop their invasion and withdraw the royal knights. He offers citizenship to all humans residing in the area if they will follow them, promising no harm will come to them and sealing this with an indestructible magic contract. The knights are shocked by this, one of them falling to his knees facing such an overwhelming presence. The rest then turn, sensing the presence of the returned Heracles, and pointing the demon general to him. Unfazed, he states that they have faced invasion by 3 great demon lords as well as the army of the demon lord of lust. Staring at Karna and his spirits, he declares the expedition to be over, ordering his knights to withdraw, hoping they will leave Comorium and report the situation to the royal capital. Falling into line, the soldiers comply and make preparations for a swift departure. But when an officer tells Heracles to retreat as well, he stands firm with determination, proudly declaring that a hero of mankind cannot back down in front of a demon. Facing Karna, Heracles suggests that they respond to the magic contract that the demon general proposes. The soldiers are taken aback by his proposal to deal with these inferior beings, and even Karna is stunned by his declaration, noting that it will help. A spirit hands him over the document, and after examining it, the hero reads aloud there will be no restrictions on adventurers seeking to capture the dungeon. Sabbath states that though he does not want any useless war, he does want to compete in the dungeon capture, and Cecilia thinks the same way. He will allow anyone to build a residence in the area around the dungeon, free from demonic rule or taxes, unless they do something wrong, and exempting farmlands from paying taxes as well. The royal knights ask him if he plans on seducing mankind with money, but he explains that demons have different social norms, not having much need of food or money to be self-sufficient. Plus, he finds calculating taxes too troublesome. Heracles then tells him not to mix mankind with the demons, noting that this new world will intersect 2 different races and the demon world will be born, which horrifies the extinctionist soldiers. Before signing, the hero makes one final request. Having humiliated humanity, he requests an honorable knight's duel with Karna wielding swords right then and there. The troops are surprised at this, with some cheering for him, while others doubt that demons would fall for such an invitation. Vorvados asks to join in, but Karna refuses, stating this is something he must do alone as a demon general. Drawing his sword, he knows he cannot just accept a request unilaterally, since then, there will be no hope remaining. Heracles could well win the duel, and he knows mankind will continue to wage war for as long as there is hope for victory. For this, Karna will give the man that illusion by playing fair and square without using any tricks, shattering humanity's hope. Swords clash as Karna and Heracles battle each other. The necromancer dashes forth holding his blade with one hand, his attacks being masterfully blocked by the hero as his troops cheer him on. Karna praises his strength, but Heracles notes that it is due to him having far more experience on the battlefield, and would not be able to match him anywhere else. Sizing up his adversary, the hero notes that he is both young and strong, his prowess coming not from the heavens, but from refining his skill through hard work and actual battle, honing his sword and soul, acquiring more techniques, and getting stronger by the second. Heracles regrets having to fight this child, wishing that he had been born as his son or grandchild instead. As they part, he inwardly declares that he will ensure mankind's survival, before the two combatants charge at each other once again, screaming wildly. As the swords clash, Karna succeeds in slicing through his blades with Vorvados, upon which the hero yields, conceding victory to Sabbath. In compensation for his defeat, he gives him his honor and concludes the battle, with Karna thanking him for a good match, extending his hand to help him get up. As his baffled troops look on, Heracles signs the magical contract with the demon general Sabbath. The soldiers despair, wondering if humanity is now over, but the hero turns to face them, stating that they will only leave the battlefield, since the battle and the war is over, and announces that he will return to his hometown. The three-way war over the legacy of greed is thus concluded. The three demon lords were defeated and their authority crumbled, leaving their territories in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, the territory of mankind has been greatly reduced, and a new realm of the demon lord of lust has been born. Since she denounced the war and vowed to accept humanity into the new territory, refugees seeking peace and adventurers seeking honor and treasure rushed to the two major dungeons. The labyrinth city of Comorium was liberated. The people who refused to be ruled by the demons were allowed to leave and return to their families once the memories of the labyrinth were erased, and only those who accepted the rule of the demon lord of lust remained. The frontier land had also become part of the demon lord of lust's territory, and no one takes notice of the small ranch located in its midst. Having established peace, Cecilia and Karna rush hand in hand to his grandparents' cottage, and the boy finally reunites with them after so long, while the demon lord smiles. Outside, Aisha looks up to the sky, feeling the winds blow over a new world. 1 year after the defeat of the three great demon lords, a new chapter in our story begins. The former provincial capital of Lyons was burned down by the demon lord of pride during the war. Amidst its ruins, the former demon general of greed, Pathalyi, unleashes his evil spirits against his foes, asking if they're the best of humanity. Vega merely laughs at this, smacking the spirits away, and signaling his comrade Deneb, who jumps the demon sorcerer from behind. Caught off guard, the demon tries to use the breath of scorched earth to dispatch his attacker, but Gyaru manages to slip a lasso around his neck before he can finish uttering the words. Using his staff, Pathalyi raises a barrier around him, but it fails to stop Deneb's deadly darkness strike. As the barrier crumbles, Vega delivers a devastating blow with his serpent sword, ending the fight in a victory for the adventurers. They then proudly tell Sabbath that they have conquered his abandoned capital of Flame Prison Dungeon, with a familiar fiery spirit praising them for being the first to conquer the halfway point. Seeing Vorvados, Deneb notes that the dungeon boss should already be defeated, with Vega smiling wickedly while sensing how dangerous the newcomer is. Whistling by, Vor reassures them, stating he is not there to fight, introducing herself as Fire Emperor, the last boss who protects the deep part of the dungeon. Theatrically, she asks if the adventurers are prepared to go on and challenge her. Deneb and Gyaru sense the dangerous atmosphere, wondering what to do, but Vega clutches his spear and laughs like a maniac, reassuring and reminding them that they are adventurers. Smiling confidently, they turn tail and run for their lives. Vor sees this in confusion, with Vega displaying a fiery badge, and stating that it is not an unreasonable dungeon strategy to be safe. Annoyed at their feinted charge, the goddess of fire tells them to make up their mind, and once they're gone, she adopts her normal form, noting that they're getting stronger as a result of raising their levels for getting that far into the dungeon. Back at the new dungeon conquest village, set up outside of the abandoned capital of Flame Prison Dungeon, The adventurers toast and celebrate after conquering the midway point. Other adventurers stare in awe at the badge of prison flame that they earned as a testament for their feat, having never seen one before. Word spreads about these adventurers who conquered the midway point, known now as the heroes at the end of the century, who have earned a reputation for their amazing achievements and are gathering a following. Meanwhile, the aforementioned heroes are solely focused on eating and drinking in celebration. Looking skyward, Gyaru notes that she thought it was over after the Demon Lord came. A year earlier, at the time a new Demon Lord was born, the 3 great Demon Lords retreated, and the Royal Knights were defeated. At the end of the strife, the Luana region was made into a demon kingdom by the Demon Lord of Lust. 5 sacred dungeons appeared in the ruined cities that were destroyed by the war, at a time when people felt hopeless and had no choice but to abandon the land. The Demon General Sabbath appeared before the terrified citizens, informing them that the forces of the Demon Lord of Lust took over the region, and were going to turn it into the Demon Kingdom, having ended the war with humanity and wishing for a peaceful coexistence. In a flashback, it is shown that the citizens were wary of this at first, having been told by the church for generations that demons were evil, and their souls were very precious. Seeking to soothe them, Sabbath explains to them that they would not carry out any crackdowns, since the law that binds mankind is important to them, and applies to the new rulers as well. He then proceeds to show them what he had done so far, depriving the aristocrats of their right to collect taxes and making the region tax-free. He also brings back many people who perished in the war as ghosts and skeletons, allowing many to reunite with their lost loved ones, while leaving the ghosts the option to rest in peace whenever they wish, as well as assigning them to keep the city safe and police against crimes and injustice. Finally, the boy offers them a life even after death, going so far as to offer them employment. The only thing Karna asks of the new subjects of the Demon Kingdom is that they challenge the dungeons. To entice them, he declares that if they manage to capture the lowest part and destroy the core, they promise to free all the occupied lands under their control. Meanwhile, the demon territory is open to all people who live there, and all of mankind is allowed to participate in the conquest, encouraging them to do all the necessary business and trade needed for it. The prospect of trade with all of mankind excites some merchants, but ordinary civilians fear it might be dangerous for them, since they're unprepared to capture the dungeon. Hearing them, Karna addresses the issue, scaring the living daylights out of them. He explains that there are 3 major parts of a dungeon: the upper, middle, and lower layers. And though they will protect the lower layer where the core is protected and cannot guarantee people's survival there, the upper layer is a beginner's course, where they won't even get seriously injured. Furthermore, he tells them that there are plenty of magic items and gold coins they can collect there, and after clearing the upper layer, they can proceed to face the Guardian protecting the middle layer. After dealing with said Guardian, adventurers will receive a special badge as proof, and those who defeat all 5 major dungeons and collect their respective badges shall be invited to the La Larme's underground palace, home of the Demon Lord of Lust and their army. Once there, the adventurers can challenge Cecilia or Sabbath to save humanity, or choose to follow them and become friends, in which case they will be granted any wish they desire, as long as it's within their power at least. With these words, Karna finishes his speech, stating that they will be waiting for them. It has been a year since that moment, and the adventurers have gotten used to the presence of undead and adventurers within the city, with even ordinary people challenging the dungeons to earn some money. These people come from all over human territory, with many even quitting their jobs and leaving all behind to become adventurers. On a nearby table, a drunken noble raises his sword, defiantly declaring that he will defeat the Demon Lord and save mankind, with 2 women swallowing his every word. Deneb notes that the number of people from the royal capital has increased, with Vega recalling that extinctionists are the bad guys. He also sums up that they must go to the middle layer of the Big 5 dungeons and survive, pointing out that the number of adventurers will not decrease, and the number of people and treasure will increase. Gyaru notes that treasure ensures food and goods flow in from the human territory, and that many people seem to want to follow the demons and enjoy this economic prosperity. Deneb slams his fist against the table, not liking the situation, reminding them that Karna and his party disappeared since the battle they fought together a year prior. Gyaru even suggests that Zeta might be a minion of the Demon Lord, and Deneb states they can't be too careful. Agreeing with them in the fact that they have to help their friends, Vega states he will not return home for a while, wishing to collect the 4 remaining badges to meet the Demon Lord, with Gyaru hoping to get the location of Karna and Cecilia from her. Their whereabouts became unknown after they received the request from Zeta, and no one heard even a rumor from them since, with Gyaru hearing that the Demon Lord did it. Sternly, Vega promises to avenge them if it's true, and the 3 raise their tankards and toast, as they vow to save their friends. This exchange is observed by one of the spirits, transmitting the image live to Cecilia at the Lalarme's underground palace. The Demon Lord worries about them, and Aisha reports that she heard from Vorvados about them and that they seem to be getting stronger. It is revealed that the purpose of the 5 major dungeons is to strengthen the adventurers and humanity in the upper layer, which Cecilia notes is going quite well, with Gyaru having far more abilities than before. Though not blessed with revelation, the 3 adventurers have the ability to improve through cooperation and training, with the 3-man team being able to defeat an average demon general. Cecilia playfully asks if it's impossible to defeat a demon above average, nodding at Karna sitting nearby, and Aisha admits to herself that no one can beat him. She did not know the 3 adventurers were trying to rescue them, and asks what to do about it, but Cecilia decides to wait and see if they're the ones to beat all 5 dungeons. As Double Crown Demon Lord, she is sure that they will reach her with their abilities, and then she will reveal to them who she is and have them choose whether they wish to be her enemies or allies. Aisha agrees to keep an eye on them, and notify her if there are any changes, and the enthusiastic Demon Lord tells her to gather the demons controlling the 5 major dungeons. Looking forward to the Demon's Council meeting after her prolonged absence, she activates her transfer magic, and calls for a gathering of her demon commanders. The Demon Castle in the Sky, one of the 5 great dungeons of the Demon Lord of Lust. In it, a party of adventurers retreats in terror as Belphegor chases them away from the middle part with his purple lightning of despair, declaring that demons are not inferior to humans, inwardly conceding that there are some exceptions, such as Karna. One of his aides flies toward him, informing him that transfer magic has been activated. Realizing it is time for the meeting, he temporarily closes the dungeons, and tells the aide to temporarily stop the flying monster rental window, leaving the defense to the harpy while he's away. At ground level, a demon places a closed sign on the ticket booth of the flying monster rentals. At the Lalarm's underground palace, the demon commanders meet after a long time. The orc chieftain, now in charge of the Orcs Field Squadron dungeon, greets Belphegor, accompanied by his new bodyguard, the former demon general of Greed, Yanathul. Nearby, the human governance advisor Zeta Abigail Purin sits uncomfortably in a chair, while the succubus matriarch, guardian of the hot spring labyrinth, seductively teases her. She is embarrassed by this, and did not want to go there with the succubus, noting she can't get married anymore. The succubus tells her that she has a technique that is very popular with the lords, fondling her breasts and playfully offering to teach her, much to her dismay. Belphegor notes that those techniques must yield a lot of money, and she reveals that she borrowed the power from the goddess Istasha to make the erotic dungeon, where sensitivity is increased 10,000-fold, as well as having the former demon general of Greed, Susayi, as a bodyguard. The demon then notes that though they're stronger than a year prior, human progress is remarkable, warning that they must be on their guard and work harder. He stops his speech as he sees the beaten Pathialyi huddling in a semi-catatonic state and apologizing for being weak, and later notes that no one seems to be in charge of the abandoned capital of Flame Prison dungeon. Zeta suggests it must be someone under Sabbath, and the succubus matriarch is certain that it is the same powerful people in charge of the Eternal Coffin. Their conversation is cut short as the transfer magic activates, and the outer gods make their appearance. Vorvados is now the guardian of the abandoned capital of Flame Prison dungeon, while Nodens guards the Demon Castle in the Sky, the Eternal Coffin, and Istasha the Hot Spring Labyrinth. Wearing her demon mask, Aisha theatrically announces the arrival of their lord as the gates open. Spirits drop rose petals from above as Cecilia enters the hall holding Karna's arm, with everyone present cheering for them as they declare the demon meeting has begun. Everyone falls silent as the Demon Lord of Lust and her general take their place at the head of the table. Wearing 2 crowns representing the fragments of lust and greed on her ears, Cecilia declares the meeting to begin, and Karna asks those responsible for the 5 major dungeons to report their situation. Aisha goes first, reporting on the Eternal Coffin that is connected to the palace. They have officially announced that this dungeon is the entrance to the Lalarm's underground palace, omitting the fact that anyone can go back and forth from all 5 dungeons, and the highest number of challengers hail from the human race, especially extinctionists. That group is well funded, and can pay high-level knights and adventurers, amassing them to push through. While some manage to break through the middle-layer Guardian Dragon zombie, they are successfully repelled by a combination of demon cats and surprise attacks from high-ranking Grim Reaper monsters, commanded by Aisha herself. After that, the adventurers are healed and their memories erased, with the treasure being returned to its place. And they try again. Belphegor finds it to be as bad as ever, but Aisha points out that while an infinite corridor would suffice to protect the place, this system allows them to save magic and to make a profit. Notes, however, that there is a problem with the increase in challengers, since it has led to the continued expansion of illegal settlements around the dungeon. Seeing those lawless places on the crystal's projection, Aisha notes that the Demon Lord reigns but does not rule the territory as far as humankind is concerned, leading to extinctionists, black market merchants, and adventurers forming a clique to advance their dungeon strategy in their favor. These groups have almost reached their limit, and Aisha considers they should not overlook the fact that the area has become lawless. Cecilia is troubled by the huge amount of people who have gathered, but Karna explains that most are refugees from the towns ravaged by the war, and can neither protect nor expel them. The cursed resurrection spell revives a soul with a grudge as an undead, and will not activate until the victim dies, so it does nothing to quell the rising levels of misdemeanors. Karna would like them to live safely, and Cecilia suggests they come up with some countermeasures later. Moving on, Belphegor then steps up and reports on the demon castle in the sky, remarking that it was developed by Karna as a solution to the conflict created by the dungeons on the ground, taking magic away from a vast expanse of land. By drawing a magic circle with the island floating in the sky as its base point, he created a dungeon that uses the magical power of the sky instead of the ground, a solution only he could come up with. Belphegor also notes that the higher demons of lust that have wings feel amazing being able to fly around in the sky. Aisha asks if it's okay to draw magic from the heavens, noting it might have the same effect as on land, but Noddins points out that they're still gathering data. Cecilia asks to be kept up to date, wondering if the magic balance is in the red, to which Belphegor replies that the threshold is high since they fight in the sky. Flying monsters have become really popular, and wealthy citizens travel there just to ride in the sky, as this area has become a fusion of dungeon and amusement park. Dungeon challengers are mainly those who are used to handling night-riding monsters, but there are still a few who have the guts to challenge him. Noddins is confident, however, since no one has ever broken through the middle layer yet, and the efforts and growth of Belphegor are nothing short of amazing. The demon remains humble, but the old god remarks that he has absorbed the overabundant magic of the dungeon and gained far greater magical power than he wielded before, being now on an altogether different level from the demon generals they fought earlier. Bursting with pride, the demon places his hand on his chest and gives all credit to Cecilia, who in turn praises his own effort and promises to strive to be a demon lord worthy of his loyalty, much to his delight. Turning to Karna, she then playfully embraces him, as she states she is doing her best to be a wife, much to his embarrassment, while Belphegor is moved to tears out of sheer loyalty. Up next is the Orc chieftain, as he reports on the Orcs' field operation camp. This used to be a battlefield and was abandoned and reused, being turned into a defensive fortress and an Orc farming town. There are many who are trying to reclaim the land for mankind, and though they can't defend it by themselves, he is aided by the remnants of Greed's army, with their former general, Nathul, becoming the middle layer guardian, and working hard in return for the kindness shown to his subordinates. Aisha is suspicious, however, remarking that it would be impossible for ogres and goblins that used to eat people to coexist with mankind, which causes the former general to apologize. Karna reassures her, however, explaining that the remnants of Greed's army are constrained by a curse as a condition of their surrender, causing them to explode and die if they eat people or use violence without permission, with the transgressors being turned into zombies to make amends for their sins. Nathul is terrified by this, noting it is better to be killed normally than being used forever as a zombie, and seeing his reaction, Aisha is convinced there is no possibility of rebellion. Moving on, the succubus matriarch merrily grabs Zeta's arm, and begins reporting on the Comorium hot spring labyrinth, proceeding to show those assembled the key to defense of the dungeon. The dungeon core then projects some clearly R-rated content she describes as the breast-milking spurt-spurt flush den trap, shocking both Belphegor and Noddins, and causing Cecilia to cover Karna's eyes before he can see. Stasha is puzzled by their reaction, asking if there's a problem with the trap. The matriarch goes on to explain they can use it to disable men and women, with the magic spouting out in the form of breast milk being absorbed into the dungeon, in what she describes as an artistic and very efficient trap. Zeta then takes over, explaining that the protection of the labyrinth is in the charge of Sahuagin and Succubi, but since they're not good at fighting and there is only one hot spring spirit, they supplement them with traps. Cecilia remarks that residents are moving to a separately constructed city and only the Succubi, Princess Thelma, and Zeta are working in the dungeon. The knight thanks her for saving the citizens, but grasps her head, as she declares it's hard to keep watching adventurers being knocked down by the ecchi traps, asking her to do something about it. Karna notes that the amount of magical power collected is second only to the eternal coffin, finding it remarkable, and the matriarch joyfully declares that mankind loves ecchi, with the dungeon being like a bonus in the hot spring labyrinth, with the red light district in front of the gate being the true highlight. By offering a free love affair in the baths, they're squeezing the magic from adventurers and ordinary citizens alike, while they thank them for it. Noddins describes it as a form of coexistence with humanity, but Zeta is still uneasy about accepting this, and wonders if it's really okay. Cecilia replies that there are not many people they can spare, and they cannot always be relying on traps, asking her for some time and promising to send a proper defense in the near future. Getting down to business, she asks the matriarch about the communications department, and the latter proudly announces that it is running smoothly, with many succubi going undercover using the mimicry magic given to her by Istasha. In the past year, information networks have spread almost all over the human territory, with some even having high-level transformation magic allowing them to resemble men to gather more powerful information from women. Belphegor then asks for the latest updates, and she explains that the political dispute over the failed expedition of the previous year seems to be intensifying in the human realm. Some even call for the execution of Heracles, and though the opposition from the knights and citizens prevents this from happening, she does not know what will happen. Cecilia wonders if mankind would attack them in such a state, noting that instead of that, there has been an increased influx of adventurers and bandits from the human territories. Aisha points out that guilds and lords used to be responsible for maintaining security, but since the demons took over, the territory has become dysfunctional. When she asks about countermeasures, Karna steps up and contacts Thelma, who speaks to them through a projection, as she finishes the final touches on a project. Using the core and her healing hot spring power, she causes a hot spring to burst into a fountain, inaugurating a public bath in a human city. Karna explains that in the past year they built one in almost every village and town in the Demon Lord's territory, enabling citizens to take a bath for free. Aisha fails to see the connection between the bath and security measures, but the necromancer explains there's another reason for this besides sanitation, proceeding to show them the pot of deprivation, and happily announcing he will use that to solve the security problem. As Karna explains, the pot of deprivation enabled them to take magical power from people who soaked in the hot water, and when applied to the large communal baths, it made it easy to absorb magic from everyone, from the elderly to the children. They duplicated this system, using it for public bathhouses that were built across towns in the demon territory, and connected the different sites into a huge network that carried the collected magical power to the underground palace. This allowed Cecilia to make use of the magical power collected in the hot springs, thus serving both as a gift for mankind and a magical power collection device that is akin to taxes. Aisha points out that since bathing is a luxury on the frontier, humans will happily take a bath, and when it comes to gathering magical power from the former Luana region, it will be a huge amount. Planning to use that magic to solve the security issue, Karna orders to connect the bathhouses to various sacred sites. Adopting its true form, the great dragon lets out a deafening roar, completing the transfer of power from the palace to various sites. Seeing a graveyard displayed on the projection, Zeta asks what's going on, and Karna proceeds to make a contract with the spirits of the deceased to protect their beloved city and their descendants. The ground trembles, as several coffins emerge from the ground and stand upright, the lids popping open to reveal a colorful bunch of undead figures. Back in town, two thugs threaten to rob a child, only to be beaten senseless by an undead nun. Elsewhere, bandits have put a village to the torch, and are busy looting and taking captives, when an undead knight appears and swiftly dispatches them. Belphegor is astonished by Karna's ability to project his magic throughout the entire territory, finding it almost godlike. But the boy innocently plays it down, stating he just connected the different parts of the country with his network of magical powers. The heroic spirits he summoned know the land, and protect those living there, and since they sleep unless they're needed, they don't need much magic, being close to them whether they're in their spirit form or not. This is in line with Cecilia's policy, and he's doing it without interfering, though since the Aerie would love to help, they will become her subordinates. Aisha is taken aback at him saying such ridiculous things so lightly, and Zeta is shocked to recognize the spirits as legendary heroes, adventurers, aristocrats, and bureaucrats from the past, having seen their faces in history books. The assassin then notes she will have some difficult politics with them as subordinates, and the terrified knight begs for help imagining the ordeal. Aisha coldly asks if she would prefer the ecchi traps, but she refuses, stating that the heroes are far worse. They continue to argue until Thelma intercedes, and points out that even though they're airy, the spirits will work under Cecilia and are just like them, gratefully accepting the help and causing Zeta to relent. With that matter settled, they move on to the next item on the agenda, and Vorvados proceeds to report on the abandoned capital of the Flame Prison dungeon, informing that some adventurers broke through the middle layer. As the adventurers are displayed on the screen, Cecilia comments that she was also watching those kids, noting that they also got one badge, and believing it is a new era marked by the collection of the 5 dungeon badges, and the future relationship between mankind and demons. The dungeon badges are obtained by breaking through the middle layer of the 5 major dungeons, being prototypes made from the magic items in the Legacy of Greed treasure, that can be crafted again in the dungeon even if they're taken away. They don't have any special ability, but do possess strong magical power. Since mankind grows stronger through training and experience, the badge will gradually accumulate magic power in their body. Thus, if a powerful person gets a badge and keeps fighting, the effect of the badges increases their magic, allowing them to surpass the limits of their body. Concerned, the orc chieftain asks Cecilia why she is strengthening the human race. To this, Demon Lord replies that her wish is to coexist with humanity, with men and demons competing and recognizing each other as equals, instead of allowing the demons alone to grow stronger and rule. She doesn't seek a superficial friendship or one-sided domination, but rather wishes to build a relationship based on trust as respectable enemies, aiming for coexistence between good competitors. That is why she believes this is a new era, and is determined to bring a new way for humanity and demons to coexist. Cecilia believes a new era will be marked by building a relationship of trust between enemies and equals, coexisting as good competitors. The commanders are shocked by her vision of a new way between mankind and the demons, with the succubus matriarch speaking out first, fearing only mankind will become stronger. Cecilia replies that they must train so they won't lose, pointing out that demons can become stronger with enough magic, and that is the purpose of them collecting magic up to that point. Belphegor agrees, pointing out that the Orc Chieftain and Succubus Matriarch have gained powers worthy of a general, and he has become stronger as well, being a different person from who he was before the battle against the ogres. Yahanathul confirms this, recalling that the ogres almost defeated him with a single blow a year ago, but now he would win hands down. The demon general proudly declares that he will not lose to mankind, and they can all become stronger and protect Cecilia, rallying his peers to become better. The Orc Chieftain laments that as low-ranking demons, their limit is set, and they can't do much about it. Cecilia points out that in the case of low-ranking demons, they can exceed their limit with the dungeon badge, proceeding to fumble under her bra and retrieve a pendant with her effigy. She describes it as a Demon Lord medal, possessing the same effect as all 5 dungeon badges combined, and tells those present it is a special item made using the Legacy of Greed. She then promises to give that precious item to those who surpass their limits, causing celebration among all those present. A few hours later after the end of the meeting, Cecilia retires to her private chambers with Karna, hopping onto the bed while blissfully declaring she is tired. Looking around, she asks where Aisha is, and once Karna tells her she went back to her room to look after the cats, the Demon Lord of Lust flirtingly plays with her hair, while wondering with a mellow voice if they will be alone that night. This causes Karna to become flustered and tell her to stop teasing him, since it's embarrassing, which she finds extremely cute. Smiling tenderly, she apologizes, though he points out there is nothing to apologize for. Standing up, Cecilia grows serious and notes that though she thinks they can coexist with mankind, peace is difficult. She thought about this after looking around the world with Karna, and coming to the conclusion that the world is embroiled in a fight without any resources. Nodens tries to cheer her up, noting that humans today live a rich life thanks to the resources obtained from the dungeons, and Vor notes that if she makes peace, it all becomes up to par. The Demon Lord disagrees, however, knowing that is not all there is. Flipping through the pages of compilation of documents, she notes that many people are suffering as a result of the war behind the scenes, but people are kept united within the kingdom thanks to their shared hatred and resentment towards demons. Given this scenario, she realizes that if they stop fighting, the injustice and dissatisfaction that has been masked and hidden from the people through deceit up until then will ignite into unrest. Glancing at the documents in her hands, Karna realizes to his surprise that they are the financial documents of the kingdom and are well-kept state secrets of mankind. Cecilia explains that it is the information gathered by the communications department, and it reveals that while the people starve and suffer, the aristocrats in the royal family are filling their own pockets and their bellies. It would be disastrous if the people ever got wind of this, and some within humanity may even be aware already. Cecilia is certain that when the war is over and peace arrives, the discontent of the people will explode, causing unrest and infighting that could lead to humanity destroying itself. Karna then realizes that peace can cause war, and Cecilia tells him that is the reason they need to remain enemies of humanity until the human race recovers on its own. They are laying the groundwork for that, until they can find a true hero who can capture the middle layer of all 5 dungeons, proceeding to reform humanity, rebuild the kingdom, and bring true peace. Though Cecilia and Karna can save the declining demons, it is meaningless unless humanity is saved by human hands. Karna thanks her for her attitude, not being able to think of their enemy like that himself. Tenderly holding her hand, he declares his desire to serve her and support her, since he believes in her. Blushing, she replies she should thank him instead, since she was able to come that far thanks to him, proceeding to pull him to the bed. Laying side by side, she suggests they go see Gyaru and her friends, since she is worried, but Karna believes they can reach the palace on their own, so she relents as they hold hands and fall asleep together. They are yanked from their slumber by a demon insistently banging on the door, bringing her an urgent report from the department. Entering the room, the demon reports that there has been unusual activity in the territory of Pride, Gluttony, and Envy, with the latter two invading Pride's realm. Karna and Cecilia understand the gravity of the situation, knowing the balance keeping the peace until that point has now been shattered. Afum Jaha, the burning volcano castle. home of the high-ranking fire demons who descend from the outer god Vorvados, and the seat of the Demon Lord of Pride. Within its corridors, a demon stands outside the Demon Lord's chambers, demanding to know if Pride is awake. Worried, one of her servants confirms that she is indeed awake but will not leave the room, being stuck in bed, with another demon noting that she's remained in that state ever since the defeat the previous year. Even though Iquas is with her, the demon commander is at his limit, reckoning that if the situation continues, the Demon Lord will be forcibly replaced. Right on cue, their conversation is cut short as the castle trembles. Outside, a swarm of rapacious locusts approaches. Fire spirits react to the threat, launching fireballs at the incoming foes, but their numbers prove too many. As if summoned, the Demon Lord of Envy, Biaki, arrives with her sister, the Demon Lord of Gluttony, Biarki, laughing at this implied betrayal in the face of the terrified demon commanders. She declares that they're fools, and that the 7 great demon lords are meant to eat each other, and since Pride has gone insane, her decline is essential. Gluttony does not understand this, but her sister calmly explains that they only have one demon lord. The demons protest that there's only the 2 of them, but Envy immediately silences them, dismissing them as extras, as she subdues them with her absolute class talent. The lesser demons prove unable to resist her overwhelming power and are immediately pinned to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gluttony leaps from her sister's arms, asking if she can eat them, to which Envy reluctantly consents, but only as an appetizer. Biarki proceeds to feast on the demons, joyfully thanking them for the meal, but still wishing to eat more. Her sister notes that it was enough for an appetizer, while the main dish is about to be served, as she is finally going to get rid of Bel Yarnak. Envy is tired of waiting. For the past year, she lived in fear, waiting for Vorvados and Noddins to come finish her off, desperately gathering all her magical power to please her sister. She finds this annoying, angrily stomping on the ground as she declares that everyone stronger than her should perish, since she is the absolute standard. Begrudgingly, she admits that she cannot see herself winning against them due to the staggering difference in magical power, especially since she's good at supporting but not at fighting head-on. They had no choice but to face their growing strength, but she recognizes she is seriously good at this. Gluttony doesn't understand what Noddins meant about giving her rice to her heart's content, but her sister remarks that it is a story the old god fed her, asking if she wants the overwhelming magic he possessed. Biarki literally drools at the prospect of eating such tremendous amounts of magical power, noting it would be the first time eating something of the sort. Biaki promises to feed her, but inwardly is determined to not let her sister consume her, planning to feed Pride to her so she can get stronger. Gluttony can eat anything and turn it into magic, and after eating Pride, few would be able to compete with her. She then plans to off her cute sister and absorb her herself, thus becoming stronger and achieving the ultimate victory. Seeing her sister laugh like a maniac, Gluttony fears she may be caught in a bad way, and notes that rice is better than that. She then orders her mice to open up the door to Pride's chambers, which they promptly eat away. Barging in, she and Envy see the deeply traumatized Pride curled in her bed huddling a cat, screaming at them not to come in. Menacingly, her 2 sisters approach their prey. Seeing her in such a sorry state, Envy confirms the rumors that Pride had been shattered by the fight against Cecilia's forces. The Demon Lord of Pride, embodiment of self-affirmation and self-confidence, is now beaten, and has been turned into a girl with the attitude of a loser spinster who cowers in her bed. Envy yells in triumph, explaining this to Pride, as she assumes her serpentine shape and prepares to feed her to Gluttony. Grabbing her with her tail, she pulls the fox demon closer, tasting her as her sister drools in anticipation of the upcoming meal. The Demon Lord of Pride writhes and cries for help in desperation, as her erstwhile allies prepare to devour her. But before they can bite in, a cascade of ice flows into the room. The ice impacts the Demon Lords, forcing them to let go of their prey, who is soon caught midair by Iquas. Pride's savior apologizes for the delay, intercepting the intruders, as the Demon Lord cries at him for being late, but their attention soon turns to the persisting threat, as Envy calls him ineffective while Gluttony remains fixated on her upcoming meal. Yelling at them for their betrayal, Iquas makes his escape. All this was reported to Cecilia and Carnathal Alarm's underground palace a month later, with the succubus matriarch lacking any further details other than the fact that the Demon Lord of Pride has been robbed of her home and is on the run. Vorvados sorrowfully comments that she released Pride from his fate, hoping for the better, asking Karna if he did wrong. Aisha replies that since the Demon Lord of Pride is an enemy, there's nothing to forgive, but Vor insists, asking if it's wrong to feel sorry for her descendant. Cecilia remarks that she wiped out an entire city, along with the army raised by the aristocracy of mankind, warning that regardless of how miserable her present situation may be, she is still a dangerous being. The assassin notes that the civil war between the Demon Lords is a perfect opportunity to attack, noting that their resources for dealing with mankind, including Belphegor, have increased considerably, and it would not be a problem to be away for a while. Cecilia notes that this aggressiveness is unusual for the usually cautious Aisha, but she points out that the Demon Lords directly at odds with mankind are the real enemy, asking what she wants to do. The Demon Lord of Pride declares it is not yet time to make a move. When the succubus matriarch points out that the power of Sabbath would bring about a great victory even in enemy territory, she notes that it would be fine if they continue to rely on the necromancer. She warns, however, that a system depending on a sole, exceptional being becomes distorted and fragile, with the downfall of the Demon Lord of Pride being a good example. And Karna happily declares that everyone will spend some time raising their level. Cecilia playfully teases him for the remark, much to Aisha's annoyance, before noting that it is not just a waste of time, and recalling the magic balance they saw at the meeting. Karna notes that the amount of magic is in the black, due to the large amount of humans in all 5 major dungeons. But Cecilia points out that the number of people going to the dungeons of the other demon lords is decreasing, and thus the magic that they can earn, in what Noddens calls an indirect siege. He deduces the 3 great demon lords must be drawing their magic from an old stockpile or from squeezing prisoners, noting the huge amount of magic they must be consuming in their civil war, and advising that they leave them alone while they get weaker. Declaring that time is on their side, Cecilia proposes that they finish their business from the other day. Aisha is surprised by this, believing there was no urgent matter left. But the Demon Lord rises from the table, believing that it is indeed an urgent and most important thing that she cannot put off any longer. The assassin is terrified by this statement, briefly fearing she might be planning on invading the human realm, but dismissing it since Cecilia would not break her promise to Heracles. Far from it, the Demon Lord of Lust joyfully suggests they go to Karna's grandparents' house to say hello, and sees in confusion as a delighted succubus and an annoyed Aisha react to this unexpected proposition. Karna is overjoyed at being able to return to his grandparents' house, and Cecilia confirms this, asking if it's okay for her to go with him. Blushing, she tells him that she heard that in dealing with the future, greeting one's parents at their home is an indispensable part of human society, which she wishes to fulfill. Still annoyed, Aisha notes that it is important, and her jaw drops when the Demon Lord uses her powers to open a portal and suck in large amounts of treasure to bring as souvenirs. Overjoyed, Karna hugs Cecilia and thanks her, while the girl replies that she believes it will not be rude to go to his grandparents' house to say hello. Sighing, Aisha tells her to not bring the souvenir, since an old couple with a lot of money in the middle of the countryside is the first thing villains would target. Noddens reassures her, however, recalling that the couple are right next to their tomb, and Vor adds that they're close to them and he usually protects everyone, to which the assassin notes that it is safer than the underground palace. She suggests that they declare that Karna and Cecilia are an adventurer couple, to which the Demon Lord replies that they are actually a couple, with everything sounding like it's straight out of one of her romance novels. Aisha then excuses herself, stating that she's been away from home and has some things to do, so she will be leaving them alone. In reality, the girl hopes to finally rest, spending all day rolling around with the demon cats that she loves, as she feels uneasy doing that when Karna and the others are close. The boys dismayed that the girl won't be going with them, with the Noddens suggesting it might be due to a partner, and Vor enticing her, suggesting it would be interesting. Aisha is having none of it, however, screaming back that their home is a dirty dungeon. But Cecilia tells her that if she were to introduce herself accompanied by friends, then Karna's grandparents may feel at ease, with the boy noting she could come if she's free. The assassin is hesitant, but is soon overpowered by Karna's cute state and begrudgingly accepts, causing the boy to beam with joy. Cecilia laughs at Aisha's inability to beat Karna's begging, which causes the flustered girl to lash out in embarrassment. At the same time, in the frontier of the Luana region, Karna's grandparents tend to their livestock in the farm when the earth begins to shudder. Grandpa tells Grandma that it's an earthquake, but soon a creature is seen crawling in their direction. He recognizes it as the dragon living at the back of the mountains, and the couple embrace each other as the beast extends its claws to finish them off. Before the monster can strike, the earth tears asunder, and a large gash opens just outside of the farm. A gigantic hand emerges from it, grabbing the dragon as if it were a plaything, as a voice commands it to calm down by the order of Chathogwa, the goddess of the earth. Foaming in the mouth, the dragon faints out of sheer terror, and is subsequently tossed away by the hand before it disappears back into the earth. Shaken but unharmed, Grandpa expresses his surprise, while his wife points out that their neighbor must be in a bad mood that day. Deep within the earth's bowels, a colossal sword stands embedded in a rock formation. Close to it, the goddess of the earth sits atop her quartz throne. With a stern face, she notes that someone touched her fragment that remained on the ground, recalling Istasha's talk of power beyond the reach of the weakened human race, and declaring that only those who lived in the same age of gods as them should know of its existence. Getting angry, she asks who in the world would do this, but seeing lava sprout nearby, she calms herself down, fearing she may get wrinkles on her face again. She then fondly mentions Karna, wondering if he will come back home, stating that he should be able to defeat the one who is connected to Bastet's fragment. Declaring that someone has touched the seal of the demon of emotion, the goddess yells at the necromancer to stop her. Karna's grandparents' house, located in the Demon Lord of Lust's territory of the former Luana region. A few days after Cecilia's meeting with her commanders, Karna's grandparents thank the gigantic chicken Karna gifted them for its most recent egg, having named the bird Coca. These eggs can be sold for a surprising amount of money, since according to the people at the guild, it is a rare breed. Grandma notes it is indeed a big egg, wondering what they'll do with it, and Grandpa happily suggests making an omelet without noticing the two guild members waiting at the doorway. The man apologizes for keeping them waiting, but the men pay him no mind, as they wonder among themselves how one can keep a cockatrice without a revelation of the demon envoy. The guild told them to not pry into it, however, since both the yolk and the egg are valuable ingredients for elixirs, and they proceed to carefully move the huge egg onto a cart, taking care not to break it since they won't get paid if they do. As they hurriedly depart, Grandpa regrets they left so soon, hoping they would stay and have a cup of tea, but his wife reminds him they're under strict orders from the guild to not do so. Standing in the road, they note that the place is a bit lonely, but at that very moment the sky turns dark above them as a massive dragon blocks out the sun. Riding atop it, their cherished grandson happily declares he's returned, and once he lands, the three share a tender embrace, while Aisha and Cecilia watch from a distance. Then uses his powers as a god of creation to summon forth earth and steel in the shape of a stove and skillet. Two spirits then crack a cockatrice egg open as others add milk and seasoning into a bowl, which Noddins vigorously stirs with a pair of giant chopsticks. Vorvados then focuses, unleashing her fire at just the right temperature so the egg will only be half cooked, as her fellow outer god proceeds to expertly stir it and flip it in the air. Proudly, the gods announce that the cockatrice egg omelet is ready, as Karna's grandparents and Aisha look on in shock, and Cecilia and Karna cheer. Grandma finds this to be extremely convenient, and a grateful grandpa offers to share it with all of them. Explains that the eggs of his followers are nourishing, being a spiritual medicine, whose effects will last a long time if consumed, while Vor urges them to eat plenty and to live longer, praising its taste. Aisha is utterly overwhelmed by this, noting that a cockatrice omelet cooked by the gods is pretty much a sacred treasure, wondering if it's okay to eat. Noddins fails to see the issue, considering it a morning staple, and noting that he sometimes also consumed dragons and phoenixes, with the assassin wondering if they merely treat monsters capable of leveling entire cities as livestock. Cecilia pays no mind to their exchange, being too busy feeding the omelet to an embarrassed Karna like he was a small child, though noting that he's not a child but her newlywed husband. Grandpa can't believe his grandson found such a wonderful wife, and his wife asks if they're adventuring together, being worried since Karna is a bit clumsy. They are relieved that they're all strong, but Grandpa remarks he's not like his father when he catches a beautiful woman from a journey. Curious, Aisha wonders what kind of person Karna's father is, and they explain that he's an explorer who was born and raised in that house and later attended university at the royal capital. Determined to see the ends of the world, he left little Karna in their care, while he went looking for the end with his wife. Aisha rises from the table in surprise at the mention of the end. This is an unknown continent discovered by a great wizard through the use of magic, and though its existence was confirmed, the path there is blocked by various factors, so no one has seen it yet. Even the outer gods didn't investigate it during their prime, since the land of the present human territory was enough to live humbly. Vor heard that the guy who made the world lives there, asking if he knew about it, but the dragon laments that that knowledge is beyond him, since despite having vague knowledge about it in the past, he doesn't know how it's like in the present. Aisha notes to herself that going to the end would be considered reckless even by top-notch adventurers, though a non-standard parent like Karna's might just do it. She's pulled from her thoughts by the boy, who leaps over and spoon-feeds her some omelet before she can react. Tears well in her eyes as she tastes it, finding it a delicious delicacy. Grandpa laughs, explaining it was made using Coca's eggs and fresh butter churned in their farm, while his wife notes that it will really extend their life. All the while, their features become smoother, as they seem to be turning younger by the second. Aisha is bewildered at seeing this rejuvenation taking place right before her very eyes, wondering if such things are okay or not, and even Karna seems surprised at the transformation. Oblivious to her concerns, Grandpa and Grandma are overjoyed by this, now looking as they were when they met years ago. Merrily, he explains that the side effect happens occasionally when they consume the eggs, but Aisha finally confirms that the grandparents are just as weird and scary as Karna, noting that this is anything but normal, and the common sense of this family is out of this world. Having eaten the omelet, Karna's grandparents look like they did back in their 20s. As they explain, ever since Karna dug up the goddess of the earth, she has been showing up in the neighborhood so often it has become a fairly normal occurrence, and in return for sharing meat and milk with her, she has given them multiple gifts. Since they can't use those things, they decided to store them untouched in the barn, and having heard that Aisha used such items, they invite her to take whatever she wants. The alarmed assassin barely begins to process what they just said, when Karna innocently explains that they refer to the hidden dungeon where the outer gods lived. Aisha is terrified by this, frantically declaring she does not want to ever see that place, appalled they would treat such powerful items as household waste. Holding her hands, Grandpa regrets to hear that, and her demeanor immediately changes as she stares at his handsome and youthful face. She blushes for an instant before violently pulling away, surprised that she just got excited and inwardly wondering if Karna will look just like his grandfather when he grows up. Noticing what happened, Cecilia smiles wickedly, pointing out her red face, causing the embarrassed girl to frantically deny it, not wanting to be made fun of. The Demon Lord tells her to not be shy, suggesting that they talk about Karna's charms together while grabbing the embarrassed boy's shoulders. But the assassin angrily declares that she does not have that kind of taste for children. Unrelenting, Cecilia states that she's looking forward to 10 years into the future, when Karna grows older, upon which Aisha angrily storms out, heading to see the items gifted by the goddess of the earth. She arrives at the barn, finding the door unlocked, and as soon as she opens it, she finds herself before a veritable treasure trove of rare and unique items. Holding a black sphere, Cecilia is surprised to realize that sole item contains more magical power than the entire Legacy of Greed combined. Noddins identifies it as a magic crystal mass, a candy ball made by the goddess of the earth. Vorvados explains that it is capable of restoring all the magical power of the one who eats it, noting it is possible to fill the entire human kingdom with magic using just 1 grain. Shocked, Aisha yells at them not to give out sacred treasures in return for merely sharing, but the outer gods simply state that they're daily necessities for them, and it can't be helped, since those items can be found quite easily back in their dungeon. Grasping her head, she bemoans over the weird standard they use, exclaiming that everything there is just too powerful, and she doesn't think she can use it. Noddins corrects her, pointing out that she now signed a contract with Karna, making her far stronger than her old inferior self. Just like Karna borrowed her power turning her into a banshee in the fight against greed, she can now also use the necromancer's power, so she should be able to master those items, and it would be better if she took them with her. Aisha is still hesitant about this, unsure if there are enemies that they can actually use these weapons on, since many of them should be capable of eliminating even the Demon King. Vor then approaches her, confirming she is correct, and noting that since it is the worst line to use, she would perish if she hesitated to use it. Before she can reply, their conversation is cut short as unfolds his wings, confirming the identity of their guests and activating the transfer magic. The seal on the ground glows brightly as 2 figures manifest out of thin air. These are revealed to be Princess Thelma from Comorium and a hooded figure wielding dual longswords. The princess rushes to meet them, reassuring Cecilia as the latter apologizes for calling her so suddenly, by declaring it is alright if it means repaying her and Karna even just a little. Grandpa asks the necromancer who the visitors are, and he explains that they're colleagues at work. Thelma gracefully introduces herself to her hosts, looking forward to their kind cooperation, while the second figure removes his hood, revealing himself to be the former hero Heracles Armitage. The old soldier then apologizes, stating he will be staying at Karna's grandparents' house for a while and greeting them. Using her healing hot spring talent, Thelma causes a hot spring to sprout right next to the farm, with Karna's grandparents being overjoyed by this amazing present from their grandson. Shyly, he tells them that since it was a long-awaited homecoming, he wanted to prepare a special gift, and was having trouble choosing one. Cecilia adds that since money seemed to be useless to them, he gifted them the cockatrice, while Thelma made an open-air hot spring bath using her talent. As Karna requested, the hot spring is effective at healing almost anything, save for lovesickness, and the princess blushes at getting complimented by the necromancer for her work. As they giggle together, Cecilia notes that they're getting closer, believing they will be good friends, but a more direct Aisha sighs, and implies that their relationship may turn romantic, not knowing what to make of it even if it is troublesome. Noddins flies overhead, stating her talent is a big deal, though Aisha doubts it, even though terrain modifications are powerful. The outer god explains that the area around the farm is cursed by a hidden dungeon, and a small block has been cleaned up and turned into a blessed hot spring. Furthermore, he points out that the hot spring is a revelation stemming from the goddess of the earth, implying that Thelma may be a descendant of a family thought to have perished a long time ago. Cecilia then notes that the goddess of the earth is a mysterious existence even among the old gods, being a part of the foundation that supports and sleeps on the continent. But Noddins corrects her, stating that she supports the entire planet, but we'll find out when she meets her. He then turns his attention to Heracles, inviting him to join him in the hot springs and have a heart-to-heart talk like old men. Though initially surprised, the former hero smiles, and replies that he cannot refuse an invitation from Noddins, the god of thunder. Sometime later, Heracles is soaking in the healing waters of the hot spring with the rest, rejoicing in the feeling of all of his aching muscles loosening apart. Aisha is glad that Karna's grandparents liked the gift, leaving them to use it first since they could use it at any time, noting that the plan was an utter success. Karna is simply happy to see them after such a long time, and Heracles notes that he looks like a child his age, pointing out his recent move caused such a great stir in the human realm that the former hero did not have time to relax. He states that the hot spring is a good win for Karna, noting that the human realm loses compared to the demon realm when it comes to this, with Aisha explaining to Noddens that though human cities do have baths, they're expensive. Heracles takes note of Karna's system of collecting magic while the people bathe for free regardless of their status, and the fact they don't even pay taxes. A year ago, they made an agreement at the Hot Spring Labyrinth to coexist without dominating, but fears that might have been a little too radical, and though the kingdom is desperately trying to hide it, it is only a matter of time before it's revealed. He recalls that the Allied force was destroyed in the war, and Karna explains that they reused the site of the destroyed capital as a dungeon. Those who died became undead, and the necromancer saved them by helping them ascend to heaven. Heracles thanks him for mourning those who died for humankind, but the boy replies he only did what they asked for. Going back to the issue at hand, the former hero explains that the lords who lost their own armies as a result of the destruction of the Allied force are now under pressure to rebuild it, and are currently squeezing the people with special wartime taxes to finance it. Cecilia is surprised by this, noting that a huge number of merchants and supplies keep coming from the human side. Though Karna believes that the border checkpoints should have disappeared, Heracles explains that only the ones on the demon side were removed, with humanity building new checkpoints blocking the roads and causing those who could not pay to flee. Aisha sighs at this, noting the difference between the human kingdom being stifled by heavy taxes and the free, tax-exempt demon territory that extracts magical power, and stating that though magic will recover if one rests, money will not. Continuing with his explanation, Heracles informs the group that the knights and himself lost the king's trust, with him being assigned to command border security and having to drive the refugees back, a task he regretfully carries out. The former hero notes that it is hard to understand why people would run away from the hot spring since it's a good thing, but Princess Thelma intercedes, and states that the adventurers, merchants, and guilds are about to send Cecilia a proposal, asking her to collect taxes. The demon lord is surprised by this, believing the people hated being robbed, but the princess explains that so far humans just live in her territory, and are in no position to be protected as citizens. And for instance, business-specific lawsuits cannot be judged by the state or by lords, since those were abolished. The timely intervention of the guard ghosts and Aerie has helped bring down anxiety little by little, but Thelma still points out that becoming a formal citizen of the Demon Lord's territory makes it natural that people would want to be protected. Aisha finds it funny that they would want Cecilia to collect taxes to protect them, and Heracles notes that now that he made a secret promise to the Demon Lord, he is a traitor to mankind, and though in no position to ask for this, he would like to ask for the protection of the citizens as well. As he explains, the church centered in the royal capital is fanning the demon threat like crazy, and while the kingdom closed its borders with the Demon Lord of Lust's territory, the northern border connecting humanity to the other demon lords remains open. With the heavy taxes in the human kingdom, refugees will flock to that border, and there is even a movement to guide them there, so they invade the territories of the weakened demon lords of pride, envy, and gluttony. Cecilia wonders if they're aware that the three great demon lords are embroiled in a civil war, and the former hero notes that it is believed that the church has its own power and intelligence network and may have begun their move towards the crisis of humanity. He also tells them of rumors concerning the choosing of a new hero candidate, with Cecilia thanking him for the intel, and planning to have the department to look into it. She believes there's a high possibility that the Demon Lord of Sloth is involved, hiding in the human territory, manipulating politics within the kingdom. Karna then enthusiastically raises his hand, and reveals that information about the movement of the new Demon Lord arrived from a certain place. Aisha becomes uneasy hearing this, standing from the hot spring as the pieces of the puzzle come together. She found it strange to have a secret meeting with Heracles at his grandparents' house, fearing where the information came from. Indeed, Karna gestures at the barren landscape before them, revealing that next door to the house lies a hidden dungeon where all the old gods slept. He enthusiastically tells those present that he contacted them so they could challenge it together the next day, causing Aisha, Heracles, and Thelma to become horrified at the prospect of visiting such a place. The next morning, the earth shudders as a massive skeletal gate emerges from the barren countryside, revealing the entrance to the dungeon. Cecilia finds the building, lovely, asking if it's his work. Shyly, he explains that when he broke the seal, it created a giant sinkhole, but since it was dangerous to leave it like that, he built the front door. Noddens explains that it is because their magic would leak out if he left it as it was, while Vor adds it is dangerous when she wakes up. Aisha is overwhelmed by the current situation, with Thelma and Heracles feeling similarly. She asks the former hero for his impression of this hidden dungeon, but he bluntly declares that he wants to go home that instant, since that place is absolutely impossible to conquer. The assassin had expected him to just force his way through, but the hero replies that one doesn't simply become a hero without knowing what to do, and that the dungeon is far more dangerous than anything he has ever come across. Noddens plays it down, stating that it is not quite an eye-opener, with the Great Tomb being a magical device built by an old human being, who was given the wisdom of an old god to seal the gods within. Aisha is utterly terrified by this, feeling like dying and stating she cannot enter it, urging the gods to think with common sense. Karna reassures them, however, explaining he will only go to a very small part of the tomb, but Cecilia is disappointed by this, with the gods wishing to introduce her to their friends. Vor casually comments that it would take about 10 years to make half the rounds around the dungeon, upon which the desperate Aisha squeezes Noddance, noting that one would die venturing 5 or 10 years within it. The outer god objects, saying Karna succeeded in capturing it in his first attempt, but even Heracles recognizes he couldn't do it even in his prime. Disappointed at seeing mankind is weaker than he expected, he briefly explains that the Great Tomb is a magical device where their souls are sealed by creating and maintaining a small world for each of them. Cecilia then comments that the special dungeon locking them up individually is connected across space and time, much to Vor's surprise. This is the same mechanism she uses at Lalarme's underground palace, but far more advanced. Vorvados explains that their souls are still sleeping there, and have been since the Age of the Gods. She notes that if the goddess of the sun was directly trapped there, the star would perish. But Noddance states it was not originally a prison, but must have been built, and there on the continent to dispatch a soul split of oneself, having come from a long way off. In a flashback, the outer gods stand on the moon, seeing that the star-warming Earth is young and full of life, yet it is weak, since the god who made the planet neglected it. The dominant race are the dragons, with the highest-ranking Genesis dragon having powers similar to their own. The goddess of the Earth notes that after the creation, the program stopped, because the administrator god was absent, and without the development of all races, it has been stuck in a state of stagnation for thousands of years. She also declares that there is no future in the land without gods other than the continent ruled by the Genesis dragon, and most of the stars are in an environment where living things can live. Noddance finds the situation regrettable, declaring that he will end the dragon and take the world from him. Vorvados offers to control the sun and warm the stars up with her flame, while the god of thunder states he will control the sky and manage the atmosphere, creating a stable climate where life can grow. Finding these tasks troublesome, Istasha chooses to sleep on the moonbed, and finally the goddess of the earth promises to save the planet, placing her soul there and becoming its new god to correct the disturbance of the star's breath and stop the earth's crustal movement so it can become a peaceful cradle of life. While Istasha slumbers, the rest of the gods get to work terraforming Earth with their powers, and soon, life begins to sprout anew under the shining sun. Humans emerge from their dwellings, marveling at the lush green for the first time, but their joy is cut short when dragons swarm in. The dragon of creation, then asks the outer gods if they plan to invade their territory, declaring itself the protector of this world left by his god, and challenging them to defeat him. Challenges the gods to defeat him if they wish to rule, and Noddance readily accepts the challenge, and Fireball and Thunderbolt clash in the skies. Thousands of years later, their cute spirits are now friends, although Aisha is still shocked by the difference. Heracles recalls the famous legend that in the old days the outer gods were betrayed by mankind, defeated, and lost their bodies, their souls getting sealed up by unknown means. And Noddance states it's not right, but not wrong either. Their souls are still alive, sleeping and protecting this star, and the wind blows, the sun and moon shine, and even the earth bears fruit thanks to the power of these gods. Karna finds them amazing, and Noddance tells him that the main body remains sealed up, maintaining the system of the world, and he is there because of the contract with Karna as a separated alter ego. Cecilia then asks how it is that he sometimes regains his original appearance, and Vor explains that it is due to Karna. When they become sealed in the tomb, they lost the ability to interfere on the ground. Karna ended this when he broke the seal, and reached the realm of the goddess of the earth, the labyrinth from the age of the gods, and the catacombs containing all types of dead, defeated flocks of beasts, gods, and demons. This gave birth to a vessel that could be a new god if the old gods wished, and they all fell in love with humanity, wondering how far it evolved. Karna happily declares that they're all family, and Vor explains that even though they can indeed show their full strength, the power soon runs out. Karna signed a contract with the goddess of Earth, drawing magic out of the Earth's veins and channeling it onto the other outer gods. Thelma asks if that means his magic is infinite, but the boy merely laughs and scratches his head, explaining that he is just a medium and does not need to say anything. Aisha finds the entire notion ridiculous, while Heracles notes that though Karna is with the demon lord, he is still a good boy, and Thelma simply finds him amazing. Cecilia asks the outer gods if they will come back if they take control of the great tombs back from mankind. And though Noddance believes it would be possible, he wouldn't recommend it, since if their souls woke up, the system keeping the stars running would collapse. The sun would disappear, and the moon would crash into the earth, and the gods wishing to do harm to mankind would use this opportunity to seek revenge. Understanding this, Cecilia agrees it would be a tragedy if it were to happen. Aisha notes that she does not believe such power is held by the royal family or the church, since if they did, they wouldn't lose to a demon lord. Heracles then mentions the revelation ceremony, which has been handed down since ancient times to bestow the inscriptions of talent and occupation given to them by the gods. Vor then explains that the system was devised back then so humanity could handle the dangerous world more easily, and Naudens explains that Heracles' talent of god of war comes from the daughter of the goddess of the earth, the goddess of knights that was captured in the fight against humanity, whose whereabouts are unknown. The outer gods then explain that the goddess is strong, serious, sincere, and true to her word, but also unlucky and reckless, usually getting caught in traps and losing, reminding Aisha of the former heroes' party. Naudens then explains that the seal of destruction used by demons and the mark of heavenly revelations used by humans are the exact same system, and Heracles suffers a small crisis of identity due to the implications of this. Karna notices his troubled face and asks him about it, but he deflects, stating that in the new country he plans to create, where demons and humans coexist, there is no need for old ties, and he still has much work to do. Karna then tells him to let him know if there's anything he can do, stating that he respects him and wants to help him. Stunned by his kindness, the former hero thanks the necromancer, declaring he wishes he had a grandchild like him, while the outer gods agree unanimously.